Het menselijk brein is fantastisch. Het kan een idee bedenken en het laten groeien en groeien en groeien. Maar wat het brein niet kan, kan jij met Strato. Maak een website voor jouw idee. 1 jaar voor €1 per maand. Strato. Gedacht, gedaan.
Yeah, yeah, the quick set here. You have another one here. You need a quick set for this partner? Here.
11:45 this morning.
Yeah, Jim, in fact, you were talking about the winds. Let's go to our Doppler winds, and you can really see this. I mean, as soon as I pulled this up, my goodness, this is, when we talk about looking for this tornado, looking for the storm, I mean, really, you can see that, right? Their eye is drawn right to that, and that's where your tornado warning, that's why you have that tornado warning in place. We call that the velocity couplet, and that is when you have those two winds going one toward and one away from the radar site, and that's what we're finding here. I'm going to let them adjust the lights here for our BAM. But really, you see that really bright pink that's moving right into Crawford County as we speak, about to hit Highway 19 here shortly. Yeah.
So we have, they have activated the sirens here in Sullivan. So again, in Sullivan, you want to take cover immediately.
Yeah. And Oak Hill is the first place that's going to get hit. So
right,
Sullivan, you
first.
still have a little bit of time, but Oak Hill, Route 19, if you live near Route 19, north of 44, you need to be in your safe place right now. You need to get into your safe place immediately, because that's what we have. I'm going to ask my director to adjust this light here that's off to the side, just for our purpose here of seeing. Thank you so much.
So it's near Cuba right now,
Yep.
moving east at about 40.
So there's Cuba, and it's right about here. Whenever you see those green and red couplets meeting up against each other, that's the wind blowing toward and away. It's how you measure the tornado. And I wish they would turn that light out, please. Keeps popping back on.
I'm going to track
a little jarring
this
for these
also.
early morning eyes, I tell you.
There we go. We're going to track this also. So again, Argo about 11:15, Bourbon about 11:21 is this tornadic supercell is moving toward your area. So 11:25, St. Cloud, and then West Sullivan at 11:27 and 11:31. It's right through the Sullivan area. So again, this is moving east at about 40 miles an hour. We're looking at the Doppler winds here. Red is going away from the radar, green is toward the radar. And that couplet, again, an indicator that we are, and I'll point to it here, where it's an indicator that there is a possible tornado on the ground.
Yeah, right near Highway 19. So if you live near 19, you definitely want to get in your safe place. I'm going to head over to Weather HQ here and pull in and get a little tighter view to pull up some towns and some road names for you.
And there's been no indication that that it's on the ground at this point. It's radar indicator rotation. So again, no confirmation that it's actually on the ground yet. But
Yeah,
you want to.
but that couplet, I mean, that's a mean-looking couplet,
It
Jim.
sure is. It's tightening for sure.
So let's go to our Doppler here. I'm going to turn off some of this lightning because there's so much lightning and thunder with this particular cell. And I want to get real tight. I mean, Jim, you know these tornado signatures. Look at that hook.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
can
wow,
see that
you
clearly.
can see the hook.
Here's
very
that hook
clearly.
approaching
Yep.
19 right here.
Yep, and that's
in Oak Hill.
exactly where it is, right here.
Yeah,
so
right.
you see that hook right there,
Yeah.
going right towards 19. So let's get a little bit tighter and show you some towns in the path or some roads here. So there's 19. If you live anywhere near Highway F, Highway CC, Highway C, Oak Hill Road, Taylor Road, 4 Mile Road, Spurgeon Road, Davis Road, any of these areas, you need to be acting quickly, get into your basement, get into your safe place. Highway 19, there's your marker down towards Cuba where 44 intersects. Spurgeon, 4 Mile. This whole area, if you're watching us from Crawford County right now,
Northern Crawford County.
Northern
is
Crawford,
under the gun. for
just
sure.
north of Steelville, you need to be in your safe place. This also does include a little piece here of Franklin County. Is somebody trying to talk to us? Or
Me too.
Are you okay? Sometimes our producers will get us ready to let us know if we have some sites outside or maybe a reporter on standby. So that's what we have right now. A tornado warning that's in place for Crawford County, for really much of Crawford County. It's really not for Gasconade. It's just kind of that little sliver where you see Oak Hill 19 and that little sliver again of parts of Franklin County, which gets you into Sullivan. But if you're watching from Highway 19, anywhere near Highway 19 north of 44, you need to act fast, get into your safe place, because again, we were talking about those velocity winds the velocity radar of how it looked, and it is really intense when it comes to the couplet that we're seeing here on the screen. I'm going to get back over to that velocity.
And Anthony, just a timing on this too,
Yeah.
again around Bourbon and Leesburg around 11:10. So you have a few more minutes here to get into your safe shelter in case this tornado is actually reaching the ground. Right now it's radar indicated, but it is moving very quickly to the east at about 45 miles an hour.
Yeah, so that gives you time in
Crawford
Sullivan,
County.
time in Bourbon, time in Leesburg, and even I would say if you're watching from Cuba, just go ahead and be safe and get in your safe place as well. But it's really that this chunk here you can see from Sullivan, Bourbon, 44 north to 19. So it's this area here where your green and red meet up, and that's where you have the wind rotating in the storm. So it's right about to cross over 19, and then you've got wind ahead of it. This is all outflow. Whenever you get these storms coming in, you probably know by now, you get that really strong push of wind, right? And that's what this is here. Then you go behind it into the storm, and there's your velocity couplet. So Highway 19, if you are watching anywhere from near there, you need to act fast and get into your safe place, away from windows, basement, the best place to be. Make sure you have your shoes on and use something, whether it's pillows, a helmet, to protect your head in the event of an actual tornado coming out of the ground, or out of the sky. And of course, throwing debris around, because that can always be dangerous to your head. That's really what you want to protect.
And so Weather Service chat, just to let you all know what's going on, Crawford County is again, northern Crawford County, potential funnel cloud near Indian Hills.
Okay.
Heard on scanner.
Let's see if we can get in here close.
And you can see that couplet. The green and the red where it meets there is where that potential tornado is. And again, right now, even though Franklin County, southern parts of Franklin County into Gasconade County are under the warning, but it looks like the main threat is through northern Crawford County.
Yeah. Really about Highway 19, just north of Cuba, and right about to move into Bourbon here shortly too.
All right, Storm Chaser now getting reports of power flashes, so it looks like we might have a confirmation of it on the ground. So again, northern Crawford County, you want to be in your safe shelter right now. Anywhere from Oak Hill to Sullivan and north of Cuba is where, so anywhere in northern Crawford County, Missouri, even though we do have Franklin County still underneath that warning too, just in case it kind of veers a little bit further to the north. So watching this cell move east at about 45 miles an hour.
And look at all that lightning.
With this. Yeah,
look at all of that light. I mean, this
intense
is an incredible amount of lightning that's coming up with this cell. So much that you can't even see the storm because it's covering up the radar there. But you can see, Jim, we did a quick little live hit about 15 minutes ago before this thing popped up, and as soon as we finished, boom, this was issued. So this just gives you an idea of the changing conditions. They will happen rapidly today when it comes to the potential of these tornadic storms, because what we found is the dark clouds moved in, and then boom, sure enough, it didn't take long. We got this tornado warning that popped up. So again,
this
Highway 19, if you're watching from there, anywhere in Crawford County from Cuba north.
It's crossed over 19, it looks like at this point.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. You do need to be in your basement. Your safe place is what we call it. I want to go back to our velocity wind here, our velocity radar.
We're talking about this cell moving into more unstable air. Yeah. And we're seeing that in southern Missouri.
Yeah, and you can see it now. I mean, it's really tightened up here just south of Oak Hill. Like you said, Jim, crossing over 19.
Right.
And that's that couplet. I'm going to go ahead and circle it here on the screen.
So northern Crawford County, again, a tornado warning in effect to 11:45. And Anthony is circling that area here where we believe that tornado is. It looks like it's crossing or has crossed 19. This Doppler radar is a few minutes old, about a minute old.
1 minute.
1 minute?
Yeah.
And again, it's approaching eventually 44, and also Bourbon. Heads up, Sullivan and Bourbon, because again, that you're underneath that tornado warning until 11:45, which is at least 30 more minutes.
Yeah, so let's get it a little tighter in here. Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell just came in as well, and he's getting situated. So we've got our team here in place, ready to keep you safe, and hopefully you're heeding these warnings, because we've been talking about it really for the last, 2 to 3 days, how unstable the atmosphere was appearing to be. And now here we are, and sure enough, we're getting these rotating storms. So it looks like it's crossing over 19 right now.
Right, here's 19.
Yep.
Highway C.
Yep, approaching Oak Hill.
Red meets green right here.
Oak Hill
And so
Road.
here's Oak Hill Road. You want to be in your safe shelter, taking cover. Power flashes possibly, again, being reported by a spotter out in this direction. So this will be moving east very quickly. Argo, you want to be in your safe shelter. And also as it approaches Bourbon and into Sullivan. So all of this underneath that tornado warning.
And Jim, it looks like they took out the northern part of that. So Gasconade, or it looks like they're out of that.
Gasconade County, yeah, you're safe now. Gasconade County, you're clear.
But Franklin still.
Right, southern
Sullivan,
portion.
Yeah,
right here.
unfortunately, the Route 185, that same area. I mean, we had two
That's a
tornadoes reported
huge couplet
yesterday
right here.
from Bourbon to Sullivan, and these are the same locations that are about to get hit hard again. I mean, you can obviously see it. It's so well defined here.
Yeah, right
on
here,
the velocity couplet. Yeah.
So again, the wind is going away from the radar here. Radar is located up to the north. So this is going away. This is going toward the radar. So there's that spin right there. Again, probably just past 19 where they've had reports of funnel clouds. Here's the regular Doppler weather radar. And again, Oak Hill it looks like it's just south of there. But you want to be in your safe space in that area. And it's also approaching Argo and eventually Bourbon and into Sullivan.
Yeah.
So this is holding together pretty well.
Yeah, and if you know, we're getting close to lunch break. If you're watching from perhaps a business in that area and you think, oh, I got to go get lunch, I would stay off of 44 right now because the area that is warned is most likely going to see that tornado if it is on the ground cross over there here shortly. Let's go back to our velocity radar just to keep an eye on that, just because, of course, the winds change as this updates. And you can kind of see there's this really tight inflow. I mean, the green showing that really strong inflow that's coming in here in the Weather HQ, so I can show you this here.
Yeah.
And there you can see it. That's the inflow. Boom, wind going in, and then the wind circling back around. So it's right in that area. It looked like it just crossed over Highway 19, and that's that strong inflow. I mean, these colors are so bright, denoting that wind, that inflow, feeding the storm, is creating that rotation as it wraps around on the back end. And I mean, Jim, I don't know how many tornado warnings you see in your life, but that hook, that classic hook echo, is something that, you know, it's textbook. And in fact, you can see it looks like it's lost its structure a little bit.
Right.
But as we put this into motion, I mean, for a while, you could certainly see that hook. I mean, really, in the last 5 minutes, it looks like that kind of
If it's on the ground
rain
too,
wrapped here.
then it's over Merrimack State Park, if you know that area very well. So they're just talking about, even the park rangers are actually seeking shelter.
And it looks like we have our storm tracker out as well, out on the roads, headed down perhaps one of the interstates to get into that area. 55 south.
So they're far away.
Not on
from
44, so that's good. So there you can see. I mean, this thing
that's
you
tight
can really
rotation,
see
yeah.
how that hook has really just that inflow right there has just really tightened up here. So the tornado warning is for Crawford County right now, and that goes until 11:45. So we still have another half hour before we start to see things wind down. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning. I don't want to discount that. For parts of Gasconade County,
the yellow polygon area.
And that does include a lot of Franklin County, just west of St. Clair, and also it does include Cuba as well.
We've had reports of tennis ball sized hail on top of the potential tornado down there.
Yeah.
So that's a big issue. You want to stay inside and away from windows. Center of your home again, anywhere in northern Crawford County, southern parts of Franklin County. You're okay in Gasconade County, you're taken out of the tornado warning, but again, southern portions, again, you have several minutes around Sullivan and Bourbon, but this is approaching your area, and if it's on the ground and continues on the ground, again, you want to be inside and in the center of your home and away from windows. If you have a basement, of course, you want to be there, but you can see that really tight gradient there. The Doppler velocity winds really starting to see that couplet getting even a little stronger.
Yeah, Jim, I'm trying to pull up the Cuba camera because I believe we have one. I just have to type in the right keywords here to get it to pop up and pull it up for you because that is rolling right near that particular location.
And the Weather Service is going to hold off on confirming the tornado until they get one more report. So I'm just reading but the radar is still very supportive of a tornado as we've been showing you.
Yeah. So I'm getting a camera pulled up here from Cuba Municipal Airport, and hopefully this loads here for us and didn't go out because of the strong wind. But it looks like right now it does not want to load. So maybe it is not operating at the moment, but that was one of the resources we were going to try to show you here. But
Just checking my phone here
get in there
too.
right now.
Just wanted to show you again, anyone in northern Crawford County in Missouri here, we're seeing what looks like a tornado. We've had reports of power flashes in this area. So again, if you're in Oak Hill or Leesburg, Bourbon, Sullivan, eventually it travels east at about 45 miles an hour. So that tornado warning is in effect for southern portions of Franklin County and basically northern Crawford County. You want to be in your safe shelter there. Looks like some very strong winds going away from the radar here and then toward the radar there. Weather Service is still waiting for confirmation of this tornado. Again, we've heard reports of power flashes and again a funnel cloud, but just waiting on word of is there a distinct confirmation on this?
Yeah. And I'm looking at some of the other velocity radars here. We were looking at some of these other products, and you can kind of see how from this particular vantage point over here in the Weather HQ, the rotation seems to be a little bit more sloppy now. So you've got that Doppler wind you're showing there, and here's another velocity look at it. You can kind of see how it's a little bit more jagged. And so this may be losing some of its characteristics when it comes to the actual rotation and the actual tornado. I do think we still have some rotation, and you can see how again it's not really well defined here anymore as it's moving eastward. Not to say that it's not on the ground, not to say that we don't have a tornado at all, but there is a good indication that there's still rotation. It just looks a little bit less organized from the last run. This is a correlation coefficient, and we show this sometimes to show you the debris that's being picked up in the storm. And so I want to just put this into motion here and see and get off the last 6 hours. Just do the last hour here, and you can kind of you don't really see too much here, and so there may be a good indication there's not a whole lot of debris being lofted into the atmosphere, and so that is some consolation here. So let's get back to our sweeping radar, and there you can see the Doppler does show it is still raining. It's pouring in this area. So much lightning, so much thunder.
And hail, right?
Yeah, and we did have reports of hail. I want to see if we have our
and while you do that, just checking the Doppler winds again. The winds going toward the radar, about 55. Mm-hmm. And going away from the radar, about 43. So that's a good 90. So we're now on.
So we have
Cuba.
a camera here, 44 at Cuba.
Near Cuba.
That's one of our traffic cameras that you see there. And it does show near Cuba what the conditions look like in that particular screen. I don't have a monitor at all, so small. And
it does look like showing strong rotation, likely west of Bourbon, is what the Weather Service chat is now indicating.
And that's exactly what the velocity radar is showing here.
Right.
From your standpoint. It looks like it's crossed east now of Highway 19, and shortly we'll move over 44. And so there's our camera from MoDOT. It looks like it's right over 44. And what I put on here was the hail track. And I mean, this thing is definitely producing some hail. And that's an indication too, a lot of times when you have hail, that you will have some kind of rotation or spin up quickly, and then perhaps it goes away. I want to get back to our velocity wind because, again, this is how you see the rotation, you see the wind, you see the spinning in the atmosphere. And I tell you what, there's definitely a between, I'd say, east of 19 and north of 44 is where you probably are getting the worst of that wind spinning up right now. And you can kind of see here, right about to go over 44. And I tell you what, so our Chief Meteorologist, Scott Connell, here on standby. Scott, it was really well defined a minute ago, and now it looks a little bit more jagged.
It may have broadened a little bit, but that rotation is still in here, and it looks like it's headed straight for Bourbon.
Yeah, and I mean, they had a tornado yesterday.
Yeah. So, and this one would be more significant, Chip, if it touches down.
Yeah.
Yesterday was one of those quick spin-ups.
Yeah.
Today, what we're dealing with is something that they're capable of producing larger tornadoes, stronger tornadoes, and tornadoes that last for a longer period of time and stay on the ground for a longer period of effect, and we haven't confirmed if there's anything on the ground, but it is headed straight for Bourbon right now.
Yeah.
And also, don't discount the hail coming out of this too. There is some large hail with this as well. So again, we're continuing to monitor the scenario playing out for you right now. The tornado warning in effect, and they just trimmed it up here. Northern portions of Crawford County, you see where it is, southern portions of Franklin County. This is going to go right along 44, probably crossing over pretty close to, one would think, the Bourbon area.
Yeah, I know we have our cameras that we've been kind of going back and forth to. If we could put our camera on at 44, we will probably see anything, whatever it is, whether it's a funnel cloud, a tornado actually on the ground, a heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. We will likely see this roll right over 44 here shortly. So there's your tornado warning, still in effect until 11:45, and that is for Crawford and Franklin County. It does include Bourbon. It does include Sullivan, same areas that got hit hard yesterday. And as Scott mentioned, stronger potential here. There's so much instability in our atmosphere, so much shear, that, fancy word for spin. And that has just, these storms have just tapped into that. And now they're unfolding, and we're seeing it happen here right before our eyes. So that's, we have a camera here. This looks like that's over 44. This is 44 at 185, which is right near Sullivan. And it looks like it's loading there. And sometimes when you get these strong winds and heavy rain over the camera, sometimes that happens. It disrupts the signal a little bit. And so we may be having some signal issues here because of how heavy the rain's coming down, or perhaps how strong the wind is blowing. So the tornado warning does continue for that area until 11:45. Hopefully you're in your safe place now. And there are more storms that are continuing to pop up down near Perryville and Bloomsdale. You can see just south of Carbondale, a severe thunderstorm warning there. Just south of that area. So these storms are riding right along a warm front with such moist, unstable air. And so as they're tapping into it, it doesn't take long for these storms to turn severe very quickly. So severe thunderstorm warning that does include part of Franklin County, also Gasconade and over towards Crawford, but it is the tornado warn cell, the red area, the red polygon here, where you do have the worst of the storm, and it looks like it's about to cross right over Bourbon at 44 right now. So let's go back to our velocity, because I want to show you that here, as the wind is always a factor.
Anthony, while you do that, it appears the supercell is cycling, so a new area of rotation is expected to develop further east.
Yeah, and you can see it. It almost looks like it backtracked here, because for a while the rotation was about to hit over 44, and now it looks like it's a little bit back farther towards Argo, just southwest of there. So let's circle this here for you on the map, just so you can see it clearly, right about there. So it looks like it's about to cross. You see how the loop just updated. So probably on the tail end. I see the bottom end of the storm there from 44 near the polygon. So this is 44 at Highway F, and you can certainly see the dark clouds. And I don't know, is that the tornado?
Well, no, the Weather Service is saying it could be fire and smoke plume.
Ah, okay.
So that's in Weather Service chat.
Okay.
So we're not saying that is the tornado at all.
But that's definitely something of
right.
concern. When you see it for the first time, you think, oh wow.
Right,
okay.
Absolutely.
So that's maybe something got struck by lightning.
Because that was pulled up on a MODOC camera. It's a great shot of likely what we're thinking is that's fire and smoke plume. No confirmation of that touchdown, but we did have some power flashes possible, and also a funnel cloud earlier. But still, if you're in this warned area, again, northern Crawford County, southern Franklin County, and that does include Bourbon, Sullivan, those areas under that tornado warning until 11:45 a.m.
Yeah.
A few more minutes.
It does look like the circulation's broadened out a little bit, but nonetheless, it's still a concerning storm. And so, especially north of 44 here, as you go
north of Cuba.
Yeah, north of Cuba, north of Bourbon, north of St. Cloud along 44. You're in a very rural area where this should be tracking, which I guess that's better than being right over downtown Bourbon. But nonetheless, it's still a dangerous storm, and you need to be in your safe place right now and treat this as a significant storm. It is a significant storm. The severe thunderstorm warning up into Franklin County, Also because not only that threat of a tornado, which is right trying to move along that Franklin Crawford County line, but the hail up in here. I mean, this hail is potentially, you know, up to golf ball size hail. So that's another concern that you have over from Japan. That, if it keeps moving in this general direction and can maintain any kind of strength, you know, we're talking Washington County, you folks in northern Washington County, and the rest, you know, of southern portions of Franklin County, you also need to be on guard and be making your plans now, especially if you live in a vulnerable, you know, you're in a mobile home, you're more vulnerable. Manufactured homes, more vulnerable. So make your plan now if you're out ahead of this storm as to where you can go. You've got a few minutes out ahead of that, but that's what we have right now, this tornado warning, northeastern portions of Crawford County and southwestern portions of Franklin County, and now the new severe thunderstorm warning that stretches across southern portions of Franklin County and into Jefferson County. That's going to be for the, actually go ahead and click on that one.
And while you guys do that, just the Weather Service confirming some hail in Bourbon. So Scotty, that was exactly what you were talking about.
Actually, let's go to Max 2.
Yeah,
that hail
didn't work out too well.
Because that's supposed to be automated, but sometimes it sends it off to its own little world.
Right. Right.
So you got Max 2?
It's over here. Yep.
Okay. So there's Max 2, and there's the circulation. You know, this is what we've been watching here, making this slide off to the east, and that's this whole spin that's now just off to the northeast of Bourbon. That's where we are looking at this. Okay, right there. Right in this area here, east of Bourbon, that's where the potential tornado is, okay? Storm kind of hooking out. You're probably seeing some strong gusty winds just east of Bourbon now and then on down to the south. That's from really the gust coming around this system, the storm wrapping in that wind, making this slide off to the east. And that's where you see that this whole spin that's now just off to the northeast of Bourbon. So that's where we are looking at this. And that's sliding right there. So that's going right in this area here east of Bourbon. That's where the potential tornado is. The hail product storm kind of hooking out. You're probably seeing some strong gusty winds just east of Bourbon now and then on down to the south. That's from really the gust coming around the system, the storm wrapping in that wind. And so this is the part up here where you see that more fuchsia, more dark red. That's where you're looking at the larger hail. So that's mostly in Franklin County here, and that's sliding to the east. So that's going to be pushing off to the east. In Sullivan, you're probably going to get some hail. The hail product lags just a little bit behind on the radar screen. So that would be where the heaviest hail has been, and now it's shifting off to the east as well. And that's going to continue into southern portions of Franklin County and keep moving into Jefferson County. So that's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning that's now been issued over here in Franklin County. Still watching the circulation here as it moves along and north of 44. We bet the tornado would be right in here, north of Bourbon at this point, and maybe getting ready to cross 44.
Well, and Scott, I've got the velocity pulled up here, and you can actually see we were talking about how broad the rotation was. And right as you said it, right at 44. So that's where we've got the couplet where it's meeting up with the wind and the rain going, the wind going towards or away from
and
the
there
radar.
will
There's
be
a
a new
velocity.
downstream tornado
and you can see it. I mean, those bright greens where the bright reds meet, right? Just north of Bourbon. And there's another view of that as well. And you can see it looks like it's right about to cross over, if not already has done so, on 44, just north of Bourbon. Also West Sullivan approaching you and perhaps clipping southern portions of Sullivan when it comes to the tornado. The rotation, I should say, the warned area. But it looks as though it's really between right now Bourbon and Sullivan on 44.
Yeah, in this general area, and there will be a new downstream tornado 185. You know, areas farther east of this, and that's going to take us, a lot of trees in here, farther into northern portions of Washington County, maybe for portions of Jefferson County. We'll see as time goes on. But again, people
this
that
is
live
going
there.
to
And
get
if you live
extended
there now,
here
you need
in
to
the
be
next
in your
few
safe
minutes. So
place.
they will be
And that's
issuing a
going to be
new
in the
tornado
basement. If you
warning
don't
to
have a
cover
basement
this
available,
rotation
then you're going to be
that is
inside
right
on
now
the
on
lowest
the south
floor,
side of
as many
Sullivan
walls
and
between
trying
you
to
and the
move
outside
across northern
as
portions.
possible.
They'll be crossing
So, there's our
185,
current
and as we
tornado
know,
warning.
you go
A
down
new one will be
185,
issued here
that's
downstream
right out of
shortly
Sullivan. That's
for
on
this
your way to Merrimack
rotation.
State
It
Park.
looks
So
like
a lot
it's
of
just to
trees.
the
yeah, a
south
lot of trees in
Sullivan
here. This
right
is the
now.
Mark Twain Forest, so
That's
you
where
have
we're
a
anticipating
good
it just
area that's
across
forested
44,
here
and
and
it's
not
moving
huge
to the east. We still don't
populations,
have any
but there are people
confirmation
that
at this
live there.
point,
And if you live
but
there now, you
nonetheless,
need to be
a
in
very
your safe
dangerous
place.
circulation,
And that's going to be in the
continuing to move
basement.
off
If
to
you
the
don't
east,
have a
and this
basement
is a very
available,
potent
then you're
storm,
going to
the
be
first of
inside on
many
the
that
lowest
I think we're
floor,
gonna see
as
before
many
this
walls
day
between
is
you
done.
and
Yeah,
the
there's our
outside
velocity wind
as
as well, and,
possible.
you know,
So
it
there's
looks like
our
it's right on
current
44.
tornado warning.
I mean,
A
just
new
south of
one will
Sullivan,
be
just
issued
south of
here
185.
downstream shortly
You know,
for
and we
this
were here early
rotation.
yesterday
It
morning,
looks
about
like it's just to the
3:45, that
south
same
of
area got
Sullivan
hit
right
hard.
now.
There were
That's
two
where we're
tornadoes, two
anticipating
small
it,
ones that were
just
confirmed
across
yesterday,
44,
in
and
this
it's moving to
same
the east.
area.
We still don't have
So
any
if you're
confirmation
watching
at
from
this
Sullivan,
point,
just south of
but
there, in between
nonetheless,
Bourbon and
a
Sullivan,
very
you really
dangerous
need to be,
circulation
hunkered down.
continuing to
And
move
as
off
Scott
to the
mentioned,
east,
that new
and this is a
warning
very
will likely
potent
be,
storm, the first
issued
of
here as
many
we go
that
towards
I
the
think
next
we're
few
going to
minutes
see
for
before
parts of
this day
Washington
is
County.
done.
So if you're watching there's our velocity wind as well, and you know, it looks like it's right on 44. I mean, just south, even though we don't just south of 185, you know, and we were here early yesterday morning about 3:45. That same area got hit and
hard.
it seems as though the signals
There were
working
two
now
tornadoes,
after
two
spinning
small
for a
ones that
minute,
were
but man,
confirmed
I can tell you,
yesterday
the visibility is
in
low
this
there.
same
You can see
area.
the dark
So
clouds.
if you're
And,
watching
you know,
from
one thing I
Sullivan,
just
just
haven't
south of
seen,
there,
Scott,
in between
we just haven't
Bourbon and
seen,
Sullivan, you really
the-
need to be
that typical
hunkered
wall
down.
cloud that you
And
would
as Scott
see,
mentioned,
when the
that
storm
new
comes.
warning
So
will
this is
likely
not,
be
you know, one of those,
issued
oh,
here
the
as we go
storm
towards
comes
the next
in
few
and blows
minutes
through and you're
for
done.
parts of
I
Washington
think these are
County.
gonna
So if
have
you're
that
watching from
super
Richwoods
cellular,
or anywhere along
type of,
185
component
you
to
need to
them.
get in your safe
And as
place,
Scott
even
mentioned,
though
you
we
know,
don't have the
this is
tornado
the
warning
first
for
of
your
many to
county
come.
just yet.
You know, our
So what you're looking at on
atmosphere
your
is
screen,
primed
that's
now
Interstate
with the heating of
44
the day.
near
Our numbers
Cuba,
climb quickly up
and
near
it seems
80
as though the
degrees.
signal's working
And
now
our
after
humidity,
spinning
our
for a
dew
minute.
points
But
have been
man,
in the
I can
50s
tell
and
you the
60s,
visibility is low there.
just south
You can
of
see the
St.
dark
Louis in this
clouds,
area.
and
So
you know
that's
one
what
thing I
you're
just
finding
haven't
is
seen,
this
Scott. We just
moist,
haven't seen
rich atmosphere
that typical
and
wall
now the storms
cloud
are
that
here
you would
and
see,
tapping
you know,
into
when these
it.
storms
right.
come through.
Right
So
now,
this
just
is
south
not,
of
you know, one of
Sullivan,
those,
this is where it looks
oh,
like
the
the
storm comes
tornado
in
would
and
be
blows
at
through and
this
you're done.
point. At
I
least
think
that
these are going to have the
circulation.
super
We don't know if
cellular
it's on the ground or
type
not, but you need to be in your
of
safe place.
component to them.
This will go
And
to
as
the
Scott
east
mentioned, you
here.
know,
It will
this
work
is
its
the
way
first
in
of
the
many to
northern
come.
portions
You know, our
of
atmosphere has been
Washington
primed
County.
now with the
And you
heating of
also
the day.
have
Our
the
numbers
very
climb
large
quickly up
hail,
near 80
perhaps up to the
degrees.
size of golf
And our
balls
humidity,
in
our dew
southern
points have been in
portions
the
of
50s and
Franklin
60s,
County, along with some
just
pretty
south of St. Louis in this
intense
area.
in these
And so
areas
that's
as
what
well.
you're finding is just this
Again, that's where our
moist,
circulation is. You
rich
see the storm
atmosphere.
pushing out.
And now the
It's
storms
still
are here and tapping
pouring
into
as
it.
we go
Yeah,
all the
so
way
right
down
now,
towards
just south of
Cuba.
Sullivan, this is
And
where
you
it
can
looks
bet
like
there's
the
some
tornado
gusty
would
winds in
be
there.
at this
Timing
point.
on
At least that
the actual
circulation.
tornado
We don't know if it's
or
on the
the
ground or
potential
not,
of
but
a
you need to be
tornado
in your safe
based on what
place.
we're seeing right
This will
now
go
at
to the
11:50
east here. It will
Richwoods,
work its way in the
Bliss
northern
at
portions
11:56.
of Washington
Again,
County.
that's getting over
And you
into
also
the
have the
far
very
western
large
portions
hail,
of
perhaps up to
Jefferson
the
County.
size of
You
golf
have
balls
time to
in
prepare,
southern portions of
especially
Franklin
if you're
County,
in
along with some
a
pretty
mobile home
intense
or
winds
a
in these
manufactured
areas
home
as
in
well.
these
So
areas.
again, that's where our
You need to be more
circulation is. You see the smoke kind of
in this
pushing
sort of
out.
situation.
It's still pouring as you go all the way
Move
down
to
to
someplace
44
down
towards
the road
Cuba,
where you've
and you
got
can bet there's
friends
some gusty
who have a
winds in there.
well-built
The
home,
timing
maybe have a
on
basement.
the actual
If you don't have a
tornado
basement, then
or
you're in
the
the lowest
potential of a
level,
tornado,
of
based on what
whatever
we're seeing
building
right now,
you're
about
in. You go to the
11:50
bottom
in
floor,
Richwoods,
and you put as many
Bliss
walls
at
between you and the
11:56
outside
again.
as possible.
That's
So
getting
bathroom
over into the
closet.
far
We're
western
always wearing our
portions
shoes
of
in
Jefferson
these
County,
kinds of
so you have
scenarios
time to
because
prepare,
if there is
especially
damage,
if
and we
you're
just
in
added the lightning,
a
look
mobile
at all that
home
lightning.
It is
or a
incredible.
manufactured manufactured
tremendous
home in
amount of
these
lightning.
areas,
And
you need
the
to be a
lightning
more
to the
substantial
north
shelter
here
in this
Franklin
sort of
County,
situation.
A very
So
good indicator
either
of the
move
amount
to
of
some
hail
place down
that's
the
falling
road
out of that.
where
So
you've got
large
friends
hail
who
up
have a
here,
well-built home,
and that's
maybe
why
have
the
a
severe
basement.
thunderstorm
If you
warnings
don't
in
have a
effect here
basement, then you're
all
in the
way
lowest
into
level
Jefferson County,
of
for
whatever
Western,
building
the
you're
rest of
in. You go
Franklin
to the
County,
bottom
into
floor
Jefferson
and you
County.
put as many
Really,
walls between
along
you and the
Highway
outside as
47,
possible.
Highway
So
30, you're
bathrooms,
taking it
closet.
over
We're always
farther
wearing our
east.
shoes in
But
these
this is
kinds
our
of scenarios
biggest
because
concern
if
as
there
far
is
as
damage, and we just
imminent
added the
danger.
lightning.
You know,
Look at
there's
all
not
that
much you
lightning.
can
It is
do about
incredible.
hail.
Tremendous
It's gonna
amount of
fall.
lightning.
You just gotta
And
stay
the
inside.
lightning to the
This,
north
you've
here
gotta
in
take
Franklin
action. You've
County,
gotta
a
move
very good
somewhere.
indicator
You've gotta get
of the
to a
amount of
safe
hail.
place.
It's falling out of that. So large hail up here, and that's why the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect here all the way into Jefferson County for that storm over the rest of Franklin County and into Jefferson County, really along Highway 47, Highway 30, you're taking it over farther east. But this is our
Crawford,
biggest
Franklin, and
concern as
Washington
far
County
as
until,
imminent
12:15.
danger.
So
You know, there's
southern
not much you
Crawford,
can do about hail. It's
northeastern
going to
Crawford,
fall. You just
southern
got to stay
Franklin,
inside.
and northern
This,
Washington County.
you've got to
and
take
it includes
action. You've got to
Richmond.
move somewhere. You've got to get to a safe place because that rotation, this potential tornado here, which appears to be south of Sullivan, so it's going to continue to move, and it may be cycling through. You see, you're getting splotches here with the velocity that's showing unique features. So there's a lot of turbulence in there. Here comes that next tornado. Looks like
Crawford, Franklin, and Washington County until 12:15. So it's southern Crawford, or northeastern Crawford, southern Franklin, and northern Washington County, and it includes Richwoods.
Okay, so that's going right where we said it would. That's our anticipation here with this storm, and there you see the outline of it. So it's an extension of the tornado warning that's already in effect. All right, because we have this potential tornado here, strong circulation indicated by radar. The northern portions of Washington, looks like Potosi, you'll not be in this particular storm, but Richwoods you sure will. Also think that includes Lonedale and Grubbville, those areas here, southeastern portions of Franklin County, far western Jefferson County. You need to be in your safe place in these areas. Key Ridge, another spot. Very rural area here. Beautiful country, hilly terrain of the eastern Ozarks. You may not be able to get a shot at it if you want to look out your window, which we don't always recommend. But say you're in Richwoods,
they said the storm
and you're going to
with a
stand
potential
outside
tornado
and
was
look
near
to see
Sullivan,
where
and
is
it's
it
now
coming?
moving
Can I
east
see it?
at about 30
Here's the
miles
thing.
an hour.
There
So
are
a
so
little
many
bit
trees
slower,
down here,
than
and with the
previous.
hills, it's very
And of course,
difficult
that
to see
warning
these
again,
kinds
north
of
Very
storms.
dangerous to try and do this.
northern
Yeah.
Washington
Yeah.
County.
You're
and
exactly right,
southeastern
Anthony.
Franklin
So
County until
get in your safe
12:15,
spot
you
now
wanna
and
take
stay
off.
there until we get
Again,
this
radar indicator rotation,
through and
no
see if it can
confirmation
hold
of this
together or if
actually
it can
on the
weaken just a little bit.
Goodness, I hit that button again.
So on that new warning, guys, just until 12:15. When this was put out, they said the storm with a potential tornado was near Sullivan, and it's now moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So a little bit slower than previous. And of course, that warning again: northeastern Crawford County, northern Washington County, and southeastern Franklin County until 12:15. You want to take cover.
miles per hour. So
Again, radar indicator rotation, no confirmation of this actually on the ground here.
From windows. The circulation is still a little broader than it was up against a bit ago. A little while ago, 2 minutes ago, it was a really
you
tight
can see it.
circulation.
It was moving just round up.
So if you don't have your and here's your hail. That's the other component
go ahead
to
and
this.
get 'em all.
Very large hail, perhaps up to the size of golf balls or larger, and that may be wind-driven hail. We may have some winds in here that are running 60 to 70 miles per hour. So you also have not only hail, but the potential for wind-driven hail, which is why you stay away from windows and doors, because if you have hail that's being blown up against the windows, it can very easily shatter those windows, and then you have breaking glass, which is why you wear your shoes in this situation. So if you don't have your shoes on yet, go ahead and get them on, get ready to go, be ready to move, be ready to take action as this evolves. Tornado warning here, Crawford, eastern portions of Crawford County, southeastern Franklin County, look at all of most of far southeastern Franklin County here, and then the northern portions of Washington County. This is running until 12:15, and in addition to the tornado potential, there's also the potential for large hail, which seems to be running right along the Franklin, Crawford, and then eventually the Franklin, Washington County line. So as you get normally in many of these storms, what we traditionally see is that hail core kind of rides north of where the tornado would track. Tremendous amount of lightning here. Look at all of this lightning, and it goes back into mid-Missouri. So this is just the first of the waves of thunderstorms we're going to see. Now, farther to the north, this is just rain, Bowling Green, back out into Montgomery County. These are the storms of concern right now. It is more unstable as you go farther south of St. Louis. So as you get south of St. Louis, those storms seem to be following a
Scott, we were
gradient,
looking at
if
the
you will,
Futurecast early
where
this morning, and
we're
it
not
surely
as
showed
unstable in
what you were
St.
just talking
Louis
about,
as
the
it is
training
down
effect
here.
of
And
these
so that
storms rolling over the same
gradient, or
location.
that
And I was
change
talking
in
to Jim, how,
instability
growing up, you hear
is
the
where
sirens
these
once,
storms
get
may
to a
just
safe place.
continue
You
to
hear them
track
again, you
here
think, oh,
for the
all
next
clear.
couple of hours.
Well, I think on days like
And
this, you
that
may
would
hear the
keep
sirens
them moving off
a
to the
few
east,
times,
maybe
and it does
east,
not mean you're all clear.
southeast, we'll see.
It just means
But
there's a new
notice the
tornado
new
warning.
tornado
So
watch
you
also
may
in
get
effect
more
for
than
areas
one
south
tornado
of St.
warning
Louis
today
that's going to
in
take
those
us into
areas
this
where you
afternoon.
do
Yeah,
have
that
now includes Monroe and the metro east down towards Sparta and Des Moines as well. Scott, we were looking at the Futurecast early this morning, and it surely showed what you were just talking about, the training effect of these storms rolling over the same location. And I was talking to Jim how, growing up, you hear the sirens once, and that's why you get to your safe place. You hear them again, you think, oh, all clear. Well, I think on days like this, you may hear the sirens going to roll a few times, and it does not mean you're all clear. It just means there's a new tornado warning, and so you may get more than one tornado warning today in those areas where you do have that tornado watch box warning. It looks like our southern portions of our viewing area where you have that first tornado warning right now. You can see out towards Bell, just south of Jefferson City, that next wave coming in right behind it. So this is going to be one of those days where you may get hit several times, and that's why the chance of actually having a tornado is higher today, because it's not just one storm that's going to roll through. There could be numerous storms that roll through that produce different types of weather when it comes to hail, damaging wind, and even tornadoes that we're finding here this morning. And again, that severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like it's now been extended now to include parts of Jefferson County, and that includes you in Cedar Hill, right along Route 30, also known as Gravois, as you get closer to.
And Anthony, not only the tornado stuff, right? So we've got police officer seeing golf ball size hail in Sullivan, Scottsdale Drive, per the National Weather Service chat. So within these cells, right in that area.
Yeah, and you can see the hail core, that's the gray on top of the radar.
And you see the camera, and I'm not sure where the camera is.
Oh my goodness.
That's St. Clair 44.
Yeah,
So that's here.
Sullivan, yeah.
That's not even in the hail. That's just in the heavy rain. So that's where the camera shot is. Your hail is back here, and around Sullivan, as we said, golf ball, maybe larger size hail, could be wind-driven as well. And in addition to that, if we don't already have enough threats going on, in addition to the tornado warning, and again, that tornado or apparent tornado circulation is about ready to cross out of Crawford County and into portions of Washington County, and it's very close to the line with Franklin County. So keep that in mind, very close here. You need to be in your safe spot in these areas. But in addition to the hail, to the wind, to the tornado, there is now a flash flood warning in effect for much of the same area. You know how wet it has been in the last couple of weeks with all the storms we've had.
I mean, our
there is no place for the water to go. The ground will hold no more. And so it will all run off. And in some cases, we're going to look at an inch or two of rain, very short order, very heavy rain.
It just doesn't take much
so
for
flash
runoff to
flood
happen.
warning.
And
I
of
think they
course,
just put that up. There's a new one, Anthony, that isn't showing up on the computer screen, but that's for northern Crawford
So what you're
County,
looking at right now is the
southwestern
velocity
Crawford
in the big
County, and
box. That's the
Gaston
wind
because of the thunderstorms.
and Crawford County. And we have a flood watch that was issued this morning from the National Weather Service just because of that potential. I mean, our backyard has been soggy and the front yard, and I mean, like you said, the water has nowhere to go, and so now the ground's overwhelmed or saturated, and so it just doesn't take much for runoff to happen. And of course, the interstates, you get heavy rain over the interstates, that obviously creates issues as well when it comes to crashes and things like that. So what you're looking at right now is the velocity in the big box. That's the wind. Tornado warning there for Sullivan, for Crawford County, extending into Washington County. Now it looks like it's about to cross over the county line. And then you have the severe thunderstorm warning, which is what the hail concern, both until Scott was talking about, from St. Clair, that will eventually be moving into Cedar Hill, into parts of Jefferson County. So these are our two warnings that are most pressing right now. Tornado warning for those two
But
counties,
when these
Crawford and
storms
Washington, and it
cycle,
does
and they
include Franklin
sometimes
there,
do,
and
they
then
can
also
create new
for parts
circulations.
of,
And so that's
for the severe
something else that
thunderstorm
we'll be
warning,
monitoring here
Franklin
and
and
helping
parts
you with
of
during the afternoon
Jefferson
hours.
County.
If you're in northern
So those
portions
are
of
your two
Washington
warnings
County
here.
right
It looks
now,
like my
you
box
need
is
to get to
doubled
your
up on
safe
them. So
place.
there
The
we go.
storm's
There's
not in Richwoods,
your
although there
severe
is a
thunderstorm
storm
warning
in the vicinity of
for that
Richwoods right
particular
now. Just went
location,
through.
both until
That's not the
12:15.
severe part of this. The severe part is damaging back winds here, and then the
coming
threat of
into
the tornado
Washington County
with
now
this circulation
from the west,
in this
and it's
general
going to be moving
vicinity
to the
right in
east. So
here.
Richwoods,
I think that's
you're
probably
about to
side
get the
lobing,
worst part
but
of this
when these
storm
storms
in the next
cycle,
10
and they
minutes or so
sometimes
as
do,
this tracks
they
on
can
to the
create
east.
new circulations.
Potential
And
tornado
so
would
that's
be
something
very
else that we'll
close
be
to Highway
monitoring here
185
and
right
helping
now,
you with during
just
the afternoon
south
hours.
of
If
the
you're in
Franklin
northern
County
portions
line.
of Washington
This
County
is
right now,
ultra-torrential
you need to
rain
get
and
to your
hail
safe place.
along
The storm's
44
not
from
in
St.
Richwoods,
Clair
although
to
there is
Sullivan.
a storm
Trooper
in the
reported
vicinity of
just a few
Richwoods
minutes
right
ago,
now.
he had
Just
about
went through.
20
That's not the
yards
severe
maybe
part of this. The
of
severe part is
visibility,
back
I think is what
here,
he said, and that
coming
was
into
about
Washington
it.
County
That's
now
not
from
much.
the
That's
west,
how hard
and it's
it's
going to be
raining
moving to the
and
east. So
how much hail's
Richwoods,
falling
you're
out of the
about to
storm.
get
So
the worst
it
part
is
of
a
this
very
storm
intense
in the next 10
thunderstorm
minutes or
rolling
so
onto the east.
as this
One
tracks
to take
onto the east.
seriously.
Potential
Unlike the
tornado
two
would be
tornadoes,
very
Anthony,
close
you
to
were
Highway
tracking yesterday
185
morning
right now,
in the Sullivan
just
Golden
south
area.
of the
Those
Franklin
were
County
quick
line.
spin-ups.
This
If this
is
one
all
goes
torrential
down, the
rain and
potential
hail
that it
along
stays on the
44 from
ground
St.
for an
Clair to
extended
Sullivan.
period of time
Trooper
is real
reported just a
because
few
you're
minutes
looking
ago
at more of
he had
a
about
supercell
20
type
yards
storm here.
maybe
More of a
of
storm that has
visibility,
the
I think is what he
ingredients
said, and that was
for
about
that
it.
storm to
That's
rotate
not
and to
much.
continue
That's how
to
hard it's
maintain
raining and
that
how much
circulation
hail's
and
falling
that
out of this
rotation
storm. So
as it
it is a
pushes across
very
northern
intense
portions
thunderstorm
of
rolling onto
Washington
the
County.
east.
Again, this
One
is a
to
very
take
rural
seriously.
area.
Unlike the
Pea
two
Ridge,
tornadoes,
right off
Anthony, you were
185
tracking
there.
yesterday morning
Caseyville, you
in
wanna
the
go a
Sullivan
little
and
tighter
Bourbon
right around
area.
this
Those
area
were
here,
quick
Anthony,
spin-ups.
and we'll
If
see
this
what
one
else
goes
pops
down,
up in
the
here. I
potential
don't
that
know
it
that you're
stays
gonna
on the
get a
ground
lot
for an
of,
extended period of time is
like
real
cities or
because
towns.
you're looking at more of a
Hackberry Road,
supercell type
probably
storm
pretty
here.
close
More of a
between
storm that
Hackberry
has
Road
the
and that
ingredients
Hamilton Hollow
for
Road
that storm to
around
rotate and
185.
to
And then we
continue
go
to
east from there
maintain
as we slide
that
off to the
circulation
east,
and that
some of your
rotation
other roads
as
that
it
are in
pushes
this area,
across northern
Mulberry Road,
portions
Durango
of
Drive
Washington
will get
County.
in on
Again, this is a very
eventually.
rural area.
But if
Pea
you're
Ridge,
in these areas,
right off
if you live off
185
these
there,
country roads,
Caseyville. You
you
want to
need
go in
to
a
be
little
in your
tighter right
safe
around this
place.
area here,
Yeah,
Anthony,
very
and we'll see what else
unpopulated
pops
area.
up in
This is
here.
State
I don't know
Highway
that you're going to
A
get a lot of
that runs out of Richwoods
like
all the way
cities
back
or
to
towns, but
185.
Hackberry
Road.
Road's
We're traveling
probably
that
pretty
right now.
close.
And
Again,
between
Hackberry
lots of
Road
trees in
and that
this area.
Hamilton
So
Hollow
even if a
Road
tornado
around
doesn't touch down,
185,
you've got
and then we go east from there as we slide off to the east. Some of your other roads that are in this area, Mulberry Road, Durango Drive will get in on this eventually. But if you're in these areas, if you live off these country roads, you need to be in your safe
Scott, it looks like
place
we lost
right
your
now.
microphone
Again,
there for
very
a second, but,
unpopulated
as he was
area. This
mentioning,
is
yes,
State
this is
Highway
moving
A
east,
here.
out
It runs
of now,
out of Richwoods all the way
Crawford
back
County
to
into
185.
Washington County.
We're going to be
Richwoods,
traveling
bigger
that
towns
right
there,
now.
and
And
the
again,
location
lots of
of the
trees in this
path
area.
of
So
the storm.
even if a
And
tornado
we had a
doesn't touch
tracker on
down
here
and
a
you've
minute
got
ago. I'm going to put that back on here. And while it may be raining already in parts of Richwoods where the tornadic part, where the rotation in the storm is falling, this is the timing for that. So again, you already have rain, and you already have a lot of it, heavy rain.
Scott, it looks like we lost your
even into
microphone there
Richwoods,
for a
but this will be
second,
the
but,
timing
as
on
he
the
was mentioning, yes,
circulation
this
that
is
we're
moving
finding
east,
right back here about to cross
out
over
of
the county
now
line. So Richwoods
Crawford
about
County into
11:58,
Washington County.
Fletcher,
Richwoods, one of the
12:03,
bigger towns
and
there
some of
in
these
the
towns, you know,
location
our
of the
computer is
path
just
of this storm.
compilation
And
of
we
many
had a
different
tracker on here a
towns.
minute ago. I'm going to put that
I've
back
never
on
heard
here.
of.
And
Sometimes
while it may be raining already
on
in
there
the
that aren't
parts
even
of
in our area.
Richwoods where the
But if you live in
tornadic
any
part,
of
where
these
the
towns,
rotation
again, some of them I
in the
haven't heard
storm
of.
is
Truman,
falling, this is
Square,
the timing
DeSoto,
for
we know
that.
that
So
town.
again, you already have rain, and you already have a lot of it,
about
heavy rain,
12,
lightning and thunder,
12,
even into Richwoods.
That's
But this will be the
moving
timing on the
Jefferson County.
circulation
So now
that we're
there's
finding
not a
right back
warning here for that crossover location county line. If this holds so Richwood's about 1158, Fletcher 1203, and some of these towns, you know, our computer is just a compilation of many different formulas in some towns I've never heard of. Sometimes the computer just puts towns on there that aren't even in our area. But if you live in any of these towns, again, some of them I haven't heard of. Frumet, Ware, DeSoto, we know that town, an Olympian Village, about 12 to 1218, and that's moving into Jefferson County. So now there's not a warning for that particular location, but if this holds together, that's going to be extended even more to affect those parts near Highway 21, eventually over 55, and again, all those areas in the Jefferson County area. So right now, if you're watching us from Washington County, it looks like Crawford County, you're about to be in the clear here shortly. and also in Sullivan as well. While it is still
severe
raining, while it is still
thunderstorm warning
pouring,
in effect, till
we do have
12:15.
that potential that
And
still
again,
exists
this
for
is
the
over.
rotation,
Let's
and of
see.
course that means it could drop out a
Size
tornado
hail, 60 mile per hour
at any
winds,
moment,
northern
or already
Franklin
has done
County.
so.
Yeah, and Anthony,
Northern
there's
Jefferson
a
County
new
and
severe
Franklin
thunderstorm
County.
warning. If you could go
Looks
on
like
that,
hail the
northern
biggest threat with
Jefferson
that.
County and southeastern Franklin County.
Yeah, our tornado
Until,
warning still
again,
continuing
golf
here
ball
for
size
northern
hail with
portions
this
of
main
Washington
threat,
County.
60
It
mile
looks
per
like
hour
it's just
winds.
finally
So it's
eased out
moving
of
east at
Crawford
about 30
County.
miles
Although
an
it's still
hour.
pouring
So a
and you still
brand
have,
new warning on that. It doesn't
major
look like
issues
it's
going on
populating
and
yet.
potential for flooding
But
too
severe
now.
thunderstorm warning in
Keep in
effect
mind, this is
till
the Merrimack River
12:15.
basin. And,
And
we all
again,
like to go on
this
flow
is
trips.
over. Let's see.
And the Merrimack River
Golf
is
ball size
beautiful
hail, 60
when
mile
it's
per hour winds, northern
not
Franklin
flooded,
County.
not flooded.
Yeah.
But because
northern
it's a
Jefferson
small
County
river
and into
it's a
Franklin
float
County
stream,
there.
essentially.
Looks like
At
hail
least
the
this
biggest
part
threat
of it,
with
very
that.
narrow, very pretty, very scenic, very small.
Yeah, our
But when
tornado
it rains
warning
like this,
still
all that
continuing
water
here
goes
for
in
northern
and you have
portions
a
of
very
Washington County. It
rapid
looks like it's
rise
just
in
finally
water. And so
eased
that's
out
what
of
we're going to be
Crawford County,
looking at here.
although it's still
Is a very
pouring and you
rapid
still have,
rise in water.
you know,
Just so
major
much
issues
lightning.
going on and the potential for flooding too now.
This isn't
And,
the
you
only
know,
one.
keep in mind,
There's
this is the
another
Merrimack
batch of
River basin.
thunderstorms coming
And,
in
you know,
back
we all like to
behind
go on
this
float trips.
That also is
And
producing
the Merrimack
heavy rain
River is
and maybe some hail.
beautiful
Doesn't
when
look like
it's
it's severe.
flooded.
per se,
flooded.
Yeah.
But because it's a
pretty
small
intense
river
round
and
of
it's a float
thunderstorms
stream
there, and there are more
essentially,
that will
at
develop
least this part is very narrow,
before
very pretty, very
the
scenic,
day is
very
done.
small. But when it rains like this,
Yeah, so we
all
still
that
do
water
have this
goes in
tornado
and you
warning
have a
that's in
very
effect
rapid
for Washington County
rise
now,
in
about to
water.
pull out.
And so that's what we're going to be looking at here, is a very rapid rise in water with that as these thunderstorms move through. And this
Here,
isn't
last
the
we
only
spoke,
one. There's
storm
another
front was
batch
in
of
Bonne
thunderstorms
Terre.
coming
So I don't
in
know if we're
back
going to them
behind
now
this
or,
that
that
also
was
is producing heavy rain and maybe some hail.
But
It doesn't
nonetheless,
look like
there's
it's
the radar that does
severe
show the,
per
tornado
se,
warning that's still in
but
place
it's a
from
pretty
12
intense round of
until now,
thunderstorms
until
there, and there are
12:15,
more
so
that
that's
will
still for
develop
another
back behind
25
that
minutes,
before the day is
here
done.
across that part of the county. Yeah, so we still do have this tornado warning that's in effect for Washington County now, about to pull out for the tornado warning, but it is Franklin County that you have the severe thunderstorm warning, and also for parts of Jefferson County. Just starting to rain now in Cedar Hill. Last we spoke, our storm tracker was in Bond Hillsboro, right along. So I don't know if we're going to them now, or I mean St. Clair is getting hammered really solid. But nonetheless, there's the radar that does show the tornado warning that's still in place from 12 so much until now, until 12:15. So that's still for another 25 minutes here across that part of the county. So this is for Franklin, or excuse me, for Washington County for the tornado warning, but it is Franklin County that you have the severe thunderstorm warning, and this is just to and also for parts of Jefferson County. Just starting to rain now in Cedar Hill, just starting to rain a little bit over in Hillsboro, right along Route 21 and Route 30 here. And I mean, St. Clair is getting hammered really Sullivan. Even though the tornadic threat has passed that area, it looks like you're just getting so much heavy rain and so much lightning and thunder with this. I wouldn't be surprised if we start hearing of power outages in that area when it comes to right now, and it is losing power in these areas. So let's go back if you're watching from St. Louis, you're probably thinking, this is what we show you when it comes to the wind. Nothing going on.
Right.
And this is just to our southwest. I mean, in these storms, eventually you see the ones out just west of Winsville and the O'Fallon area. These here, these are going to be moving into St. Louis here shortly, even in St. Charles County. But there's no severe component to these just yet in the northern portion. It's just down here in Sullivan and in parts of Washington County where we do have the biggest threat right now, and it is the tornadic threat. So let's go back to our velocity radar. This is what we show you when it comes to the wind hitting the Doppler radar, and this is how you measure the rotation in the wind. And that's why you have the tornado warning, because of the velocity couplet. You hear us throw that term around quite a bit when you have these storms, and it's when the red and the green meet up. And you can see there's just so much rotation in this particular part of the storm. It looks like it's crossing over 185 right now, the rotating part of the storm. And so eventually, as we've been talking, Ridgewood heads up, I would say in the next 5 minutes, this thing is going to be on your doorstep. And we zoomed in a little bit earlier and showed you some of the towns, Highway A, State Highway A, or excuse me, some of the streets. And there you can see over towards P Ridge,
And it
probably
looks
in the
like the
thick of it right
rotation's
now.
starting to
And some of
increase
those,
once again
streets,
on this
Hackberry
system.
Road,
So
Griggs Road,
that
Mulberry,
once again increases
Baja
the potential
Drive,
that we're
Walnut
gonna get
Road.
a
If
tornado
I've listed
that
off any of those
inflow,
towns or you
winds
live near
towards the
them,
radar,
you need to be in your safe
and
space. You
away
need to
from
be
the
in your
radar
basement.
seem to
You
be
need to have your
increasing a
shoes
little
on.
bit.
You need to have something to
So
protect
that
your
hook
head in the case
feature
of debris flying
reappearing
around.
here,
We always
starting to
recommend a
see
helmet.
more of
Even pillows,
rotation
blankets, things
in
like
the
that will
lower
work.
levels.
because
it's
again,
in the upper
falling
part
and
of the
flying
storm. The whole
debris
storm is
can certainly
rotating
do
because
damage
it's a
to not
supercell
only
storm.
property,
So
but
just
also
the
to your own
timeline on
body.
that.
Yeah,
there
and it
you
looks
have
like the
it. That's your
rotation's
timeline
starting
at
to
this
increase
point
once again
as we are continuing
on
to
this
track
system.
these storms
So
off to the east.
that once again
You know,
increases
we're
the potential
almost-
that
it's
we're going to
almost
get
into
a tornado,
Richwoods
that
here.
inflow, the
And
winds
you may be
towards
getting,
the
you'll get
radar,
some rain out ahead of that, but
and then
once
away
you
from the
get
radar
into
seem to
this
be
part of the
increasing a little
storm
bit.
that could
So
produce the
that hook
tornado,
feature
that's
reappearing
the
here,
the most
starting
dangerous
to
part of the
see
storm. Now,
more
having said
of
that, as you
rotation
go up
in the
along
lower
Franklin County
levels.
line and
You know,
to
it's
the
in the
north,
upper part of the storm.
you
The whole storm
likely
is
are
rotating
looking at the
because it's a
potential
supercell
for
storm.
golf ball
So
to
just the
maybe tennis
timeline
ball
on that,
size
and,
hail.
and there you
This
have
video,
it. That's your timeline.
where's this video?
at this
Sullivan.
point.
This is
As
Sullivan,
we are
okay.
continuing
And so
to
we heard
track
just a few
these
minutes
storms
ago from
off to the
Sullivan,
east. You know, we're
that
almost,
the
it's
law
almost into
enforcement, I
Richwoods
think it was a
here.
highway patrolman,
And you may be
said
getting,
you
you'll
couldn't
get
see
some
more than
rain out
20
ahead of
yards. You
that,
see
but
why? Drenching
once you
rain. And
get
notice the
into
rain
this
has
part
nowhere
of the
to go.
storm
It's
that
just
could
ponding.
produce
It's
the
just gonna-
tornado,
it's gonna roll to the lowest spot,
that's the
and that
danger,
means
the
we
most
are going to
dangerous
be
part of the
looking at
storm.
some
Now, having
flooding
said
as
that,
well. So
as you go
flash
up
flood
along the
warning
Franklin
continues
County
for much
line
of
and
these
to the
areas.
north,
In
you
addition
likely are
to the
looking
severe
at the potential
thunderstorms
for
and
golf
to the
ball to
tornado.
maybe
So
tennis ball
there's a lot going
size
on
hail.
here with
Yeah,
This
this is
video,
Sullivan.
where's this video?
Sullivan.
From the
This is
southwest
Sullivan,
of
okay.
St. Louis.
And so we heard
cities
just a
are
few minutes
path of
ago from
this.
Sullivan
Richwood's definitely there. The
that
circulation
the law
in this general
enforcement, I think it was a
vicinity
highway
here,
patrolman,
crossing
said
past
you couldn't see more than
185,
20 yards. And you see
Fletcher,
why, drenching
after
rain.
Richwoods,
And notice
then
the
eventually
rain has
it's gonna
nowhere
get
to
over
go.
here
It's just ponding.
into
It's just
Jefferson
gonna,
County.
it's gonna
So
roll to the
Ware
lowest
and
spot,
Trumet
and that means
and
we are going to be
Fletcher's in
looking at
there
some
too.
flooding as well.
Olympian
So
Village
flash
in there.
flood warning
Festus
continues
about
for much of
12:30
these
if it
areas,
holds
in
together at this
addition
point.
to the
The
severe
severe thunderstorm
thunderstorms
warning includes
and to the
much of the
tornadoes.
rest
So
of Jefferson
there's a
County. That
lot
does
going
include
on
Ware.
here with this
And that
system
also
as it
includes
presses
this
in
area
from the
as
southwest
you
of
work
St.
your
Louis.
way,
So
out
cities in the
along
path of this,
Highway 30
Richwood's
going
definitely
out of
there. The circulation
Jefferson
in this
County,
general
back into
vicinity
Franklin
here,
County. So that's
crossing
where
past
the hail and the
185,
wind will be more of a
Fletcher,
threat. This
after
area
Richwoods, then
is where we're
eventually
more
it's going to get
concerned
over
about a
here
tornado.
into
Right
Jefferson
along
County.
and
So
south
Ware and
of the
Trumet
Washington,
and
Franklin
Fletcher's
County
in there
line right
too.
now. You can see we're
Olympian
starting to
Village
see
in there.
this
Festus
part
about
right
12:30 if
here
it holds together and
nudging
keeps
out a little
going.
bit,
The
and
severe
that's your
thunderstorm warning
circulation.
includes much
Okay,
of the
there's
rest of
also another
Jefferson
little
County. That
nub
does
in here.
include Ware,
It's
and that
not
also includes this
impossible for
area
the storm to
as you
create
work your
multiple
way
circulations
out
and
along
for us to
Highway
see more than
30
one
going
tornado
out
come
of
out of it. But that's
Jefferson
our
County
main
back into
area
Franklin
right now
County.
where
So
we're watching
that's where
and
the hail
looking at
and the
that
wind will be more of
and
a
the
threat.
tightening
This
of that
area
rotation
is where we're
as it
more concerned about a
approaches
tornado.
Richwoods in
Right
the next
along
4 to
and
5
south
minutes or so.
of the
You're going
Washington
to see conditions
Franklin County
rapidly
line right now. You
deteriorate,
can
so
see
you
we're
need to
starting
be
to see
in your safe
this
place
part
right
right
now.
here
Yeah, just,
nudging
Kate
out a
Quinn
little
at the
bit,
news desk,
and
she
that's
just
your
passed this along to me.
circulation.
The,
Okay,
Cardinals
there's
game
also
is
another little
delayed
nub
now.
in here. It's
It was
not
going to happen
impossible
earlier
for this
around
storm to
12:15,
create multiple
but that's been delayed,
circulations
so,
and for us to
had
see
folks
more than
ask
one
us about
tornado
that
come out of
in
it.
St. Louis.
But
Even
that's our
though,
main
we don't have a
area right
tornado
now where
warning
we're
here in St.
watching
Louis just yet,
and
or
looking
at
at that
all.
wind
The
and the
delay,
tightening
for the
of that
Cardinals game,
rotation
plans
as it
to go to that,
approaches
that
Richwoods
is,
in the
has
next
been
4 to
delayed.
5
You know,
minutes or so.
out ahead of
We're going to
this
see
supercell, we're
conditions
actually
rapidly
getting a little thunder
deteriorate,
here,
so you
even
need to be
in
in your
downtown
safe
St. Louis.
place
But
right now.
again, no
Yeah,
severe
just,
weather
Kate Quinn
here
is
at
at
this
the news
point.
desk, and she just
It
passed this
remains
along
in that
to me. The
supercell that
Cardinals
Scott's been
game
talking
is
about that
delayed now.
continues to rotate.
It
And
was
just
going
again,
to happen
Richwoods, you need
earlier
to be in your
around
safe
12:15,
space right
but
now,
that's been
as
delayed.
it looks
so,
like
have-
this is
have had
tightening
folks
back
ask us
up
about
again,
that in St.
which
Louis.
is
Even
what we
though
were expecting
we don't
as
have
it
a
moves
tornado
to the
warning
east at
here in
about
St.
30
Louis
miles
just
an hour.
yet,
So the
or
only
at all.
tornado warning
The
still in
delay
effect
for the Cardinals
is
game,
to
if
the
you had
south
plans
here.
to go to that,
Again,
that
south of
is-
St.
has
Louis,
been
and we've
delayed.
got
So,
tornado warnings out ahead of this supercell. We're actually getting a little thunder weather here, even in downtown St. Louis. Thunderstorms are but again, no severe weather here at this point. It remains in that supercell that Scott's been talking about that continues to rotate. And just again, Richwoods, you need to be in your safe space right now, as it looks like this is tightening back up again, which is what we were expecting as it moves to the east at about 30 miles an hour. So the only tornado warning still in effect is to the south here. Again, south of St. Louis, and we've got tornado warning in effect and a watch also to the south of St. Louis, but thunderstorms are popping up even out ahead of that main batch of storms.
And we will, we have had a busy last few weeks here across the bi-state when it comes to severe weather. And of course, you probably are well versed on what to do if you do have a storm in your area that has rotation or even has hail and, of course, frequent lightning and thunder. So we're getting to the point of our day where our noon show usually officially starts. And so what we're going to do here shortly, we are going to reset and roll our animation to let the noon show open up, and we will continue our storm alert coverage.
We are tracking these
here
storms.
in
Tornado
just
warning
a
is the
few
biggest
minutes.
threat right now, and that includes
This is 5 on
southeastern
your side
portions
at
of
noon.
Franklin County, the
Focused
northern
on
portions of
you.
Washington County. This is to the southwest of St. Louis.
We are
This
in
is in
storm
effect
alert,
until
severe
12:15.
thunderstorms moving
It's
through
this
counties
circulation
south of the
here
city of St.
that you
Louis.
see that's
Our
crossed
entire
185
area
now.
could see
It's
hail,
working its
strong
way
winds,
towards
and possible
Richwoods, and within the
tornadoes.
next couple of
Thanks
minutes,
for being
it
here.
will
I'm
be
Kay
in
Quinn.
the
Storms moving
Richwoods
through
area.
several
We
counties to our
have
south
radar
right now.
indicated
We have
rotation,
team coverage. Let's
and
get
at
right
times
back
it's
to
been
Chief
very
Meteorologist
strong
Scott Connell,
rotation,
Anthony
which
Slaughter,
would be
and Drew
indicative
Castillo.
of we are tracking these storms. Tornado warning is the biggest threat right now, and that includes southeastern portions of Franklin County, the northern portions of Washington County. This is to the southwest of St. Louis. This is in effect until 12:15. It's this circulation here that you see that's crossed 185 now. It's working its way towards Richwoods, and within the next couple of minutes, it will be in the Richwoods area. We have radar indicated rotation, and at times it's been very strong rotation, which would be indicative of potentially producing a larger tornado. Unlike the storms we had earlier this week, yesterday morning, that went through the Bourbon area and the Sullivan area. Those produce brief spin-ups. If this one touches down, it likely will not be a brief spin-up. Instead, it will be a larger tornado with a bigger impact and potentially stronger winds as we work our way through the course of the day. Let's flip the maps too, and we'll get you on the maps too. That's sliding off to the east. And
why the severe thunderstorm
you'll
warning
see here
stretches
in just a
across
second what
into
comes up,
Jefferson
but
County.
you
It
need to
doesn't
be in your
include
safe
Hillsborough
place. Where is
and
that safe
Cedar Hill,
place?
so it's all
That
the way
safe
over to
place is in a
Highway
basement.
21
Okay, if
for
you
that
don't have
severe
a basement
thunderstorm
available,
warning.
then
This
you
tornado
need to
warning
go
is
to the
because of
lowest
that
floor of
cell
whatever building
that is
you're in,
spinning
and you
down
need to
here
put as many
west of
walls
Richwoods.
between you and the
Radar
outside
indicated
as
rotation.
possible. So that's
We
our
haven't had any
tornado
reports
warning.
of it actually
That's approaching
touching down,
Richwoods, the tornado
but
is.
radar indicated
North of that,
rotation is
this
strong,
is all
and
hail.
that's going to be
in
moving
Franklin
right over
County,
the Richwoods
up to
area
tennis ball
as we
size
head
hail
through the
perhaps.
next
That's
15 to
sliding
20
off to the
minutes,
east.
or
That's
right
why the
along
severe
the
thunderstorm warning stretches
Franklin and
across into
Washington
Jefferson County. It does
line
include
as it
Hillsborough
pushes to the
and
east.
Cedar
In
Hill. So it's
addition
all the way over to
to
Highway
that threat,
21
you also
for that
have the
severe
threat
thunderstorm
for
warning.
large hail and
This
damaging
tornado warning
winds
is because
here
of that
across
cell that is
parts of
spinning
Franklin
down here
County
west of
as this
Richwoods.
system continues
Radar
to move
indicated
to the east. These
rotation.
storms are tracking
We
about
haven't had
30
any
miles per
reports of it
hour,
actually
moving to
touching
the east
down,
right now.
but radar
They are
indicated
using
rotation
the
is strong,
instability or
and
the
that's going to be
fuel that's
moving right over the
available south
Richwoods
of St.
area
Louis.
as we head through
More
the
of it's
next
available there
15 or
than in
20
the
minutes,
metro
or
area.
right
And because of
along
that,
the
that's what we're
Franklin
looking at
and
with the
Washington
potential of the
County
severe weather, at
lines
least
as it
right
pushes to the
now,
east. In
being
addition
focused just
to that
south of
threat,
St.
you
Louis.
also have the
That's
threat
why
for
there's a new
large
tornado
hail and
watch that's in
damaging
effect for
winds
all of our
here
southern
across
counties here.
parts
That does
of
include
Franklin
the areas
County
just
as
south
this
of
system
St. Louis.
continues
Does
to move to
include
the east.
Jefferson
These storms
County
are
over
tracking
into
about
Monroe
30
County,
miles per
Illinois.
hour,
So
moving to the
tornado
east
warning in
right
effect
now.
right now.
They are
Southeastern portions
using
of
the
Franklin
instability
County,
or the
northern
fuel
portions
that's
of
available
Washington
south of St.
If you're on
Louis.
this stretch of
More of it's
highway
available there
that,
than in the metro
runs
area.
through
And because of
Richwoods
that, that's what we're
and off
looking
to the
at with
east,
the potential of
you
the
know,
severe
Highway
weather, at
47
least
slips right
right
through there.
now,
If you're
being
in that
focused
area,
just south of
you
St.
need to be in
Louis.
your safe spot
That's
right
why there's
now.
a new tornado
Here's the
watch that's in effect
circulation.
for all of
Here's
our
where
southern
we have the
counties
back
here.
edge of that
That
kind
does
of
include the
rotating
areas
through.
just
This is going
south
to
of
be the
St.
area
Louis.
we
Does
watch
include
as we
Jefferson County
continue
over
through
into
the
Monroe
course
County,
of the
Illinois.
next
So
15
tornado
to 30
warning in
minutes
effect
to
right
see
now.
if it can
Southeastern
maintain
portions of
the
Franklin County,
circulation,
northern
to see
portions
if it
of
can
Washington
strengthen
County.
and tighten
If
that
you're on this
circulation.
stretch of
When
highway
circulation's
that
tightened,
runs
it's an indication
through
that the
Richwoods
storms are about ready
and off
to
to the
drop
east,
something.
you
So
know,
here's the
Highway
area we're
47
watching
slips
right
right through
here,
there.
coming into the
If
Richwoods
you're in
region
that
right now,
area,
a lot
you
of
need to be in
strong
your
winds
safe spot
also
right now.
back
There's
behind
the
this,
circulation.
also
Here's
farther
where
to the
we have
north.
the back edge
There's
of that
also
kind of
large hail
rotating
here.
through.
Wind
This is going to be the area
golf
we
balls
watch
and
as we
perhaps tennis
continue
ball
through the
size
course
hail
of the
is
next
definitely
15
possible,
to 30
very
minutes
close
to
to
see
the
if it can
Washington
maintain
and now
the
Washington
circulation,
and
to see if it
Crawford
can
and
strengthen
Washington
and tighten
and
that
Franklin County
circulation.
lines. So
When
really, all in
circulation's
this
tightened,
area, more
it's an
concentrated
indication
at this
that
that the
point,
storms are
approaching
about
Highway
ready to
47.
drop something.
That's going to
so
impact
here's the
areas
area we're
perhaps around
watching right
Londell,
here, coming into the
perhaps around
Richwoods region
Grubville,
right
too.
now. A lot of
You know,
strong
with
winds
hail,
also
there's not much you
back
can do.
behind this,
You wanna
and
make sure
also
you're wearing
farther
your
to the
shoes right
north.
now, because if
There's
this is
also
wind-blown
large hail in here.
it could break
Wind-blown
windows.
golf
If the tornado,
ball to
which is
perhaps
tracking
tennis ball
closer to
size
Richwoods,
hail
that
is
potential
definitely
tornado
possible,
causes
very
damage,
close to the
then the
Washington
potential is
and
there
now
for
Washington
you to
and
end up
Crawford
seeing
and Washington
additional
and Franklin
debris
County
and
lines.
things
So
broken.
really,
So you
all
wear
in
your
this
shoes.
area,
You're
more
gonna go to the
concentrated at
lowest
this
spot
point,
of whatever
approaching
building we're
Highway
in.
47.
We're gonna put as many
That's going
walls
to impact
between us
areas
and the
perhaps
outside
around
as
Londell,
possible.
perhaps
Again,
around Grubville
this is a
too.
look at it.
You know,
from
with
just
hail,
what
there's
we
not
would
much you can
consider the
do.
regular
You want to make
radar
sure
view.
you're
We've
wearing
got
your
the,
shoes right now,
National
because
Weather
if this is
Service
wind-blown
mentioned
hail, it
Sullivan,
could break windows.
emergency crews
If
had
the tornado, which
extremely,
is tracking closer to
extreme
Richwoods,
flooding
that
and,
potential
a lot of
tornado
trees down,
causes
in
damage,
Wilson
then the
shortly.
potential is
Yeah.
there
Okay, and,
for
you know,
you
we
to
know
end
that
up seeing
given all the rain
additional
we've had right now
debris
and this more
things
torrential
broken.
rain,
So
you
you
get
wear
a
your
50
shoes.
or 60
We're
mile
going
an
to go
hour
to the
wind,
lowest
and
spot
you're
of
able
whatever
to blow
building
down
we're in.
trees
We're going to
easier
put as
because
many
the roots
walls
are not
between
being
us and
held
the
because of the
outside
wet
as
ground.
possible.
Storm trackers
Again,
out,
this is a
running this
look at
afternoon,
it
heading in these
from
general
just
directions
what
to
we
keep
would
us up to
consider
date.
the regular
Again,
radar
if you're
view,
in this
will.
Got
area
the
here
National
of
Weather
southern
Service
portions
is mentioned
of
in
Franklin
Sullivan.
County,
Emergency
this most
crews, they had
likely is where we're seeing the
extremely
largest of the hail.
extreme
This
flooding
area
and
right
a
in
lot of
here,
trees
just
down.
south of the
Mentioned
Franklin
they will
County
send
line,
pictures
appears to
shortly.
be where we have our
Okay, and
circulation,
you know, we
and
know
appears to
that
be where that potential
given all the rain
tornado
we've
is.
had right now
That's going
and
to
this
be
more
sliding
torrential rain,
towards
you get a
Richwoods,
50 or
and
60
you're
mile an
really,
hour wind,
within minutes,
and you're
it will
able
be
to
moving
blow down
into the
trees
Richwoods
easier
area.
because the roots
As this
are not
looks
being
like
held
it may
because of the
actually
wet
be
ground.
strengthening a
Storm
little bit
trackers
in that
out
area.
running
And
this
this
afternoon,
hail
heading
core
in
up
these
here to
general
the north,
directions to keep us
that
up to
is
date.
an incredible
Again,
hail
if you're
core.
in this
Golf
area
ball
here
to
of
perhaps
southern
up to
portions
tennis
of
ball
Franklin County,
size hail. So just
this
kind of
most likely
tracking
is where we're
this
seeing the
whole line
largest of the hail.
farther to the
This
east.
area right in
Richwoods,
here, just
Moffett,
south of the Franklin
Ware,
County line,
Fletcher.
appears
Those
to
are the
be where we
towns
have
that
our
are on your map.
circulation and
There are
appears
other
to be where that
small
potential
towns in
tornado
these areas
is. That's
here
going to be
that we'll be
sliding
dealing with.
towards
Highway
Richwoods,
47,
and you're really,
right now, once
within
you get up
minutes,
into
it will
far
be
northern,
moving
once
into
you
the
get north of
Richwoods
Richwoods
area.
on Highway
As this
47,
looks like, it
it's
may
raining
actually
so
be
hard all the
strengthening
way
a
up to
little
St.
bit in
Clair,
that
you
area.
can hardly
And this
see,
hail
which is
core
a
up
bad
here to
thing
the
because
north,
there's also
that
wind
is
with this
an
storm,
incredible hail
and
core.
you have
Golf
a
ball
ton of
to
trees
perhaps
on
up
the
to
side of the
tennis
road.
ball
This is what it looked
size
like just
hail.
a
So
few
just
minutes
kind of
ago
tracking
in
this
Sullivan.
whole line,
And of course, we
farther to
appreciate
the
your
east.
pictures, but we want
Richwoods,
you to be
Moffett,
safe
Ware,
when you are
Fletcher.
able to
Those are the
send them
towns
to
that
us.
are on
This
your
is
map.
video from
There
Sullivan
are other
of the
small
strong
towns in
winds,
these
and you can
areas
see that
here
torrential
that we'll be
rain.
dealing
And
with.
now, Anthony,
Highway
we're telling
47,
Sullivan
right now, once you
police
get
are
up into
reporting
far northern,
significant
once you get
flooding
north
in
of
that area
Richwoods on
now.
Highway 47,
Yeah.
it's raining so hard all the way up to
trees
St.
down,
Clair,
yeah,
you can
emergency
hardly see,
manager there
which is a
in
bad thing
Lots
because
of
there's also
lightning
wind
with
with this
this,
storm,
trees down,
and you
and,
have a
extreme
ton of
flooding
trees
as
on
it
the
moves,
side of the
closer
road.
to
This is what it looked like just a few minutes ago in Sullivan. And of course, we appreciate your pictures, but we want you to be safe when you are able to send them to us. But this is video from Sullivan of the strong winds, and you can see that torrential rain.
And that's going to be
And
part
now,
of the
Anthony,
problem
you were
with this
telling
as
me
we go
Sullivan
through this. If
police
these
are
storms do
reporting
get wrapped
significant
in the
flooding
rain,
in that area
that's
now.
possible, then you're not even going to have a chance.
Trees down.
trees down.
That's
Yeah,
from the
we've
emergency
right on
manager
going
there
outside
in
taking a
Sullivan.
video.
Lots of
They
lightning
disrupt
with
the way.
this,
Do
trees
not do that
down,
right now.
and extreme
Appreciate it.
flooding
We can
as
have
it
use
moves
the radar.
closer to
Be safe.
Richwoods and eventually into Jefferson County.
And the large
We're
hail,
also getting a
again,
report
that's
of a
really
spotter
focused
north of
in this
Richwoods
area,
reporting
this
a tornado on the
corridor
ground, but
here
hard
in
to
southern
see.
portions
Rain
of
wrapped,
Franklin
and I mean
County.
that's.
Northern portions
Yeah,
of
and
You
that's
saw the
gonna be-
rain from Sullivan. You can't see much out there.
And that's going to be
Very
part of the
close to or
problem
just
with
north
this
of
as we
Richwoods,
go through this. If
potentially where we
these
are
storms do
seeing
get
that,
wrapped in the rain, and
tornado
that's
right now as it
that's
continues
possible,
to track
then you're
onto
not
the
even
east.
going to
I
have a
suspect
chance to
these
see a
warnings
tornado
are
until
gonna
clouds.
Gonna get dragged
Right
Yeah,
on
and then you're going outside taking a video and boom, getting swept away. So do not do that.
No.
We appreciate it, but we can use the radar.
Yeah, be safe.
That usually, that's just off the
And
radar.
the large hail,
It's just off the
again,
radar,
that's
but
really focused
it
in this
usually reads a
area,
little
this
high.
corridor here
But
in
nonetheless,
southern portions
you know,
of
tennis ball
Franklin
size,
County. Northern
baseball
portions of
size
Washington
hail,
County, right along
that's
the
a big
Franklin
deal.
County line,
That's a live
very
look down
close
towards
to or
Cuba,
just north
Anthony.
of
You can
Richwood,
see how it
potentially
looks
where we are
behind
seeing
this
that
system. This is behind
tornado
on
right
that
now
side.
as it continues to track onto the east.
Very
I
ominous
suspect
sky.
these
You're gonna
warnings
see a lot of
are
scary
going to
looking
get
clouds
dragged
this
farther
afternoon,
east
and some of
before
those
all is
clouds
said and
are
done.
going to produce
I'm
severe
getting
weather.
a
That's
hail
what we're seeing
indicator
right
there
now. There's your
of
hail.
close to 4
Largest
inches out of
hail
that storm.
making its way
And
right
that's
along the
just
Franklin,
off the
Washington
radar.
County line
That's just
right
off the
now,
radar.
approaching
But
Highway
and
47,
it usually reads a
and
little
this
high.
area very close
But
to or just
nonetheless,
north of Richwoods,
you know,
where
tennis
we
ball
believe we
size,
have the potential
baseball
for the tornado
size hail,
as it
that's a big
continues to
deal.
slide
That's a
onto
live
the
look
east,
down towards
moving
Cuba,
at about
Anthony.
30
You can
miles
see
per
how
hour.
it
You know,
looks
Scott,
behind
the
this system.
tornado
This is
warning
behind
actually
it on
goes
the
until
backside.
12:15 here. And I mean, we're about
A
12
very
now,
ominous sky.
so
You're going to
really
see a
just
lot
about
of
5
scary
more
looking
minutes. I would
clouds this
suspect they're gonna
afternoon,
extend
and
this.
some of
I'm
those
pretty sure
clouds
they will
are going to
extend it
produce
until
severe
maybe
weather as what
12:20.
we're seeing
Yeah,
right
well,
now.
they'll
There's your
probably
hail,
issue a new warning
largest hail
downstream to
working
take
its
us
way
farther
right along
into
the
Jefferson
Franklin,
County.
Washington
And
County
which
line
brings
right
us to the
now,
point.
approaching
If
Highway
you live in
47,
Jefferson County,
and this
especially
area
the
very
southern
close
portions
to
of
or just
Jefferson
north
County,
of Richwoods,
Hillsborough,
where we
DeSoto,
believe
over
we
to
have the
Festus,
potential for the
where
tornado
anywhere in
as
that
it continues
area,
to
north of
slide
Valley
onto
Line,
the east,
if you're in
moving
that
at about
area,
30 miles
you're
per
not under
hour.
a
There
tornado
You know,
you
warning
Scott,
see that.
just yet.
the
You probably
tornado
will
warning
be.
actually goes
You
until
have some time
12:15 here,
here.
and I mean
You
we're
have
about
15,
12:10
20
now, and
minutes
so
to
really just
get
about 5 more
yourself
minutes.
to
I
a
would
safe
suspect they're
place
going to
if you're
extend
in a
this.
mobile
I'm
home,
pretty
if
sure
you're
they
in
will
manufacturing.
extend it.
Probably
and
until about maybe
need to be
12:20
in
or
some
Yeah,
safe
well, they'll
shelter
probably issue a
for
new
a
warning
storm that looks
downstream
like
to
this.
take us farther
This is,
into
you know,
Jefferson
very
County.
supercell
Which
looking
brings us to the
storm.
point.
Lots
If
of
you
very
live in
large
Jefferson
hail here on
County,
the
especially
north
the
side
southern
of it,
portions of
and then
Jefferson
you have
County,
that circulation
Hillsborough,
here
DeSoto,
that's
over to
in the general
Festus,
vicinity
Ware,
of
anywhere in
Richwoods.
that
It's kinda hard
area
to
north of Valley
pinpoint
Line,
exactly
if you're in
where
that area,
tightest
you're not
circulation
under a
is
tornado
based on
warning
what we're
just yet.
seeing out
You
of the radar
probably
right
will
now,
be,
but
but you
you
have
see
some
how it's
time
moving
here.
and
You
how
have
it's
15, 20
maintained and
minutes
stayed
to
together.
get yourself
It may go
to
to
a safe
tornado
place
if
if
there
you're
is
in a
one that
mobile
touches
home,
down.
if you're in a
May go
manufactured home.
just to the
You
north
need
of
to be in
Richwoods,
substantial
right along
shelter
the county
for a
line
storm
there
that looks
with
like
Franklin
this.
County
This
and
is,
Washington
you
You may
know,
have
very
already mentioned this, but the
supercell
National
looking
Weather Service
storm.
said they are going
Lots
to
of very
issue a
large hail
tornado
here on the
warning
north
into
side of it,
Jefferson County.
and then you have that
And
circulation
they
here
are
that's
going to
in the
be
general
increasing,
vicinity
they're
of
watching the
Richwoods. It's kind of hard to
increasing hail threat,
pinpoint exactly
size of
where that
baseball
tightest
size,
circulation is
hail
based on
that
what we're
is
seeing
Well,
out of the
we
radar
said
right
that,
now,
you
but
know,
you see
the
how it's
4-inch
moving and how it's
indicator off of the
maintained and
radar.
stayed
That's true.
together. It may
Baseball's
go the
2.75
tornado if there
inches,
is
I
one that
believe.
touches down. May
So,
go just
I
to
mean,
the
that's
north
big
of
hail,
Richwoods,
and that's a problem,
right along the
especially-
county
it's a
line
problem
there
if it's
with
falling when
Franklin
there's no
County
Scott,
and Washington.
It's a
you may
bigger
have already
problem if
mentioned
it's
this, but
falling
the
within
National
50
Weather
or
Service
60
said they
mile
are
per hour
going to
winds.
issue a
Potentially
new
there
tornado
is.
warning
So
into Jefferson
wind-driven
County.
hail,
And
we thought they
you know,
would.
you
they
gotta
are
stay
going
away
to
from
be
windows
increasing,
indoors
or
here.
they're,
But
This
they're
is the
watching
track
the increasing
of the
hail
worst
threat
part
of
of this
size
storm.
of baseball.
On the southern side
size
of that,
hail
really,
in the storm.
well,
Fastest
we said
going
that,
back
you know,
to the Washington,
the
Franklin
4-inch
County line,
indicator
kind
off of the
perhaps
radar.
that's true.
That's where the
Baseball's
greatest tornado
2.75
threat
inches, I
appears to be
believe.
right now. The greatest
So,
hail threat
I mean, that's
appears to
big
be
hail,
on the
and that's a
north
problem,
side of
especially,
that storm.
it's a
But
problem
again,
if it's
hail
falling
up
when
to the
there's no
size
wind.
of
It's a bigger
baseballs,
problem if
or
it's falling
perhaps
when there's
larger
50 or
with
60
this.
mile
Now
per
we're
hour winds,
starting
which
to get
potentially
that
there
red
is.
and dark red
So,
and orange in
wind-driven
there. So
hail,
the hail indicator,
you know, you got to stay away from
definitely
windows and
showing
doors here.
us,
But this is the
what
track
one
of
would
the worst
consider
part
near
of this
giant-size
storm.
hail, definitely
On the
very
southern
large.
side of
Scott,
that,
this
really,
video that one of the
Festus
emergency
going back to
managers
the
said,
Washington,
you see
Franklin
this
County line,
water
kind of
just
south
flowing
of
over
that
the road
line.
into,
That's where the
into an area
greatest
where there's a
tornado
house.
threat appears to
I mean,
be
so
right
much
now.
water has
The
come down in
greatest
a short
hail
amount of
threat
time.
appears to be
You know,
on
that's
the
why you have
north
flash flood
side
warning. That's in
of
place.
that
I mean, there's so
storm.
many
But again,
polygons on the map
hail
right
up
now.
to the size
The
of
threat for
baseballs,
tornadic
or
activity and, of
perhaps
course,
larger
flash
with
flooding.
this.
So
Now
even
we're
though
starting
you
to
may not
get
you know,
that red
hail
and
or
dark red and
tornado,
orange
the
in
heavy
there. So
rain could really
the
be
hail
an issue,
indicator
especially, you know, if you're heading out for lunch break
definitely
right now, and you're just
showing
thinking,
us
I gotta go grab lunch,
what one
may
would
wanna
consider
put
near
those
giant
plans on
size
pause
hail.
right
Yeah,
Definitely
there's the
very
storm
large.
tracker
You know,
right
Scott,
now.
this
You
video
can
that one of the
they are traveling on
emergency
side
management
roads.
said,
They
you
are not
see
even
there's
in the city.
water just flowing over the road into,
So they're probably
into an
heading
area
back
where
to
there's
the
a
north
house.
and have a view.
I mean, so much
of
water
that
has come
storm.
down in
Yeah,
a short
there's a
amount
new
of
tornado
time.
warning, guys.
You know, that's why you have a
Franklin
flash flood
County,
warning in
Jefferson
some places. I mean, there's so many
County,
polygons on the map right
Washington
now.
County,
The
until
threat for
1
tornadic
p.m.
activity and, of course, the
Until
flash
1
flooding. So
p.m.
even
Again,
though
this
you may
storm is
not get,
moving east at about
hail
30
or a
miles an hour,
tornado,
so heads
the
up,
heavy
Cedar
rain
Hill
could really be an
to
issue,
Festus,
especially if you're
everybody
headed out to
in-
lunch break
in
right
pretty
now. You're
much
just thinking,
southern
oh, I got to go
portions
grab lunch.
of
You may
Jefferson
want to
County
put those
under
plans on
tornado
pause right
warning
now.
Yeah, there's
now.
the storm tracker
And
right
again,
now, and you can
watching
see
not only very
they are
large
traveling
hail,
on
the
side
flash
roads. They are
flooding
not
They
that
were
only
we've
down in
seen,
Bon Terre for a
the
while. I'm not
massive
sure exactly.
lightning.
So they're
And I
probably heading
believe
back
storm
to the
tracker
north and
is
have a
out and
view of
Okay,
that
so they're on
storm.
67
Yeah, there's a new
north of
tornado
Bon
warning,
Terre.
guys. Franklin
Okay, so
County,
Tracy
Jefferson
Henson, you're on
County,
67
and Washington
north of
County
Bon Terre.
until
Can you
1
hear me?
p.m. Until 1 p.m. Again, this storm is moving east at about 30 miles an hour,
Oh,
so
she's
heads
on
up
21 in
Cedar Hill
Hillsborough.
to
Okay, so
Festus,
she's in
everybody
Jefferson
in,
County.
in pretty much
They're
southern
being safe.
portions
They'll get to a
of
spot.
Jefferson
Meteorologist
County
Tracy Henson,
under a
she's
tornado
well
warning
versed
now.
on stay safe.
And again, watching not only very large hail, the flash flooding that we've seen, the massive lightning, and I believe storm tracker is out and about.
Okay, so they're on 67 north of Bon Terre. The new tornado
Okay,
warning
so
that
Tracy
now
Henson,
goes
you're
1
on
o'clock for
67
Jefferson County, and also
north of
Franklin
Bon
County.
Terre.
Even Washington.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, they
Okay.
clipped that northeastern portion of Washington County, just kind of where this storm is
Oh,
right
she's on
now,
21 in
and then
Hillsborough.
southeastern
Okay, so
portions
she's
of
in
Franklin
Jefferson County.
and
Hopefully
over
they're
into
being
portions
safe and they'll get to a
of
spot.
Jefferson County.
Meteorologist
Most
Tracy
of the
Henson,
southern
she's
parts
well
of
versed
Jefferson
on how to
County.
stay
So
safe and
in many
these types of
areas,
scenarios. I know a lot of folks
the
worry about
tornado
us as well
sirens go off
when we're
for
out
the
tracking these
entire
storms.
county.
So
Even
she
though it may
is
only be a
prepared, and
small
we're
part
hoping
of
to
the
get you
county.
prepared
So
as
you
well
may
with
be
these
hearing
images and, of course,
tornado
the Doppler
sirens
radar
in
that
Arnold,
shows
parts
the
of
new
Fenton.
tornado
You
warning
may
that
be
now
hearing
goes until
tornado
1 o'clock
sirens.
for Jefferson
You are
County
not
and also
dealing
Franklin
with a
County.
tornado
Even
threat
Washington, it looks like
in
in there
northern
as well.
Jefferson
Yeah, they
County.
clipped
That
that
tornado
northeastern
threat
portion of
is in
Washington
southern
County, just kind of
Jefferson
where
County
this
right
storm
now.
is right
The
now,
baseball
and then
sized hail
southeastern
threat
portions
is in
of Franklin
central
County
portions of
and
Jefferson
over
County.
into portions
The tornado
of
itself right
Jefferson
now
County.
looks like
Most of
it's
the southern
just to the
parts of
east,
Jefferson
maybe
County. So
northeast
in many
of,
areas,
Richwoods
the
at this
tornado
point,
sirens go
and that's
off
going to
for
be
the
sliding
entire
towards
county,
Maupin.
even
It
though it
could
may
impact
only be a
DeSoto,
small
it
part
could
of the county.
eventually
So you
impact
may be
Festus,
hearing tornado
but down
sirens
Highway
in Arnold,
21
parts
here
of Fenton.
is the
You
area
may
that
be
we're
hearing
really
tornado
tracking
sirens.
with these
You are
storms
not
and the
dealing with a
potential that you're
tornado
going to get the
threat
worst of
in
the
northern
severe
Jefferson
weather
County.
here in
That
these
tornado
areas. So
threat is in
Grubville,
southern
you're
Jefferson
just
County
moments
right
away
now.
from
The
the worst
baseball
of it
sized
really
hail
sliding
threat
in
is in
into your
central
direction.
portions of
Hillsborough,
Jefferson County.
DeSoto,
The
Hematite,
tornado itself right
Olympian
now
Village,
looks like it's
Heavenly,
just to the
Selma,
east,
all
maybe
in the path of the
northeast
storm.
of
You need to be in your
Richwoods
safe
at this
place
point,
in these
and that's going to be
areas right
sliding
now.
towards Maupin.
Yes,
It
we're getting
could
pictures
impact
here, too, of
DeSoto.
hail,
It could
that's
eventually
covering the
impact
ground. It looks
Festus,
like snow,
but down Highway
in parts of
21
St.
here
Clair,
is
Missouri.
the area that we're
Also,
really
there was a
tracking
report
with these
of a
storms
roadway,
and the
Little
potential
Boone
that you're
Creek
going to get the
Road,
worst of the severe weather here
which is
in these
actually,
areas. So
covered in water right now,
Grubville,
and,
you're just
emergency
moments away
management
from
says it
the
possibly
worst of it
washing
really
out.
sliding
Yeah,
in
that's
into
So we
your
always talk about,
direction.
you know, turn around,
Hillsborough,
don't drown.
DeSoto,
You think the road's there,
Hematite,
and it
Olympian
may not be.
Village,
So if you,
Peevely,
live in that
Selma,
area, you
all
know,
in
Little
the
Boone
path
Creek
of the
Road,
storm.
I would
You
avoid
need
that
to be
area
in
right
your
now.
safe
If there's water
place
over the roads,
in
and this
these
is going to be
areas
another
right
threat
now.
this afternoon.
Yeah, Scott, we're
like
getting
we needed
pictures here
another
too
one.
of hail
But when you
that's
have all this
covering the
heavy
ground. I
rain
mean, it looks like
and hail,
snow.
and that's
In
rushing
parts of
off
St.
because
Clair,
the ground is
Missouri.
so saturated, it
Also,
has
there
no
was a
place to
report
go.
of a
So
roadway,
when that
Little
fills up the
Boone
little
Creek
creeks and
Road,
streams, if they go through and over
which
a
is
road,
actually
it's very
covered in
easy
water
for
right
them in
now.
many
And
cases
emergency
to
management
wash
says it's
out that
possibly
little
washing
bridge,
out.
if you will.
Yeah, that's
So
a
we
problem.
always
You're
talk about,
driving
you know,
along,
turn
you
around,
see
don't
some water,
drown.
you don't know
You
if
think the
it's
road's
washed
there,
out or not.
and
So
it may not be.
don't-
So if
please
you
do not
live in that
drive
area,
through
you know,
flooded
Little
roads
Boone Creek
this
Road,
afternoon,
I would avoid that
especially in
area
this
right
hilly
now.
If there's
terrain
water over the
where
roads,
we've
and
got
this is going to be
fast-flowing
another
water
threat this
running
afternoon,
across those roads.
like we needed
Hail
another
core
one.
right now,
But when you have
right
all
on
this heavy
Highway
rain and
47,
hail,
it is
and that's
north
rushing off
of
because the ground is so
Washington,
saturated, it has no
Franklin
place to
County
go.
line. Grubville,
So when that fills up
perhaps
the little
Longdale,
creeks and streams,
you're in the
if they
path of
go
that
through
really
and
big
over
hail.
a road,
We're
it's very
talking
easy for them
nearly
in many
giant-sized
cases
hail, up to
to
the size
wash
of
out that
baseballs,
little bridge,
perhaps
if
a
you
little
will.
bit larger.
And you're driving
Richwoods,
along
you're
and you
not
see
getting
some
some
water.
hail.
You don't know if
That
it's washed out or
circulation
not. So
and
don't,
potential
please do
tornado
not drive through
prompted the
flooded
tornado
roads
warning.
this
Probably
afternoon,
one of the reasons why they have
especially in
the
this
tornado
hilly
warning
terrain
extended farther
where we've got
north as
fast-flowing
well,
water
is because
running
of the
across those
destructive
roads.
hail in
Your hail
combination
core
with
right
that
now,
tornado threat.
right on
While
Highway
the tornado
47,
threat
and it is
to the
north
south, the destructive
of
hail
the
is to
Washington,
north.
Franklin
This was
County
one
line.
warning that
Grubville,
will set off
perhaps
all the
Longdale,
phones
you're in the path of
and
that
do
really
all the
big
tone
hail.
alerts
We're
on the radio
talking
stations
nearly giant
so
size
that
hail, up to
everyone
the
can
size
get
of
involved. That's
baseballs,
why your phone has
perhaps a
gone
little
off
bit
this
larger.
afternoon. Now,
Richwoods,
your
you're not
sirens
getting
may
some
have
hail.
gone off.
That
This
circulation
Sullivan
and
video
potential
here.
That's the one I was
tornado,
talking
which
about with
prompted the
the,
tornado
water
warning,
covering
and
into the-
probably
into
one of the
the
reasons
house.
why they had the
You can
tornado
see it,
warning
it's flowing
extended
like a
farther
river, and then
north
boom,
as
you
well is
got a
because
water,
of the
area
destructive
there
hail
covered
in
in,
combination with
road
that
there
tornado
covered in
threat. While the tornado
and
threat
that's
is to
Sullivan
the
area.
south,
The main
the
supercell
destructive
is
hail is
past
to the
Sullivan,
north.
but look what's
This was
developing
one
behind
warning
it. This is
that
what we
will
were
set
thinking.
off
And
all
like
of the
Anthony was saying
phones
earlier,
and
you might
do
have
all the
already
the
heard
tone
of the tornado
alerts on the
warnings, and then
radio
we'll watch that
stations
next cell
so that
behind it,
everyone can
and you
get
might hear
involved.
the
That's why
tornado
your
warnings
phone has
again.
gone
That would
off
be
this
a new
afternoon. Now,
warning.
your
Well, on
sirens
days
may
like
have
this,
gone
you
off.
get a big storm.
This
Yeah,
Sullivan
there's-
video here.
That's
with
the one I was
flooding.
talking about
Yeah.
with the water covering
And
into
this
near the
is
house.
holding together.
I
The
mean,
one
you can
behind
see
it looks just
flowing
as
like a
intense
river,
as the
and then
first
boom,
one. So this is
you
one
got
of
a
those
water,
days where
area
there's so
there
much
covered in,
instability in our
a road there
atmosphere
covered
where
in water.
one storm may come
Yeah,
through,
and
the
the-
Sullivan area.
The main supercell has passed Sullivan, but look what's developing behind it. This is what we were thinking. And like Anthony was saying earlier, you might have already heard of the tornado warnings, and then we'll watch that next cell behind it, and you might hear the tornado warnings again. That would be a new warning.
Well, and on days like this,
I
you
don't
know,
know
you
if
think
any
you
of
get a
the
big
schools
storm,
have
it clears
tried
the
early
atmosphere out,
dismissal
right? We're back to
today, or
stable
any
air.
other
I got to get out of here. And this
Parkway
is
is-
holding together. The one
No,
behind
after
it looks
school
just
hours.
as intense as the first one. So this is one of those days where there's so much
I think what's
instability
going to
in our
happen, because
atmosphere
kids,
where
if they haven't,
one storm
if they
may
didn't
come
do an early
through, it's
dismissal
not going to
before
clear
now,
things out. And
with this
give you
activity
the
in and
okay, the
around
all
the St.
clear. It
Louis
looks like there's
area,
more
and
behind them.
particularly to the south.
And
we'll
Kay Quinn,
leave it
she's
on
been
this
helping us
broader
with these
perspective
reports.
here
It
just
sounds
for a
like
second,
in
Judy,
Berkeley,
okay?
Missouri, the
I've
Boeing
got a
plant
couple of other
is
details
actually
out of
sending,
Franklin
they just sent
County.
all their
There's a
employees home
fire
for the
in
day.
an
And
attic
probably a good
reported
idea when
just
it comes
east
to,
of the
just
Union
staying safe.
area.
No, and I don't know if
Fairway
any of the
Drive,
schools have
believed to
tried early
been sparked by
dismissal
lightning.
today, or I know a
And
Well,
lot
I
of
got to get out of here. That's
We may have seen
Parkway
that
is
on the camera a little
no
earlier.
after
The
school
smoke
like
may
that.
delay Parkway may
believed
delay
that
dismissal
came from
depending
this
on the
fire.
weather
Yeah.
at the time.
I think what's going to happen, because kids, if they didn't do an early dismissal before now, with this activity in and around the St. Louis area, and particularly to the south, and we'll leave it on this broader perspective here just for a second. You can see we have the radar on the screen.
I've got a couple of other details out of Franklin County. There's a fire in an attic reported just east of the Union area along Fairway Drive, believed to have been sparked by lightning.
First of all, let's
And
talk the
we
tornado.
may have seen that on the
That is for
MoDOT camera a little
northeastern
earlier, the
portions of
smoke we
Washington
were
County.
talking
The
about.
storm
It is
right now
believed
that's
that
possibly
came
producing
from
this
this
tornado,
fire.
the
And then, as
tornadic
Anthony mentioned,
potential
Little
of
Boone
this
Creek
storm
Road,
is right
the
along
Spring
the
Bluff
Jefferson,
area, the highway
Washington,
department is
Franklin
headed
County
to that
line.
area where the
Okay?
road
It
appears
is
to have been
moving to
washed
the
out
east.
due
That's
to
in
the
a direct
flooding and the
path
high
that will
water.
eventually All take right, it and you can over see we to have the Vestas. radar on the So screen. if you're in the We have southern the traffic portions cameras where you're of looking at Jefferson that heavy County, rainfall you need in to many be in your places. safe place. We're on a That's broader basement. perspective.
That's the
And we're going to
lowest
hold it
floor
on
of
this
whatever
broader perspective
building
just
you're
for a
in,
couple of
as many
minutes, and
walls
here's
between
why.
you and the
First of
outside
all,
as
let's talk the
possible.
tornado
Bathroom,
warning.
closet would
That
work.
is for
Cover your
northeastern
head.
portions of
We're wearing our
Washington County. The
shoes, right?
storm
Okay,
right now that's
that's
possibly
part
producing
one.
this tornado,
All right, we also
the
have
tornadic potential
large
of this
hail
storm is
across
right
much of the
along the
rest of
Jefferson,
southeastern Franklin
Washington,
County that's moving
Franklin
into
County
Jefferson
line.
County.
Okay,
That's
it is
probably
moving
going
to
to
the
stay
east.
just to the
That's in a
south of
direct
Arnold.
path
The
that
hail
will
up to the
eventually take
size
it over to
of
Festus.
tennis balls,
So if you're in the
perhaps.
southern
Maybe baseball
portions
with
of
that.
Jefferson County,
Looking back
you
to
need
the
to
west,
be in your
there's
safe
a
place.
flash
That's a
flood warning
basement.
that
That's
encompasses
the
much of
lowest
the
floor
area
of
that
whatever
just saw
building
this
you're
heavy
in.
rain
As
and
many
hail.
walls
We have
between you and the
flooding
outside as
ongoing right
possible.
now
Bathroom,
around Sullivan.
closet would work.
Many of the
Cover your head.
small
We're wearing our
creeks and
shoes, right?
streams
Okay,
quickly
that's
jumped
part
because
one.
the ground is
All right, we
totally
also have
saturated. Quickly
large
jumped due to
hail
flooding.
across
Now
much
we're
of
back
the
to
rest
this
of
broader
southeastern
view.
Franklin County
Notice
that's
there are
moving
still
into
thunderstorms
Jefferson
in the
County.
flash flood
That's
warning area
probably
here
going to
back to
stay
the
just
west,
to the
coming
south
down
of
to
Arnold,
Gasconade
but
into
hail
western
up to the
Franklin
size
We
of
have
tennis
non-severe
balls, perhaps,
thunderstorms
maybe
from
baseballs.
Innsbruck to
With that,
Warrenton,
looking
back
back
out
to
to
the
Herman.
west,
They are
there's a
pushing
flash
east.
flood warning
These will be
that
moving into
encompasses
the
much of
metro
the area
area.
that just
The
saw this heavy
instability
rain and
is
hail.
much
You have
greater
flooding
down to the
ongoing
south
right
of
now
St.
around
Louis. That's what's
Sullivan.
fueling
Many of the
these
small
storms. The
creeks and
instability is
streams
not as great
quickly
up farther to
jumped
the north
because
in
the
the
ground
immediate
is
metro
totally
area.
saturated. Quickly
We will
jumped
watch
and
these
are in
storms
flooding.
to see if they
Now
can
we're back
tap
to this
into
broader
any of
view.
that tries to
Notice
move
there's
in
still
up
thunderstorms in the
over
flash
and aloft
flood
of
warning
these
area
storms.
here back
Right
to the
now,
west, coming out of
that's not
Gasconade into
happening.
western
So
Franklin
in the
County.
immediate metro
We
area,
have
even though it's
non-severe
dark in St.
thunderstorms
Charles County,
from
and you're
Innsbruck
starting
to
to see the rain
Warrenton,
push in
back
towards
out to
Wentzville.
Herman. They are
It's
pushing
not
east.
severe there,
These will
and
be
there's
moving
more
into the
development
metro
back
area.
to the west
The
that's going to cause
instability
additional
is much
problems for
greater
days
down to the
Yeah,
south
the,
of St.
Ladue
Louis. That's
School
what's
District has
fueling
canceled
these
all of their
storms.
after-school
The instability is
activities.
not as great up farther to the north in the
Up
immediate
on
metro
Interstate
area.
270 at
We will watch
I-64,
these
as you mentioned,
storms to see if they can
no
tap
severe weather
into
in
any
the
of that that
immediate
tries to
area,
move in
but
up
traffic is
over and
already
aloft of
affected
these
in many
storms. Right
areas.
now,
Right at the MoDOT
that's
camera,
not
this
happening.
is
So in the
I-270
immediate metro
south
area,
near
even though it's
I-64,
dark in St. Charles County
and
and
just so
you're
you know,
starting
if
to see
you're
the rain
heading out or
push in
know
towards
someone who is
Wentzville,
out
it's
driving,
not
they
severe
may be
there,
late.
and there's
It
more
may take a little
development
while.
back to the west that's going
In
to
that
cause
area
us
around
additional
Ladue Road
problems
on
before the day
270,
is
they
done.
are doing
Scott, the
construction, so
Ladue
the
School
lanes on
District has
270 do
canceled all
narrow
of their
there,
after-school
and
activities
the
as
speed,
well.
slows down.
Yeah,
and
it's
people
surprising.
Up
It's not
on
even
Interstate
barely raining.
270
Yeah,
at
I don't think
I-64.
it- I don't think the
As
rain's
mentioned,
really
Scott,
made
no
it
severe
there
weather in the
just
immediate
yet.
area.
So here's
but
some golf
traffic
ball
is
size
already
hail
being
that we
affected
have
in
from
many
a viewer.
areas. We're
Elizabeth
trying to get the
this
MoDOT
into us.
cam up. This is
That's golf ball
I-270
size hail.
south
Look
near
at the jagged edges
I-64.
on that.
And just so you
I had
know, if
some
you're
hail
heading out
this
or
weekend at
know
my house.
someone
It was
who
almost
is out
perfectly round.
driving,
The jagged
they may be
edge is a
late.
very
It
good
may take a
indicator
little
there that
while.
you have a lot of
In that
wind
area around Ladue Road
within
on
that
270,
storm,
they
and
are
that's
doing
what's
construction,
stretching
so
that
the
hail
lanes
out.
on
So,
270 do
Elizabeth,
narrow
thanks for
there,
sending that in.
and
Again,
the speed.
hail
Surprising. It's not even
Yeah, I don't think the rain's really made it there just yet. So here's some golf ball size hail that we have from a viewer. Elizabeth sent this in to us. That's golf ball size hail. Look at the jagged edges. I had some hail this weekend at my house. It was almost perfectly round. The jagged edges there that you have a lot of wind within that storm, and that's what's stretching that hail. Thanks for sending that in again. Hail, another big threat now, and that is moving into Jefferson County. So we can zoom in on this part of the storm. This is the worst part of the storm that we're going to deal with here as we head through the next hour. The worst, most intense storm. Heavy hail, large up to the size perhaps of tennis balls, and then we also have that potential tornado circulation that is now starting to nudge its way east of Richwoods and into portions of Jefferson County. So here's where that bright red and green are meeting up here. And again, keep in mind, the radar scan runs, but there's still 3 minutes. By the time the radar processes all the information and has to go through all the internet channels, it takes a couple of minutes. But there's some really intense rotation here that's not too far from Richwoods, maybe crossing 185 now and then sliding off to the east. So if you're in these areas of northeastern Washington County going into the southern portions of Jefferson County, you need to be in your safe place at this point. And the hail size maybe has come down a little bit, Anthony, based on what we're seeing, but there's still a lot of wind in this, and we're also seeing that rotation staying there as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we just saw a picture of hail that was just sent in. Maybe we'll get this flipped here soon. The hail was just covering the ground. I thought it was an old photo of snow. It was that much hail, and it just looked just like snow covering the ground. So if you can put your plans on pause in the Jefferson County area, I know it's lunchtime. A lot of folks, especially, have this hour where they go get food. I would say maybe just wait today. Go to the vending machine in your office or something and get to your safe place as well. I mean, that's the bottom line here. You do not want to be traveling out in Richwoods right now and all those towns you see in Jefferson County.
And guys, just checking the power
I also
outages.
just
So
heard
Crawford
that the
County,
Mercy Hospital in Jefferson
851,
County
Gasconade
is
County,
sheltering in place
546,
right now, which is a
Franklin
good
County,
idea. I think a lot of people in
124, then
Jefferson
you
County
get
and
to
those towns
Washington
there
County,
that you
139.
see on your
Now, it's
screen,
only
you do need to be
two out right
hunkered
now in
down, safe
Jefferson
place,
County, but that's
basement,
likely going to
away
change
from windows.
as that
Again,
tornadic
if your
supercell continues
lunch break
to
is right
move
now,
into
I
Jefferson
would
County.
just one of those days where you might just have to be hungry because your safety is more important than actually venturing out in this kind of weather. You want to stay and it's unknown how far south.
And guys, just checking the power outages. So Crawford County, 851, Gasconade County, 546, Franklin County, 124. Then you get to Washington County, 139. Now it's only two out right now in Jefferson County, but that's likely going to change as that tornadic supercell continues to move into Jefferson County.
Yeah, we just got word too that Missouri State Highway Patrol is shutting down Highway 185 at East Vine, and it's unknown how far south they're going to have to shut that down. They also say they have a water rescue there ongoing right now. So, it seems as though, folks carrying on as business as usual and having issues now that, the water is overtaking the road. Of course, you think of the tornado and the tornadic threat. Yes, that's there. But one of the things that sometimes gets lost in the clutter is the flash flood potential. And it seems as though this storm is putting down so much rain that the roads and the ground is just having a hard time keeping up, the drainage systems as well. And so, we hear heavy rain, you hear flash flood, a lot of times it kind of goes to the back of your mind and you think,
we're going to get on to Max 2
but that seems to be
here
just
from
as
the
big a
band.
deal
If you can pop on
this
Max 2 and we'll see
afternoon
it
now,
kind of working in
as
there.
opposed to
We're going to do a
what we
little
usually see.
exploration
You get
on
a
this
little water
storm.
here and there, and
The supercell storm
go on about your
that is
business.
down
So
to the
again, that
south
was
of
Missouri
St.
State
Louis.
Highway
This is
Patrol
the one
shutting
that's
down
working its way
185,
out
which
of
where we saw that
Franklin
roll right
County
through
into
Sullivan
Jefferson
into
County,
the
into
parts of
northeastern
Washington and
portions
Crawford
of
County. So
Washington
that's
County
east
right
of
now.
Vine.
This is
Or
the
at East
storm we
Vine,
are
excuse
most
me,
concerned
185
about.
at East
It
Vine.
is the
That's pretty
storm
close
right
to where
now
that
that is
tornado, I think,
producing
just went
large
through
hail
Sullivan, too.
and
Not too
it's
far away.
potentially
All right,
producing a tornado.
so
It
we're going
looks
to get
like
on to
that
Max
circulation at
2
this
here
point.
for me
We're
here
gonna
at the
pop the
band. If you
velocity
could pop
on
on
here.
Max 2 and you
That
just see it
circulation
kind of working in
looks
there.
like it's
We're going
in
to do a
this
little
general
exploration
vicinity,
on this storm.
north
The
of
supercell
Richwoods, moving
storm
to the east.
that is
Now,
down to the
it
south
may be a little farther
of St.
east than
Louis. This is the
I don't
one
know
that's working its
exactly
way
when this
out
radar
of
picture was.
Franklin
It's a
County
couple,
into
3 minutes
Jefferson
old.
County,
These
into
storms are moving about
northeastern
30
portions
miles
of
per hour to
Washington
the
County
east.
right now.
So again,
this
if you're
is
in
the
the
storm
path
we
of
are
this,
most concerned
you need
about.
to be,
It is the
in
storm
your
right
safe
now
place right
that
now.
is
You're going
producing
about 30
large
miles per
hail,
hour.
and
So let's
it's
see if we
potentially
can't track
producing a
this for
tornado.
you.
And it looks like that
Just where
circulation
that-
at this
I'm gonna give
point
you We're going to pop the velocity on here.
Well, there it is.
That circulation looks like it's in this general vicinity,
where Fletcher,
north of Richwoods, moving to the east. Now, it may be a little farther east than this. I don't know exactly when this radar picture was.
Here in this bright
couple
color,
of 3 minutes old.
certainly
These storms are moving about 30 miles per hour to the east. So again, if you're in the path of this, you need to be in your safe place right now. They're going about 30 miles per hour. So let's see if we can't track this for you. Just where that, I'm going to give you I'm not sure
showing
what I'm
us
do.
what's going on.
Well, there it is.
And
that track here goes off to the
large
east,
hail to the north of
where
that.
Fletcher,
It's
DeSoto,
right on
hematite.
the line here
Eventually over to
with
Jefferson.
Jefferson
All right, it's going
as
on. This
well
storm's going
as,
to make it all the way to the Mississippi River. There's
And
no
Scotty,
question.
they were
The
saying on the
winds
National
here
Weather
in this
Service
bright
chat,
color
so just
certainly
watching that area
indicative
of hail
of very
that will be impacting
intense
Hillsborough
rotation.
very soon.
Okay,
up to
the ones coming
baseball-sized
towards the
hail.
radar,
here's
the ones
State
going away
Road
from the radar.
Y.
The
All right,
radar's
that's Highway
almost,
Y.
it's right up the road
Here's,
here, so it's
WW.
not, it doesn't have the best
it's
view of
coming
it,
out of
but
Franklin
nonetheless,
County
it's
and
showing
moving
us what's
the-
going on.
you're gonna get some large
And
hail in
you can
Grubville, but the
see
largest
this is
will
the
be
large
just to
hail
your
to the
south,
north of
and
that.
then it's moving
that's
off to the
right
east.
on
So
the
this
line
giant
here
hail,
with Jefferson
Morse Mill,
as
into
well
Cottage
as
Farms, eventually
And
into
Scotty,
Franklin
they were saying
County.
on the
State
National Weather
Highway
Service
B,
chat,
that's
so
Collins
just
Drive,
watching that area of
State
hail
Highway C,
that
there's
will be
where.
impacting
Here's Highway
Hillsborough
21.
very soon,
Right,
up
there's
to
Highway 21.
baseball-sized
Hail
hail.
is your
So here's
biggest threat
State
here,
Road
along
Y.
with strong
All right,
winds.
that's Highway
So
Y.
we broaden that
Here's,
back out,
WW.
and then we look at where the circulation
All right,
is.
it's coming
Somewhere
out
in
of Franklin
here,
County
now crossing
and moving.
into
You're going to
this
get some
area
large hail in
that will
Grubville,
approach
but the
DeSoto
largest will
in
be
the next
just
few
to your
minutes.
south,
We've
and
heard
then
from
it's
several
moving
school
off to the
districts,
east.
and that's
So
a
this
look at
giant
185
hail,
in Sullivan at
Morse
44,
Mill
you can see
into
it's
Cottage
still
Farms,
pouring
eventually
there
into
right now.
Hillsborough.
We've
So
heard
that's
from
State
several
Highway
school
B,
districts
that's Collin
that
Drive,
will be
State Highway C,
postponing their
there's where.
after-school activities.
Here's Highway 21. All right, there's
Ladue,
Highway
Wentzville,
21.
and Parkway
Hail
are
is
the
your
three
biggest
that
threat
we've
here,
heard from
along
that
with
will not
strong
do
winds.
after-school
So we
activities
broaden that back out,
Keep in mind,
and then we look at where the circulation is. Somewhere in here, now crossing into this area that will approach DeSoto
most
in the
of
next
the
few minutes.
school superintendents
We've heard from
are on
several
National
school
Weather
districts,
Service
and that's a
chat.
look at 185 in
They-
Sullivan at
most of them
44. You can
work
see it's
closely with the National
still
Weather Service.
pouring
They
there
will not
right now.
release your
We've
kids
heard from
this
several of
afternoon
the school
in
districts
storms
that
like this to
will
go
be
home on a bus.
postponing their
All right,
after-school
so
activities.
there may be late dismissals later on this
Ladue,
afternoon. They will
Wentzville, and
hold the
Parkway
kids at
are the
school.
three that
You
we've
don't
heard
need to
from
go to
that
school
will
to
not
get
do
your kids.
after-school activities
The
today.
kids have a very
Keep in mind,
well-defined,
if your
safe
students are
place
still at
for
school
all-
and these
all of the
storms are
teachers,
moving through,
all of the
the school
administrators,
districts
they work
have
very
a
hard
plan.
on a plan
Most
where
of
to
the
be
school
when the weather
superintendents
gets
are
like
on
this.
National Weather
If there were a
Service chat.
tornado threat, which right
They,
now,
most of
that's in
them
southern
work
portions of
closely with the
Jefferson
National
County.
Weather
I can tell you
Service.
all the school
They will
districts
not
down
release
here
your kids
have their
this
kids in a
afternoon
safe
in
place
storms
right now,
like this
and they
to
are
go home
prepared
on a
for
bus.
this. They have a
All
safe
right,
place.
so
They
there
will
may
keep
be
your kids
late
safe this
dismissals
afternoon.
later on
You
this
don't need to go
afternoon.
to
They will
school
hold the
to
kids at
pick up
school.
your kids.
You don't need
They
to go
will
to
also
school to get your
hold the
kids.
buses if they
The
have
kids
to
have a very
later this afternoon at
well-defined,
dismissal. They're
safe
not gonna put
place
kids on
for
buses
all of the
as we
teachers,
go through this
all of the
afternoon.
administrators.
So your
They work
tornado
very
threat
hard
seems to be
plan
right in this
for where to
notchy
be
area here
when
just
the
off
weather
to the
gets
west
like
of
this.
DeSoto.
If there were a
That
tornado
circulation
threat, which
is
right
still
now
there for
that's in
sure.
southern portions
We haven't
of
had any
Jefferson
reports
County,
of
and
it
I can tell
actually
you all the
touching the
school
ground,
districts
and
down
we'll
here
take
have
that
their
as a
kids in
bonus,
the safe
because
place
if we
right
can
now,
keep that
and they're
circulation,
prepared for this. They have a
2,000 or
safe
3,000
place there
feet
to
off
keep
the
your
ground,
kids
it
safe
doesn't
this
cause us
afternoon.
problems.
You don't
If
need to
it
go to
hits the
school
ground,
to
we
pick
have
up your
problems
kids. They
because
will
in
also
storms like
hold the
this,
buses
with
if
this
they
kind of
have to
energy and with this
later
kind
this
of
afternoon at
rotation,
dismissal.
you're
They're not
talking
going to
the
put kids
larger
on buses
tornadic cells.
as we go
Again,
through this
we're in
afternoon.
Jefferson County,
So your tornado
DeSoto,
threat
you would be in
seems
the
to be
direct
right in
path
this
of
notchy area
zoom in a
here,
little
just
bit
off to
more
the west of
Highway
DeSoto.
21's
That
right
circulation
here.
is
State
still there
Highway
for
Y,
sure.
where
We haven't had any
State
reports of it
Highway
actually
H
touching the
is
ground,
Frumet,
and
so
we'll
that
take that
tornado
as
is
a bonus
probably somewhere
because if we can keep that
between Frumet
circulation
and DeSoto right
2,000 or 3,000
now, or
feet
in
off the
this
ground, it
general
doesn't cause us
vicinity
problems. If it hits the ground, we have problems because in storms like this, with this kind of energy, with this kind of rotation, you're talking the larger tornadic
There may be multiple
cells.
circulations
Again,
in
we're in
these types
Jefferson
of
County.
storms.
DeSoto,
There's a
you
lot
would
of
be in the direct
instability
path
south
of
of
this.
St. Louis,
I'll zoom in a little
and
bit
not
more
as
here.
much more
Highway
as you go
21's
to the
right
north.
here. State
saw the
Highway
pictures out of
Y,
Sullivan earlier
where
from our viewers
State
with the
Highway
flooding.
H,
You've seen
there's
the
Frumet.
cameras
So that
looking
tornado
down
is
Interstate
probably
44.
somewhere
It is a
between
torrential
Frumet
rain
and
now west of
DeSoto
St.
right
Clair
now,
down to
or
Sullivan,
in this
and
general
potentially some
vicinity
smaller hail.
in this area here.
Where
So
a lot
this
of
is where
the
you really
major
need to be
damage
in your
and
safe place. Yeah, you
emergencies
can,
that
Jimmy
are
was saying
occurring
you need to
have
see a little more of a
been,
hook there.
developing.
There may be
The water
multiple
rescue
circulations
at
in these
185
types
and
of
East
storms.
Vine, that is very
There's a
near
lot of
Open Bar, which
instability
was hit
south
by
of
the
St. St.
tornado
Louis,
yesterday.
and not
This
as
is all
much more
happening. It's the
as you go
second
to
day
the
in a
north.
row.
You
kind
saw
of
the
a
pictures out of
bullseye on
Sullivan
that very
earlier
same
from our viewers
area.
with the flooding.
Flash
You've
flooding.
seen the cameras
Trees
looking
snapped.
down
We
Interstate 44.
had a report of a tree
It is a torrential
snapped at the
rain now
ground.
west of St.
Little
Clair
Boone
down to
Creek
Sullivan
Road, water
with
over the
potentially
roadway.
some smaller
Ameren
hail.
reminding you, if you have a flooded basement where a lot of the major damage and emergencies that are occurring have been developing, the water rescue at 185 and East Vine, that is very near Open Bar, which was hit by the tornado yesterday. This is all happening. It's the second day in a row, kind of a bullseye on that very same area. Flash flooding, trees snapped. We had a report of a tree snapped at the ground. Little Boone Creek Road, water over the roadway. Ameren reminding you, if you have a flooded basement, water and electricity do not mix. You must not go into water unless in your basement, in a structure, unless you know the electricity is off. That is from Ameren, Missouri. The Missouri Highway Department reminding everyone, do not go on roads that are covered with water. And again, they are responding to many of these areas where the roads appear to be washed out. MoDOT crews were going to Little Boone Creek Road where we heard of a washout. And obviously, emergency responders at 185 and East Vine right now.
Just
There's
getting ready to get
44
going
and 185 right now in
Just
Sullivan.
rain, but
Just
it
to
could
look
get
at that.
worse before things get
Just the
done.
heavy rain
I wanna
continues.
go back to the
And the
radar
big thing
and
with
go
this
back to
K2 is
Max
that
1.
hail in
And just
Scotty.
kind of
And
reset the
Hillsborough, we
situation.
have
If you're
actually a
just joining
camera
us
on
now,
Max 1.
it's 12:35.
Just waiting for any
We have
hail
tornado warnings that
that
are in
maybe
effect for
we
the
can
southern
spot on
portions
that.
of
But
Jefferson
this
County
also
at
is a
this
shot
hour.
out of Hillsborough,
We
guys?
also have them in effect for southeastern
Okay.
portions of Franklin
So that's
County and
the
northeastern
weather
portions
tracker.
of
Actually, this
Washington
is
County. Not
this is
only are we
down
dealing
at
with a
Jefferson
tornado threat
College.
at this point,
That's
but
in
we're also
Hillsborough.
dealing with a
So
very
you know,
large
it's
hail
just
threat,
getting ready to
especially
get going
north of
there
wherever
right
that
now.
tornadic
It's just rain,
potential tornadic
but it could get
circulation may
worse before
develop,
things get
which
done.
it looks like it's still
Want to go back
spinning
to the
here
radar and
as
go
you
back
go
to
into
Max 1
southwestern Jefferson
and
County.
just kind of
South of
reset
Cedar
the
Hill,
situation.
that's
If you're
where we
just
pick
joining
up
us
this
now,
large
it's
core of
12:35.
So we're
We
gonna
have
stop that
tornado
now,
warnings
going a
that are in
little
effect
closer
for
here,
the
kind of
southern
try to
portions of
pinpoint
Jefferson
these
County
things.
at this hour.
Here's your large
We also
hail
have them in
as
effect
it's
for
working
southeastern portions of Franklin
towards
County
Highway
and northeastern
21.
portions
Odds
of
are it's gonna
Washington
stay
County.
just to the north
Not
of
only are we
Hillsborough,
dealing with
although
a
I
tornado
suspect you're
threat
about
at
to
this
get a little
point,
bit of hail
but we're also
in
dealing with
Hillsborough.
a
That's where
very
Franklin
large
side
hail threat,
of the first
especially north of
meteorologist
wherever
Tracy
that
Hinton is in the
tornadic,
storm
potential
tracker. So we
tornadic
may hear
circulation may
from
develop,
her in a little
which
bit.
it looks
This
like
would be
it's
the
still
part of the
spinning
storm
here
that has the
as you go into
circulation
southwestern
associated with
Jefferson
it,
County.
and some
South of
strong
Cedar
winds
Hill,
really
that's where we
back
pick up
behind it.
this
Let me add the
large
winds
core
back
of
in
hail.
here.
So we're going to stop that now, go a little closer here,
And you
kind
can
of
see
try to
some of the
pinpoint
stronger
these
winds are
things.
actually behind
Here's your
where
large
that
hail as
circulation
it's
is
working
showing up, and that circulation
towards Highway
may be kind of
21.
trying to relocate
Odds are it's
itself
going to
a
stay
little
just to the
bit
north
farther
of
to
Hillsborough,
the east.
although I suspect
Anywhere
you're
in
about to
southern
get a
portions
little
of
bit of
Jefferson
hail
County,
in
I'd be in
Hillsborough.
my
That's
safe
where
place
5 on your
right now.
side.
That is in
first
the
meteorologist Tracy Hinton is in the storm tracker, so we may hear from her in a little bit.
But
This would be the part of the storm that has the circulation associated with it, and
Maybe
some
you have,
strong winds really
can go to a
back
neighbor's
behind it. Let me add the
that's
winds
on the
back
lower
in here.
level. Again,
Pop the
strong winds
velocity
are about
on,
to push into
and you can see some of the
DeSoto right
stronger
now
winds are
as
actually
these storms
behind
continue
where
to
that
roll on
circulation
in.
is showing
And we
up, and that
continue to
circulation
track
may be kind of
not
trying to
only the
relocate
intense
itself a
rain that's
little
caused
bit
flash
farther to
flooding
the
back
east,
to the
but
west,
anywhere
but
in
also
southern portions of
looking at the
Jefferson
very
County,
large
I'd be in
hail
my safe
that we
place right
find
now.
here
That is
across
in the
central portions,
basement, if
mainly
you have a
south of
basement.
Cedar
Not
Hill
everybody does.
and
If you're in
down
an
towards
apartment,
Hillsborough.
try to
This
get to the
area
lowest
is
floor.
really
Maybe you have a
getting
laundry room
pounded by
that's
the
down in the
larger hail
basement
right now.
Maybe
That's
you
coming
have
into Morse Mill.
can go
That
to a
big
neighbor's
path of hail
that's
is
on the
going
lower
along
level.
Highway B.
Again,
And
strong
you
winds
head
are about to
over
push into
Highway
DeSoto
21.
right now
There's Highway
as
B,
these storms
there's Cottage
continue
Farm
to
and
roll
Ware.
on in,
State
and we continue
Highway
to track
Y
not
has
only the
already
intense rain
had some of
that's
this
caused flash
maybe
flooding
up
back
to
to the west,
baseball
but
size
also
hail.
looking at the
Certainly
very
golf ball
large
size
hail
as
that
it's
we
pushing
find
off to
here
the east,
across
potentially
central
some
portions,
stronger winds
mainly
in
south
there
of
as well.
Cedar Hill
So the tornado
and
warning
down towards
continues all the way to
Hillsborough.
the
This
Mississippi
area
River
is
here,
really
the
getting
southern
pounded by
portions
the
of
larger
Jefferson
hail
County.
right now.
Now,
That's coming into
widening it
Morse
out
Mill.
because it is getting
That
dark
big
and
path of
ominous
hail is going to
other
go along
places
Highway
right now.
BB and
These
then
areas
head
farther
over
to the
to
north Highway 21, there's Highway B, there's Cottage Farm and Ware. State Highway Y has already had some of this, maybe up to baseball size hail. What we're looking at as we get back certainly into the golf ball size hail as it's pushing off to the east, and potentially some stronger winds in there as well. So the tornado warning continues all the way to the Mississippi River here for southern portions of Jefferson County. Now, widening it out because it is getting dark and ominous in other places right now. These
very
areas
slow
farther
going
to the north,
near Highway 50
Greene
in
County,
Union.
Jersey County,
That's where there
Calhoun
is
County.
water across the road
If we're
at
in
this
Macoupin
point.
and Montgomery
Apparently
counties,
traffic
this is just
moving,
rain. I know you
but
don't
it's
need it,
very
but
slow
that's all
going.
it is right now.
Emergency
nothing severe.
crews are on the scene.
What we're looking at as we
They're
get back
dealing
into
with
the
that
western
flash
parts of the
flooding now,
metro,
but again,
parts of
this
St.
is
Charles County,
I-44 near
Warren
Highway
County,
50.
out
This
towards
is all
Herman,
near Union.
not severe.
That's just a
okay?
little
Just
snapshot
rain.
of one
Speaking
area.
of rain,
You know this
that's
is
where it looks like
happening in
heavy
a
rain
wide
right now,
area
falling in
down
many
in Franklin
locations.
County, around
And Kay, you've got an
Sullivan.
update for us?
Even for Scott, I-44, very slow going near Highway 50 in Union. That's where there is water across the road at this point. Apparently traffic is moving, but it's very slow going. Emergency crews are on the scene. They're dealing with that flash flooding now, but again, this is I-44 near Highway 50. This is all near Union. That's just a little snapshot of one area. You know this is happening in a wide area down in Franklin County, around Sullivan.
The worst of it goes through.
Even
and then as we work our way
so
through
you
the
really
remainder
want
of
to
the
stay
afternoon,
home if you
even after
can
it
right
lets up
now
a little bit
and not go
ground.
out in this weather.
I think that's an important thing too, and even after it kind of winds down, stay put for a little bit because there are going to be issues, as we heard, a potential lightning-caused fire back into parts of Franklin County earlier. Kay, you were telling us. So again, a lot of water. There are first responders that need to do their job, and there are people that need some assistance and some help. So with that in mind, you stay in your safe place until the worst of it goes through, and then as we work our way through the remainder of the afternoon, even after it lets up a little bit this round, just if you don't have to go out, don't go out. The potential circulation I-44 and the flooding right now, even though it doesn't show up as well as in the middle of the road, just one lane. There's still a lot of either side. So again, a lot of water on our highways. Heavy rainfall falling south of St. Louis down 44. It's about to move into 55. Actually, it's raining pretty well south of Arnold through Barnhart down to Festus. But our biggest concern is really where we have this tornado warning, and that does include in the Festus area. You're under the warning. Hillsborough likely seeing some of that hail right now. The potential circulation and possible tornado, even though it doesn't show up as well as what you might expect, there's still there's still pockets of winds, and it looks like that potential circulation is getting close to DeSoto right now. So stay in your safe place until these storms pass through, and we'll continue to track them for you this afternoon. Kay, you have an update?
We do know that we're hearing from some additional school districts that we haven't heard from before. Fox C6 saying at this point status quo. They are evaluating what's happening. They have not canceled after-school activities, but the Festus R6 district just did that. All practices, after-school activities in Festus R6 canceled. Also canceled after-school activities in Wentzville, Parkway, and Ladue schools. Students are not being dismissed early. We have not heard that yet,
so this is just west and northwest
we do know that anything after school is probably not going to happen in a lot of those districts to our south.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the school districts to the south that are facing this when it comes time to actually put the kids on the bus will slow things down. Spotters are telling us that there's a clear circulation here. I believe out northwest of DeSoto. It's in this general vicinity west of DeSoto. So that's going to be in this area here where, yes, that's right on the hook with this storm.
Near Highway 21.
Yeah, you're hooking right around, so this is just west and northwest of DeSoto near Highway 21. That's an area that is of concern for the potential of a tornado. So here's State Highway P. If you're in DeSoto right now, just kind of tracking this out, but there's Clark Street, there's the Rock Road. This is the one State Road Y goes out of DeSoto. It's in this general vicinity where we are seeing that very clear rotation. Now, it may not be touching the ground right now, but spotters can see that rotation, which means at any moment a tornado could drop out of the sky, and you need to be in your safe place. In the Hillsborough area right now, looks like torrential rain and potentially some hail happening in the Hillsborough area now, although the bigger hail looks like it's farther north of that, up towards Morse Mill. So this is the one problematic storm that of people that
has
go up and down
prompted
67,
this tornado
pick up
warning,
55
which
south of
continues
Festus
now
coming
for
down.
central and
Now's
southern
not the time to be
portions
making that trek.
of
Okay,
Jefferson
we're gonna
County.
stay put
The
if we
spin
can
located
in
very
all of these
close to
areas.
DeSoto
We
right
have
now,
northern portions
and
of
it is
Crawford
going to move
County
east out of
back into the
DeSoto along
western
Highway
portions of Franklin
110,
County and
and
Gaston
that'll take
County
it over
flash
towards
flood warnings.
Olympian
There is
Village,
water
over
flowing
towards
over the
Victoria,
roads in many places,
and then eventually
especially
towards
those low water
Selma, and
crossings
eventually
are
it will cross
full.
Highway
We
67.
also have
67,
potentially
you know,
some
your favorite
bridges
route to get
washing
to
out or some
Farmington from St.
culverts
Louis. So you have a
washing
lot
out.
of people that
You
go
can't
up and
tell
down
that that is
67,
happening,
pick up 55
if you're
south of
driving
Festus to
in
come into
flooded
town.
water. You don't know if
Now's
there's
not the
actually
time to be
road
making that
bed
trek.
underneath you. So
Okay, we're going
in
to
those
stay put
areas,
if
we are
we
not
can
going to drive
in all of
through,
these areas.
the
We
flooded
have northern
waters.
portions of Crawford
Back
County,
into tracking this
back into the
tornado. I wanna
western
give you all a
portions of
heads up.
Franklin
If this
County and
storm holds
Gascony
together
County with flash flood
and you're in
warnings. There is
Maystown,
water flowing
you're in
over the
Red
roads
Bud,
in many places,
you're in Prairie du
especially those
Rocher,
low water crossings
Roma,
are
Illinois.
full. We also
Anywhere
have
along the
potentially
Mississippi
some
here, along
bridges
155
washing
going
out
into
or
southern
some
portions of
culverts
Monroe County,
washing
northern
out. You
portions,
can't tell
even
that is
northern portions of
happening
St. Genevieve
if
County
you're driving
and
in
northern
flooded water. You don't
portions
know if
of
there's
Randolph
actually
County.
road bed
If this
underneath
storm
you. So
continues to
in those
maintain
areas,
strength
we are not
and
going
moves
to drive
east,
through the
there's the
flooded
potential
waters.
you could be under a
Back
threat of
into
a
tracking this tornado. I
within
want to
the
give you
next
all a
hour
heads
or
up.
so.
If this storm
Start
holds
thinking
together
about plans
and
here
you're in
over
Maystown,
into southern Monroe County,
you're in Red
of
Bud,
where your safe
you're in
place
Prairie du
is,
Rocher,
and where you would end
Roma,
up going,
Illinois,
Tipton,
anywhere
Renault,
along
Fultz,
the Mississippi here, along
in the
Route
event
55
that
going into
a
southern
tornado warning
portions
were
of
issued
Monroe
for you
County,
and that
northern
storm moves in
portions,
your general
even
direction.
northern
There's
portions of
another
St. Genevieve
MoDOT
County,
camera,
and northern
that's I-55
portions
in
of
Jefferson
Randolph County.
down towards
If
the
this
Herc
storm
area,
continues to
Herculaneum.
maintain its strength
and you're
and
really
moves
picking it up
east,
here from
there's the potential
Imperial
you
south
could
to
be
Cleveland
under a threat
down
of a
to
tornado
Festus.
within
This
the
is
next
just
hour or
rain
so.
right now. In
Start
fact,
thinking about
I'm
plans
kinda trying
here
to get in and look at
over
the
into
trees a little
southern
bit. I
Monroe
don't-
County
the trees are
of
moving
where
a
your
bit,
safe
but the
place
strongest
is
winds
and where you would
don't
end
seem
up
to be
going,
right there
Tipton,
right
Renault,
now. Let's
Fultz,
just look a quick look at the
in the
velocity.
event
And
that
doesn't look
a
too
tornado
terrible
warning were
there,
issued for you
but
and
where
that
it does
storm
look
moves
bad
in your
is
general
here,
direction.
back out
There's
towards
another
Hillsborough.
MoDOT
That's
camera,
a lot of
and that's I-55
strong
in
wind
Jefferson
west
County
of
down
Hillsborough
towards the Herc
showing
area,
up right now.
Herculaneum.
And that's live
And
in
you know, you're
Hillsborough
really
right
picking
now
it
from
up
the weather
here
tracker.
from Imperial south to
Pea-size,
Peevely down to Festus.
hail
This is
mixing
just
in there.
rain right now.
Could get a
In
little
fact,
bit larger
kind of try
as
to
the
get in and
system
look at the
swings
trees
on
a little
through
bit.
the
I don't
area
s-
right
the trees
now.
are moving a
And
bit,
again,
but the strongest
there's some
winds
strong winds
don't seem to
approaching
be
even the
right
Potosi
there
area,
right
gusty
now.
winds,
Let's just
not
look a quick look at the
necessarily
velocity. And that doesn't
with
look
a
too
thunderstorm
terrible there,
per se,
but where it
although
does
the
look
storm
bad
is
is
back
here,
behind you,
back
but
out
that's
towards Hillsborough.
on the
That's a
leading
lot
edge of
of
this. They don't
strong
look as
wind
severe
west of
as
Hillsborough
that one area
showing
that
up
we
right
were
now.
tracking and that
And
we
that's
still
live
are
in
tracking,
Hillsborough right now
that
from the
right
weather
now
tracker.
is
That looks
very
like that's
close to,
pea-size, maybe
DeSoto.
some
That's
dime-size hail
Imperial right
mixing
now
in
on
there.
55.
Could get a little
Let's get
bit
back to,
larger
the radar
as the
here.
system
I wanna
swings
show
on
you
through the area
very
right now.
closely.
And again,
This is the
there's some
circulation
strong winds
coming into
approaching
DeSoto.
even the Potosi
In this
area, gusty
where
winds,
Highway
not
110
necessarily
comes in north of
associated
County 21 and
with
21
a
right through
thunderstorm
DeSoto.
per se, although
We have
the storm is
potential
back
for
behind you, but the gusty
This is
winds
where the
on the
circulation
leading
is
edge
in
of
this
this,
general
they don't
area.
look as severe
That includes
as
Victoria.
that one
Folks
area
need
that
to
we were
be in a
tracking
safe
and that we
place
still
right
are
now.
tracking
In your
that right
basement,
now is very close
interior
to
room, hallway,
DeSoto.
a bathroom.
That's Imperial right
There's many
now on
walls between you and
55.
the
Let's get
outside
back
as
to the
possible.
radar
We're
here.
gonna
I want to
stay in
show
that
you
safe place. We just
very
gotta use
closely.
sand until
This is the
slides
circulation
by.
coming
Rain
into
and maybe a
DeSoto.
bit of
In this
wind
area
up
where
now
Highway
in
110
the
comes in north of town to
DeSoto.
21 and
Hematite,
21
we're
right through
also looking
DeSoto,
at up to
we have the potential
also
here
hail
of a
in
tornado.
Hillsborough.
This is where the
It's actually
circulation is in this general
off to the west
area.
and northwest
That
of
includes
Hillsborough
Victoria.
right now.
You folks
All
need
of
to
this
be in
is
your
tracking
safe place right
pretty
now,
steadily at about
in
30
your
miles per
basement,
hour off to the east. in an interior room, a hallway, a bathroom. You don't want to be driving you and the outside as possible. We're going to stay in that safe place. We just got to use stand until this slides by. The rain and maybe a bit of hail starting to pick up now in the DeSoto area. This is the area. Hematite, you're also looking at that up to Hillsborough. We just saw some of that hail in Hillsborough. The hail is actually larger up to the west and northwest of Hillsborough right now. All of this is tracking pretty steadily at about 30 miles per hour off to the east. So now the heavy rain has enveloped 55. You don't want to be driving. We have folks that stream the 5+ app even in their cars as they're driving because
it got dark and it kind of gets a little scary. You want to know what's going on.
In Morse Mill, that's in Jefferson
So this is
County.
the area to watch here.
That is
Going
from the
south on
National Weather
55. You don't want to
Service
drive
weather
out of the rain and
reporter.
then bam, you're in a
And
tornado.
we are looking at
So
Hillsborough
it's
right
best
now.
just to,
But Morse
wait
Mill appears to be
until
taking
this
the
system
brunt of
passes
that
by.
hailstorm at
I
the
will say
moment.
the hail
We
core
also
has
have
let
more
up
school districts
considerably
adding
from what it
to our
was.
list
So that's
of
good
schools
news.
that are canceling after
Richwood,
school
you're still getting
activities. They're
drenching
not
rain,
canceling
but
school.
you're no longer under
They're
the
going to release, if
tornado
the
warning
weather
central
permits,
southern
at the
portions
usual
of Jefferson
time.
County right
But
now.
new on the list,
Okay.
1 inch, we have 1 inch hail
Rockwood
recorded in
along
Morse
with
Mill,
Ladue,
that's in Jefferson
Festus,
County, Wentzville, and Parkway school districts. That is from the National Weather Service weather reporter. And we are looking at Hillsborough right now. But Morse Mill
All right,
appears
Jimmy,
to be
what do you
taking
have
the
on the
brunt
power
of that
outages right now?
hailstorm at the moment.
It's amazing
We also
how
have more
limited
school
the
districts
power
adding
outages are, but
to
let's say
our
Crawford
list
County,
of schools that
1,000
are
without
canceling
power,
after school activities. They're
353
not
in
canceling
Washington
school.
County.
They're going to
Gasconade
release,
County,
if the weather
634,
permits,
and
at the
Franklin
usual
County,
time.
205.
But new on the list, Fox,
so far,
C6,
Jefferson County is
Rockwood,
looking good, but as
along
this
with
storm obviously
Ladue,
rolls
Festus,
through here,
Wentzville,
with not
and
only
Parkway
the
school
hail, the
districts,
high wind,
all
and a possible
going to
tornado,
cancel
we'll be
after-school
seeing,
activities
more power outages here
for
very soon.
today.
I would think so. And we have a new flash
All right,
flood
Jimmy, what do you
warning
have on the power
because of this
outages right
storm
now?
You know,
producing
it's
torrential
amazing
rain.
how
So now
limited the
the
power
flash flood
outages are.
warning
But
includes
let's
all
say
of
Crawford
Jefferson
County,
County,
1,000
and it goes
without
south
power,
down towards
353
Festus,
in
northern
Washington
portions of
County.
Washington County.
Gasconade
Even
County,
Clips,
634,
even
and
Clips
Franklin
is
County,
part of St.
205.
Louis County, it looks like.
So
that's a new
far,
flash
Jefferson
flood
County
warning.
is looking good,
Again,
but as this
there is
storm
torrential
obviously
rain,
rolls through
large
here,
hail with this.
with not
As
only
you
the
see
large
the
hail,
traffic
the high
cameras on the
wind,
side
and a
there,
possible
traffic
tornado,
is incredibly
we'll be
slow.
seeing
We
more
recommend
power
staying
outages
until
here very
this
soon.
goes
I would think so, and we
away
have a new
and
flash
moves out.
flood
Now,
warning
the
because of this
circulation that
storm
we've been
producing the
tracking,
torrential rain and hail. So
down
now
to Jefferson
the flash
County at
flood
this
warning
point.
does include
It's
all of
still
Jefferson
spinning.
County,
It's
and it
very
goes
close
south
to or
down
just
towards
maybe east of
Festus,
DeSoto.
northern portions of
Still
Washington
spinning.
County. Even
But
Clips,
you notice all these
south of
storms that have kind
44,
of been
even
building
Clips,
in from the
part
back
of St.
from the
Louis County,
southwest.
it looks like. So that's a
They
new
may be
flash flood
competing
warning.
with
Again,
somewhat for the
there is
instability
torrential rain,
that's
large
available
hail with this,
storm.
as you see from the
That
traffic
could either do
cameras on
one
the
or two
side there.
things. Either
Traffic
have some
incredibly
cell mergers
slow.
happening,
We recommend
and
staying
things
put
could get
until this
bad really
goes
fast,
away
or
and moves
it could
out. Now,
put a kibosh
the
on
circulation that we've been
circulation
tracking
and weaken the whole thing.
down here
We
in
don't know
Jefferson
what's
County at this point, it's still spinning. It's very close to or just maybe east of DeSoto right now. Still spinning, but you notice all these storms that have kind of been building in from the back, from the southwest. They may be competing with this somewhat for the instability that's available for this storm. So that could either do one or two things. We could have some cell mergers happening, and things could get bad really fast, or it could put a kibosh on the circulations and weaken the whole thing. We don't know what's going to happen.
Near DeSoto, just to let you know, even from Jim and the Weather Service,
Sometimes you're not sure exactly what all those ingredients are going to do, and that's the case here. So
and
we're
there's
looking
your
at
kind of
that cell.
timeline there.
Looks like the
Olympian Village,
circulation
Selma,
here
over
is
to
somewhere along
Danbury,
and north of
Danby.
110 towards
These
Olympian
are all-
Village,
this
about ready
includes
to cross
55.
over
That's where
Highway
our potential
67.
tornado,
It will be pushing
is
towards
going to be
55
at this
in the
point
next
as we
10
go
to
through
15
the
minutes.
next few
So
minutes.
Jimmy,
So,
those are the areas
again,
that we
an
have
evolving
to watch
situation
here.
this
Just a real
afternoon,
quick
one that is
track on
concerning.
this.
Don't want to forget
stop
you
it for a
folks down in
second.
Cuba. You're
And you notice
still
that
dealing with
notch
some of
near
this
DeSoto,
torrential
just to
rain
let you
between
know,
Steele
even
and
from
Cuba
Jim at the
right
Weather
now.
Service, so
That's
lots
not
of wall
severe,
cloud
but it's
reports
already
in the
aggravating the
DeSoto
flooding
area.
situation
Yeah,
that's
and there's your
ongoing
kind of
there.
your
And now the
timeline there.
flooding
Olympian
situation
Village,
will get
Selma,
worse here as
over
we
to
get
Danbury
east of Jefferson
or
County.
Danby.
Most of Jefferson
These
County
are
will
all,
end up
this
with
includes
heavier rain.
55.
And
That's where our
noticing some
potential
cells starting to
tornado
bubble up
is
down
going to
around
be at
Farmington.
this
They're not
point
severe.
as we go
Also
through
close to
the
Viburnum.
next few
We'll
minutes.
be
So
tracking those.
again,
And
it's
then in
an
the rest of the
evolving
metro
situation
area,
this afternoon,
there's nothing
one that
severe
is
or
concerning.
concerning
Don't want to
at this
forget you
point.
folks down in
Everything that
Cuba,
concerns
you're
us
still
is
dealing with some of this
focused
torrential
south
rain
of
between
St.
Steelville
Right,
and
Sullivan
Cuba right
now,
now.
we are
That's
hearing
not
water over
severe,
the road
but
near
it's
the
already
Dollar
aggravating
General.
the flooding
Again, this is a
situation that's
snapshot
ongoing
of
there.
just one
And now the
location.
flooding
This is
situation will
happening
get worse
in
here
many
as we
areas
push
in
east
and
through
around
Jefferson
Sullivan.
County. Most
We've
of
also
Jefferson
had
County will
reports
end
of
up with a
golf
heavier
ball
rain
size
and
hail
noticing
in
some some cells starting to bubble up down around Farmington. They're not severe. Also close to Viburnum. Burnham, we'll be tracking those. And then in the rest of the metro area, there's nothing severe or concerning at this point. Everything that concerns us is focused south of St. Louis K.
Right, Sullivan right now, we are hearing water over the road near the Dollar General. Again, this is a snapshot of just one location. This is happening in many areas in and around Sullivan. We've also had reports of golf ball size hail in Dittmer, in Jefferson County, and 1-inch hail in Morris Mill. We have a shot on your screen right now of hail falling. I believe that's from our storm tracker. Tracy Hinson is out and about looking for severe weather.
We haven't had anything confirmed at this
there it
point
is.
other than
we have hail falling. It doesn't look like golf ball or 1-inch hail, but definitely reports of some damaging hail. You want to stay under cover. You want to keep your car under cover if you can, in a garage.
Yeah, and I know baseball-sized hail just makes the worst sound, but don't go out and try to get it. You folks in this area need to be in, which in and of itself is a dangerous thing. Here's your circulation right now, and it's just kind of wrapping here through DeSoto. We haven't had anything confirmed at this point other than law enforcement could see, or ham radio or weather spotters could see the tight circulation. They could see the rotating clouds, but did not see anything touching the ground just yet. But Olympian Village, Oakvale, it's about to cross Highway 67 along Highway 110 here. State Road CC, you folks in this area need to be in your safe place. We'll say Victoria too, over to Interstate 55, Selma's in there, State Road T and Double T. All of you folks need to be in your safe place right now. This is where that potential tornado is spinning. As Jimmy pointed out a few minutes ago, we don't have a huge number of power outages, which is a good thing because that tells us that perhaps the wind hasn't been as bad on a wide scale basis, but we still have this circulation in here right now. Let's pull up the velocity and see what it looks like here. Again, it's a little muddled, but this is where our circulation is in this general vicinity. Maybe spinning up here just off to the east of DeSoto. Again, Olympian Village seems to be the prime target for a tornado if, in fact, it is going to drop a tornado here. So you need to be in your safe place in these areas. The other thing, in addition to that hail that we were talking about up towards Hillsborough here, you're going to see gusty winds. There's some strong winds embedded there. There are still some strong 35 to 45 mile per hour winds. This cell behind this initial strong storm with the pouring rain that's occurring right now. So again, our circulation is really in this area that's down here, that's just gone east of DeSoto towards Olympian Village right now. That's where our potential tornado is, and the tornado warning goes east and may get extended into Monroe County. We don't know yet. We're waiting to see how this storm evolves. There's a lot of competition here from the storm that's down towards Potosi trying to fight with it for instability. This cell that's down towards Viburnum we have to watch because that area has not been impacted down here by any other activity.
Yeah, so just
storms that are out by themselves, they have this whole
heavy golf
that's basically untouched and ready, fueled, and ready to go and fire more storms. But our tornado warning, including the potential for large hail and damaging winds in addition to a tornado, does include the central and southern portions of Jefferson County, and especially that area around Olympian Village right now, and heading south of Festus.
Within the supercell, you not only have that tornado warning and circulations being spotted. And so just checking out the Weather Service chat here. Heavy golf ball to baseball size hail in Hillsborough per trooper. I've got the Hillsborough camera up on max 1 if you want to take that. And it does look like there's a little bit of white now showing up on the ground there, but we're not really seeing it bouncing off the ground. Again, that is at max 1, guys. Other than that, within the supercell, you not only have that tornado warning and circulations being spotted in many areas. In fact, Tracy Hinson just sent us in some hail from Hillsborough. So you've got the hail, you've got the high wind, and you've got that lightning out there too.
Going
you
right
want to stay
across the river. Let me
inside
clear that
and away
off.
from windows as this is going through. And I think, Scotty, that's max 1 right there. Can you tell the white on the ground?
Taking this storm with its
a little bit of hail for
looks
sure
like
accumulated.
sure does look like it. It's not a pleasant day at the Jefferson College campus right now. And they're saying all of our educational institutions around the area, your school district and your neighborhood, they have plans. All right, it looks like they just extended that tornado warning. It's going to come on this.
Monroe County now?
And yes, going right across the river. Let me clear that off.
That's where that is, and I'm on max 2, operating on max 2 here.
There we go. So taking this storm with its rotation near Olympian Village, that tornado warning now extended into northern portions of St. Genevieve County, the northwest corner, including Prairie to Rocher, Randolph County, and then a good chunk here of Monroe County. So let me pull that back just a little bit. Waterloo to Valmeyer to Mays-Town to Fultz. It is quite the
That's where that is, and I'm on max 2, operating on max 2 here.
Now the circulation, but there's where your new
And
tornado
Scott, I
warning
think
is.
we
And
just
again,
lost
it's
power
for
here
that
as well.
circulation that's located near Olympian Village.
Probably
it's going to
it's
pass
not out of the
very
question.
close
How are the
to
winds,
or
Tracy?
just south
Yeah,
of
the gas
Festus.
station lights went
Cross
off.
Interstate 55 and go east. Listen
Oh my
to
gosh,
the
they're
sound.
so
This
strong.
is,
So we're
Tracy
actually
Henson,
surrounded by
55
cars on
your
all
side,
sides of
storm
us,
traffic.
but we can still
Getting
feel our
pounded with
car
the hail
shaking
right
around.
now.
We're under the awning here.
hills
We've seen
can
probably
see,
quarter-sized hail,
it is
and then
quite
it just
the
picked up a little
impressive
bit here with very heavy
storm
rain.
that's going through
The
the
road
Hillsborough
is
area
actually
right now.
not
The
too far in front
circulation,
of me, but I can
potential for
hardly
any
see it. And
tornado.
Scott, I think we just lost power here as well, but
Oh,
it
you
is
think? Okay.
quite strong. And I hear
So it
our Mark
probably
Mowry
it's
getting in the
not
car.
out of the
Mark,
question. How are the
Mark
winds,
is so.
Tracy?
Mark, how was it out there? The gas station lights went off. He was looking at that hail earlier. Oh my gosh, they're so strong. So we're actually surrounded by cars on all sides of us, but we can still feel our car shaking around. You know, we're under the awning here. We've seen probably quarter-sized hail, and then it just picked up a little bit here with very heavy rain. The road is actually not too far in front of me, but I can hardly see it. So there's that road there, and we would have a regular view, but it is quite strong. And I hear our Mark Mowry getting in the car. Mark, Mark is soaked. Mark, how was it out there? He was looking at that hail earlier. He's got a good sense of humor about it, but Mark is soaked. We've got that hail that's come down. It's pretty good here at a good clip, but this is such heavy rainfall, Scott. These rainfall rates are really overwhelming the roadways out here.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the big case here this afternoon. In addition to our tornado threat, this is the part of the storm that has the circulation right over Olympian Village. There is rotation with this cloud. National Weather Service employees actually are somewhere in that vicinity, and they are advising that there is definitely rotation in the cloud. No visible funnel at this point, but it's rotating, and we can tell that on the radar. Where Tracy is here in Hillsborough, all right, that's where the hail is falling. That's where you see that brighter magenta or really dark red. That is moving to the east. So you have a combination. I think the northern part of this storm, if you're in Monroe County along Illinois 156 going into Waterloo from Valmeyer, those are the areas that probably get the heaviest hail. As you go from Festus to Mays-Town to Fultz, this is going to be the area where we are most concerned about a tornado threat. Let's get over to Kay.
All right, Scott, we have J.T. Hardy. He is the city administrator for the city of Sullivan, Missouri, on the phone with us now. J.T., thank you so much for joining us in this severe weather situation. You've been doing a great job keeping us updated. Anything new on the water rescue?
Can you hear me now?
On 185
Yes,
at
we
East
can.
Vine. Anything new on the water rescue at 185 and East Vine?
It is actually 185, I believe, spur located on
Okay,
South
can you
185
unmute
near
your
the
mic,
State Park.
JT?
I don't have information
That's what
on
we're
that.
hearing,
It
is
was
it may
the
be
fire
your
department
phone.
MoDOT rescue right now. We're closing down
Your mic,
State Highway 185
and
north.
we're going to get an
because of
update
the
right now.
flooding
Sullivan
across it
this
in several
afternoon, the
roadways.
hardest hit area.
We're just being inundated with water right now. I don't know if you have video or not.
5, can you hear me? We have seen the flooding in Sullivan.
Can you hear me now?
and
Sorry.
water
Yes, we
over the
can.
road on I-44
Anything new
near
on the
Dollar
water
General.
rescue
We've
at
been getting all
185
kinds of
and
reports.
East Vine?
What is your biggest emergency at the moment? That
It
you're
is actually 185, I believe, spur located on South 185 near the State Park. I don't have information on that. It's the fire department MoDOT rescue right now. We're closing down say Highway 185 north because of the flooding across it in several roadways. We're just being inundated with water right now. I don't know if you have video or
Do you
not.
have a warning? We have seen the flooding in Sullivan and water over the road on I-44 near the Dollar General. We've been getting all kinds of reports. What is your biggest emergency at the moment that you're dealing with?
Stay in a secure location. Well, tree removal from the high winds and the activity we had in the area. Some power, but mostly right now it's flooding. We have several places that are flooding over roadways. People trying to drive
Describe the
through.
problem with downed trees,
Make the recovery effort really hard.
we've heard there are many that have been snapped at the base. Do you have a warning for residents of the Sullivan area or information, a directive you'd like them to follow at this point?
The winds, of course, I would say right now that the best thing to do is not to travel. If they could stay in a secure location, as long as they're elevated away from any kind of floodway or floodplain, even ones that aren't normally flooded. But staying at home right now, out of the way of the emergency responders, is probably the great thing to do.
Describe the problem with downed trees, which we've heard there are many that have been snapped at the base. Many trees down. This is the second day in a row you've had to deal with this. We had the tornado yesterday at Open Bar,
the winds, of course,
and the assorted damage that came from that storm. How are you dealing with day
for
2
emergency
of
responders
this?
and for citizens? They also affect the power line. At least we had the opportunity to be without power, and especially individuals who may need that for medical purposes. As far as going to the ambulance and responding to different places for people right now, situations like that. It's just really hard to travel right now. We secured,
And this is the second day in a row you've had to deal with this. We had the tornado yesterday at Open Bar and the assorted damage that came from that storm. How are you dealing with day 2 of this?
Yesterday was a tornado that came through really fast. At least we had the opportunity to work on the trees, know ahead of time that something is coming. Hard to work as far as how we're dealing with it. Right now, it's yesterday was a
Can you recap and tell
situation
me
where
what
we
main roadways are
responded, we
underwater
secured,
right now?
we made sure that everything was stable as much as possible.
Highway
And then
185
today,
north
we're
at the
just
north and
seeing
south
the
intersection.
evidence of things that
Much
may
of
have
north
been
and
weakened
south road,
yesterday and then came down
Blair
today.
Street,
But
portions of
this is
Elmont
a totally
Road,
different event today. Yesterday was a tornado that
several
came through
roads
really
over
fast.
between
The skies cleared up and allowed
Main
us
Street
to
and
work on
our
the trees, the power, and everything
Lakeview
else. But
Drive,
today,
Dunnigan,
hard
those
to work
areas,
when we can't go
Interstate
anywhere.
44 has
And
potential risk, if not already, I think it's
the
underwater
rain
at
just keeps
230.
coming.
As you mentioned, the
Can
water
you
rescue on
recap and tell
Highway
me what main
185
roadways
south.
are underwater right
It's
now?
just, it's all over right now.
Have
Currently,
there been any reports
Highway
of anyone
185
injured?
north at the north and south intersection.
I do not know
Much of North and
for
South
sure
Road,
about injuries
Blair
due to
Street,
flooding at
portions
this
of
time,
Elmont Road,
or any trees or anything like that. Most of it
several roads
seems to be
over
possible car
between
accidents due to the weather
Main Street and
or
our,
people that are trapped.
say, Lakeview Drive, Dunnigan, those
And
areas.
do you have any word
Interstate
on
44
power
has
outages
potential
in
risk,
the
if not
Sullivan
already. I
area?
think it's underwater at 230. As you mentioned, the water rescue on Highway
we have our own
185
facility.
south.
We've had some
It's
brownouts.
just,
I don't know that anyone
it's
is
all over right
currently
now.
totally without
Have there
power.
been any
I
reports
know
of
that the
anyone
co-op around
injured?
us also has some down poles and
I
may
do not
have some
know
outages
for
as
sure
well.
about injuries due to
J.T.
flooding at this
Hardy,
time,
Sullivan City
or any
Administrator, thank you
trees
so
or
much
anything
for
like that.
joining us
Most of
this
it
afternoon.
seems to be
Please stay
possible
safe.
car accidents due
Let
to
us know
the
again
weather,
what
or
information we
people
can
that are
get to
trapped.
your residents, because we
And
are at
do you
your
have any
service
word
ready
on
to get
power
that out.
outages in the Sullivan
But
area?
once again, thank you so much for joining
As
us.
far as
So
the
again,
city of Sullivan's
many
concerned, we have
roads
our own municipal
underwater in the
utility.
Sullivan
We've had some
area.
brownouts. I don't know
Lots
that
of
anyone
flash
is
flooding,
currently totally
car
without
accidents as a
power.
result,
I know that the co-op
and
around us
also a
also
water
has some
rescue on
down poles
185,
and
and
may
that
have
is
some outages
closed
as
right
well.
now in that East Vine area.
J.T.
Scott.
Hardy,
we still have the
Sullivan
tornado
City
warning in
Administrator,
effect
thank you
here.
so much for joining
Circulation's
us this
approaching
afternoon.
Festus,
Please stay
kind of
safe.
between Olympia
Let
Village
us
and
know
Festus
again
right now.
what
Looks
information
like
we
it's
can get
just
to
south of
your
Festus. We'll be
residents,
crossing over
because we are
55.
at your service
So far,
ready
we
to get
haven't
that
had
out.
anything confirmed as
But
far as
once again, thank you
touchdown.
so much
All
for
radar
joining us.
indicated
So again,
location, but that
many
tornado warning,
roads
as it's
underwater
headed
in the
eastward
Sullivan
to
area,
include
lots of
much
flash
Monroe
flooding.
County.
car accidents as a result, and also a water rescue on 185, and that is closed right now in that East Vine area.
Yeah, we saw the tornado warning in effect here. Circulation's approaching Festus, kind of between Olympian Village and Festus right now. Looks like it's just south of Festus. We'll be crossing over 55. So far, we haven't had anything confirmed as far as a touchdown. All radar indicated rotation, but that tornado warning is extended eastward to include much of Monroe County, especially central and southern portions of Monroe County, and then the northwest corner of Randolph County and the far northern portions of St. Genevieve County. Although it really would appear that it's going to be a stretch for that circulation to get into St. Genevieve County at this point, based on how fast it's moving. But that's your circulation very close to Festus there, and it is moving off towards the east at this point, and it is moving fairly quickly as it slides at about 30 miles per hour eastbound. So this is going to be crossing right over 55. So while the tornado warning to go along with that torrential rain that is falling once you go south of Arnold down 55. This is hail in the area from Festus, between Festus and Peevely, right by the racetrack. You know, you're getting a torrential rain at the racetrack, I think, as you go farther south here towards McNutt and, you know, down towards Highway A. This is where you really get into that larger hail. Also towards Mappaville, out on Highway Z, you're looking at hail perhaps up to the size of golf balls, maybe a little bit larger. So while the tornado warning here does include Maystown and up to Valmeyer, I think for you folks in Valmeyer and Waterloo, your major concern would be for hail that's destructive as you're making your way of baseballs in a worst-case scenario with this system. Certainly golf ball size hail is not out of the question, but some of it could get to the size of baseballs. Then once you get from this Maystown to Festus line and a little farther to the south, that's where we're tracking the circulation and the potential that we're going to see a tornado spin up as it pushes to the east. That includes Fultz as well. This includes the areas here along Highway 3 and the Bluff Road. So, you know, just keep this in mind as you're making your way across the Mississippi River into southern portions of Monroe County. That circulation will be in Monroe County in about 15 minutes or so, and it's definitely capable of producing a tornado. So you need to be in your safe place at this point. The other problem, as Kay was mentioning, has been the excessive rainfall and the flash flood warning that's in effect now from Jefferson County going west all the way to Gasconade County and then down to the south. A whole bunch of areas here with flooded roads and significant weather problems related to that this afternoon. But that tornado warning in eastern portions of Jefferson County, far northern St. Genevieve County, again, northern for Waterloo, I think the biggest impact for you is really the northwest sliver of it, and then into central and southern portions of Monroe County in Illinois as these storms advance to the east. Okay.
Scott, we are now getting reports of the tornado sirens going off in Waterloo, Illinois. Just in the past few minutes, one of our employees reporting he's along Route 3 in Waterloo and hearing the sirens there.
Yeah, and the tornado warning in effect for that area, so you would expect to hear the sirens go off here. Again, for Waterloo, I think the biggest impact for you is from the destructive hail. Right where you hit the 67 split, and that's Waterloo. So I think the biggest threat there for most of central portions of Monroe County here in Illinois will end up being from this cluster of really large hail that's between Festus and Peevely. It's that circulation that we have concerns about here as we go down into the area just south of Festus. You know, we're really looking at that right over towards Valmeyer, right where it splits, right where you hit the 67 split. That's about where we're seeing the rotation right now in this general vicinity, and it's sliding to the east. So Maystown, you're in the path of that circulation. To the north of that, with this supercell storm, that's where you see the exceedingly large hail. We're talking hail, perhaps golf balls to baseballs. That's giant size hail that could be impacting a good chunk of the area there. And then going over towards Valmeyer and heading towards towards Waterloo, that's where your hail threat will be. There's some of that really large hail from a viewer, Kenzie, sharing with us. That looks like it's pretty darn close to baseball-sized hail. Again, that's going to do a lot of damage here. And if you're in a vulnerable in a mobile home, a vulnerable gusty wind, more heavy rain, mobile home, some smaller hail, a manufactured home. In these areas that are under the threat for that potential tornado, you need to be a more substantial shelter. Maybe you have a storm cellar. Maybe you have some neighbors just
just
little
checking
ways
Crawford
away.
County,
You have
about
some time here
1,028,
to scoot
and then you
and
have
skedaddle off to
502
the
in
east of
Washington
St.
County.
off to the east
Amazing,
of
only
Festus
16
here, over
reported
towards
out in
Maystown and
Jefferson
towards
County
east
at
of the
this point.
Mississippi
Franklin
River.
County,
You have just a few
283,
minutes to get to more
and
substantial
Gasconade
shelter.
about
You don't want to
610.
spend this in a mobile
So
home,
obviously,
especially
as
with the
the
gusty
storm
winds.
moves to
More
the
heavy
east
rain and potentially
and
some
into
smaller
Monroe
hail now
County,
coming in on
Illinois,
the backside of this, and
we should
probably
have some,
with some pretty good
a lot more
winds
power
around
outages.
DeSoto as well.
Surprisingly,
Jimmy, have
not
we had
seeing as many
any
in
additional
Jefferson County
power
at this point.
outages to
Which
report
means
on
even
this
though we
with
see the
some of
wind on
this
the
wind?
radar,
You know, just
it's not
checking
necessarily
Crawford
reaching
County,
around
about
the storms, but that's okay.
1,028, and then
As
you
long as it
have
stays up in the clouds,
502 in
it doesn't
Washington
become a bigger
County.
problem for us,
Amazing, only
right?
16
We're getting
reported
reports
out
here
in
just
Jefferson
west of
County at this
Festus
point.
now, golf
Franklin
ball-size
County,
hail. And you can bet
283,
this area
and
really
Gasconade
going into,
about 610.
Right here, Festus, Crystal
so
City.
obviously, as the storm
here's
moves to
McNutt.
the east
You're going
and
to
into
see
Monroe
hail
County,
here
Illinois,
up to the size.
well, we should
between
have some
ping
a
pong,
lot
golf
more
ball
power
size,
outages.
maybe up to
Surprisingly, we're not seeing as
baseball-size
many
hail
in
as
Jefferson
this
County
tracks
at
off
this
to the
point.
east.
Which
That
means
is a
even though we see
significant
the wind
threat
on the
for you,
radar,
too.
it's not
That's going to
necessarily
head
reaching the
over
ground with the
towards
storms,
Monroe
but that's
City and
okay.
eventually
As
towards
long as it stays
Wartburg
up in the clouds,
and
it
head
doesn't
up
become a
towards
bigger
Valmeyer
problem
and
for us,
Waterloo.
right?
The
We're getting reports here
circulation,
just
which is
west
to the
of
south and
Festus now,
southeast
golf
of
ball size
Festus.
hail,
That's
and you
what
can
we have
bet
to
this
watch
area
as it heads
really
towards
going into
Maystown.
right
That's
here,
where the
Festus,
potential that we
Crystal
could spin
City.
up a tornado will be.
Here's
And then
McNutt.
there's more and
You're
additional
going to
heavy
see hail
rainfall
here up
behind
to the
this. So
size
our tornado
between
warning,
ping pong,
really
golf ball
it's
size,
twofold.
maybe up to baseball
You
size
have the
hail
circulation
as this
of the
tracks off to the
potential
east.
tornado here
That is a
south of
significant
Festus.
threat for
And
you
we're trying to
too.
communicate
That's
the
going to head
threats as
over
best we
towards
can
Monroe
to you
City
this
and
afternoon.
eventually towards
But the
Wartburg
tornado
and
threat
head up
looks
towards
to be just
Valmeyer
south
and
of
Waterloo.
Festus and
The
then
circulation,
stretches
which is
east
just to the south and
across
southeast of
towards
Festus,
Fultz
that's
and
what we
south
have
of
to watch
Waterloo,
as
really
it heads
towards
towards Maystown.
Then
That's where
on
the
the northern
potential that we
side
could
of this
spin up a
tornado
tornado
warning,
will be.
we
And then
have
there's
the
more
large
and
hail.
additional heavy
You're not
rainfall
likely to see a
behind
tornado
this. So
up here
our
just
tornado
south of
warning,
Barnhart to
really
Peavey,
it's
but you are
twofold.
looking at the larger
Okay,
hail,
you
and
have the
that's what you're likely
circulation
to
with the
see head
potential
towards
tornado
Waterloo.
here
The
south
reason
of
why
Festus,
it's a
and
larger
we're trying to
tornado
communicate
warning
the
for this
threats as best we
scenario
can to you
is
this afternoon.
to try to prevent
But the
confusion,
tornado threat
because
looks
there
to
would
be
be
just south
multiple
of
other types
Festus
of
and then
warnings here
stretches
right now.
east
So we got you
across
all on
towards
alert.
Fultz
Everybody's
and
phone's
south of
gone
Waterloo,
off.
really towards
That's why
Maystown.
the tornado warning's in
Then
effect
on the
for
northern
the
side of this
circulation
tornado
south of
warning,
Festus. But
we
if you're
have the
north of
large hail.
Festus and
You're
going
not
over
likely to see a
towards
tornado up here
Valmeyer
just
and
south
into
of
Waterloo,
Barnhart to Peavey,
you're gonna have
but
to
you
deal with
are
that
looking
hail
at the
too,
larger hail,
as that
and that's
pushes
what you're
on
likely to
towards
see
the
head
east. And that
towards
hail is
Waterloo.
a really
The reason why it's
big,
a
as you just
larger
saw, a
tornado
really big
warning
threat
for this
because some of it's
scenario
the size
is to
of
try to
baseballs,
prevent
and it's
confusion
just crossed
because
over,
there would be multiple
Highway
other
55.
types
I don't
of
know if we have a
warnings here
camera down
right
here, if
now.
you
So
guys can pull up
we
one
got
of
you
those
all on
cameras.
alert.
There's
Everybody's phone's
55
gone
right now.
off.
You see not
That's
only
why the tornado warning's in
Festus,
effect
you see
for the circulation
the wind
south
is
of
kinda
Festus.
howling around.
But if you're north of
I
Festus
suspect
and you're going over towards
you're
Valmeyer
looking-
and into
you're
Waterloo,
missing the hail there
you're going to
because
have
the
to deal
hail
with that hail
is
too
a little bit
as
farther
that
to the
pushes
north,
on
but
towards the
yeah,
east. And that
there's
hail is a
trucks are
really
going through 'cause
big,
trucks
as you
do
just
what
saw, a
trucks
really
do.
big threat
But
because some
everybody
of
else
it's the
has gotta
size
slow it down and
of
slow it down
baseball, and
considerably.
it's just
And a lot of these
crossed
people,
over
if they're going northbound
Highway
on
55. I don't know if we have a
that big
camera
hail,
down here. If you guys
and
can
if they
pull up
didn't
one of
slow
those
down and
cameras.
kinda pause,
There's
they're gonna
55
pay
right
for
now.
it
You
when
see
they
not
have to buy
only
a new windshield.
at
So the
Festus, you
tornado
see
is
there,
now
the wind
about
is
ready.
kind of
That
howling
circulation's
around.
about ready to
I
cross over the
suspect
Mississippi River, it
that
that you're missing the hail there because the hail is a little bit farther to the north. But yeah, trucks are going through because trucks do what trucks do. But everybody else has got to slow it down and slow it down considerably. And a lot of these people, if they're going northbound on 55, are going to run into that big hail.
hail, if they didn't slow down over and kind of pause, they're going to pay for it when they have to buy a new windshield. So the tornado is now about ready. That circulation's about ready to cross over the Mississippi River. I'm going to pull this back out and head towards Monroe County. This is where we're seeing that circulation down here close to the Selma area. This is where we need you to be in your safe place. As you go farther north, if you're in Valmeyer or Waterloo, you don't need to go to the basement, before you need to be inside and away from windows and doors. Because if this wind-driven hail moves over you, it very easily could break windows, and there'd be a lot of broken glass. Remember, we're wearing our shoes all afternoon long. Just putting them on now, we're keeping them on. I'm going to pull this back out because we need to reset. We're about 1:15 now. I want to get you back to a broader view, just so you can see what's going on elsewhere. A lot of people in St. Louis are saying it's dark outside, I'm hearing thunder. I want to know what's going on. So yes, there are thunderstorms in South St. Louis County. The air to our south, thunderstorms and showers in St. Charles County. These storms towards Potosi, Troy, over to Hardin, and this is over to Jerseyville. You've got them in Carrollton. You've got them in Chesterfield, Illinois, Farmersville. There's some heavier rain up there, but none of this to the north is severe. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. And even the stronger storms that are out here around Herman that are trying to flare up right now, none of those are particularly notable. Yes, there's some stronger storms north of the Missouri River, but they're not severe. The air to our south here is much more unstable. These storms towards Potosi down to Belgrade, and this is going into southern portions south of Highway 8, going into southern portions of Washington County. They seem to be strengthening a little bit, so we have to keep our eyes on those. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for this little segment that's kind of bowing out here as it crosses Highway 67. That just came out, that's the stretch going from Olympian Village down towards Park Hills and Valley Mines. Now we have a severe thunderstorm warning that stretches east from there over into St. Genevieve County and the western portions of Randolph County. No circulation indicated there. Your main threat for that is going to be from the potential of strong winds based on how it's bowing out there to 60 miles per hour. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning. That goes until 2 o'clock, and it's northern portions of St. Francis County, central and northern portions of St. Genevieve County, and then goes over into western portions of Randolph and southern portions of Monroe County. We go up to the tornado warning here, and we'll move that just a little farther south. We still have our tornado warning. It's in effect here. And really, it's for this area just about to cross out of Jefferson County and moving into Monroe County. That's where that circulation is spread over. That's where the largest hail is, although you've got a new hail core that's kind of spiking up here, southwest of Festus, it looks like. Looks like we may be developing something else trying to nudge in. And that's 55 you're looking at right now. If you're in Fultz, if you're in the area, kind of just getting out ahead of this, Fultz and Renault along the Bluff Road here. Oh, it's 55 in Festus. Okay.
Also, multiple reports of ping pong
you need to be in your safe place. Hail. This is the area where you have the potential to see that rotation go right over your head. And we're going to see that spread over here in Illinois. Again, if you're Festus to Maystown, south to Fultz, that's where we've had our circulation in here. Looks like we may be developing something else trying to nudge in a little farther south. But if you're in Fultz, if you're in the area, kind of just getting out ahead of this, Fultz and Renault along the Bluff Road here. There's 155 that goes through here. You need to be in your safe place. This is the area where you have the potential to see that rotation go right over your head. Other strong storms are developing farther to the south. These things are putting down huge amounts of rain and hail. That's been causing flooding, especially on some of the secondary and side roads. We don't know. Some of those roads we heard around Sullivan may have been washed out, like the culvert washed out. You don't know if the road's flooded when you're trying to drive on that. You just see water. If you're riding along and it's washed out underneath you, your car goes down and then it goes off.
and you're in big trouble. So let's stay off the roads when we do not drive through roads where there is water covering the roads right now. That's the best advice we can give post thunderstorm after this rain's going on. Okay, you've got a whole bunch more information for us.
J.T. Hardy, the city manager in Sullivan, gave us a list of areas with water on the road. Main and Lakeview Drive, 185 at the north and south intersections, Elmont Road, Blair Street. And this is the list is long. This is just a small little list of just many places that are underwater at this point because of all the heavy rain that's been falling. We can let you know that there was we were receiving reports of a water rescue earlier. 185 south of Vine Drive. We are told everyone is safe in that situation, but there is still water on the road at 185, and that route remains closed. You do not want to go there. I-44 at mile marker 230, water on the road there. And this is 55 at Eagle Crest.
There's really
you can get an idea of just how much all of that heavy rain is affecting visibility. You can't really see at all. Many people have their headlights on, but as we all know, that's not even helpful in a situation like this. So we're asking you, via the emergency management folks we've been talking with, please stay home and stay off the roads if you don't need to be out, especially if you're in one of the counties to the south.
2 hours. Luckily, only one tornado
the immediate
warning
metro
and
area right
no
now, there's really not that much to be concerned about until you get to the Jefferson County line and then going south.
Based
and that's
on the
where we've had all of our problems
the rotation's
so far.
greater
Really,
at the upper levels than
yes,
it is
it's
at the
pouring
lowest
in Arnold
level. We're not
right now,
seeing
and there's
as
some
much, but
pretty
we're
intense
also
rain
starting to
into
note
southern
that
portions
hail
of St.
core
Louis County,
kind of
but that's
growing
not
here
severe. It may have
as
some
we work
35 to
our way
45
east of
mile per hour
DeSoto.
winds,
That's gonna
but that's
push
not
that,
the
you know,
problem.
the area just
This
north of
really is
Festus
the
had
problem.
some
This
of
has
the
been the
larger
one
hail.
cell all day long.
stop it right
Really
there.
for the last, what, Jim, 2 hours we've been.
2 hours,
here's
yeah.
the
And
area.
luckily,
This
only
is
one
west
tornado
of
warning
Monroe City,
and no confirmation of a
Yeah,
touchdown.
and we've been tracking the same storm with the same, keep extending the tornado warning based on the rotation. And the rotation's greater at the upper levels than it is at the lowest level. We're not seeing as much, but we're also starting to note that hail core kind of growing here as we work our way east of DeSoto. That's going to push that, the area just north of Festus had some of the larger hail. Let me stop it right there.
Said a lot about Olympian
Let's go
Village
all
in
the
the
way
last
in.
hour because that's
So
where that
here's the area. This
that
is west
circulation
of
was
Monroe
moving
City.
over. Well, that
There's
circulation's
Mitchie.
over
Here's
here
northeast
now.
of Festus.
And
This
this
area
storm is
went
starting to
through,
interact with other
south of
storms
Peevely,
that are
Crystal
down to the
City.
south
You
of
had
it.
some heavier
And it looks
hail
like it's
in here.
pulsed up
You
some
still
hail here.
do.
So
That's
wouldn't be
working its
surprised
way
in this
east. That's
area
probably
also
going to
be seeing
impact areas
some
around
2 to
Monroe
3
City
inch size
and
hail.
up
So maybe
towards
up to
Valmeyer. We're
baseball
very
size
close
hail
to it and head
with that.
towards
And then
Wartburg.
you've got
But
this
just in the
little
last
Boeing
few
segment
stands,
that's
we've started
stretching
to
out
see
here.
this
It's
area
east
east of
67
Olympia
that's
Village.
approaching
Remember, we've
northern
said a lot about
portions
Olympia Village in the
of,
last hour because that's where that
St. Genevieve
rotation,
County, I should
that
say.
circulation was
That's
moving
French
over. Well,
Village,
that circulation's
although
over
most of
here
it's
now,
probably gonna go north
and
of
this
French
storm is
Village.
starting to
And then
interact with
towards
other
Kinsey here,
storms
that's in
that are down
northern
to the
portions
south of it. And it
St.
looks like it's
Genevieve
pulsed
County.
up some hail here.
That's
So wouldn't be
likely to produce
surprised
50
in
to
this
60 mile per
area
hour winds
to also
or
be
stronger.
seeing
So,
some 2 to
there's a
3
severe
inch size
thunderstorm
hail,
warning
so
for
maybe
that
up to
cell as
baseball
well. So
size
this
hail
is our severe
with that.
weather
And
that's
then
ongoing
you've
right
got
now.
this little
Storm
Boeing
down
segment
towards
that's
Belgrade
stretching
here
out
for our
here
southern portions
that's
of
gone
Washington
east of
County.
67
We do
that's
have to
approaching
watch
northern
that. It
portions
has an
of
atmosphere that it's working with, as you
St.
see.
Genevieve
There's
County, I
not
should
much
say.
development back
That's
to the
French
south.
Village,
So
although the worst of
there's
it's probably
still
going to
quite
go
a bit of
north of French
instability able
Village
to flow
and then
into that
towards
storm
Kinsey here.
or
That's
to
in
take
northern
advantage of
portions
strengthen a little more.
of St.
So we'll be
Genevieve
tracking
County.
that
That's
for the next
likely to
hour or
produce
two.
50
Right
to
now,
60
no
mile per
warning
hour
on it,
winds
but it
or
certainly
stronger.
is
So,
a strong storm.
there's a severe thunderstorm
Large
warning
hail
for
coming
that
into
cell
Monroe
as well. So
County. It's
this is our
crossed over
severe weather that's
55. We've got
ongoing
all
right
the
now.
reports around
Storm down
Festus
towards
with that.
Belgrade here for
We've
our
got
southern
large hail
portions of
also
Washington
now
County.
pretty
We do
close
have
to
to
that
watch
Olympian
that.
Village
It has
area.
an
This
atmosphere that
last
it's working
scan
with.
kinda
As you
lowered
see,
that a
there's
little bit,
not
which
much
that's
development
okay.
back to the south.
But that is going to
So
head towards
there's still
Fulton,
quite a bit of
between
instability able to
Mays
flow
Town,
into that
over
storm
towards the river.
for it to
That's where
take
we still
advantage
have
of
this
perhaps strengthen a
circulation
little
and the
more.
potential
So we'll be
there
tracking
that
that
we are going to
for the
see,
next hour or two.
some
Right now,
more
no warning on it, but
activity
it certainly
there,
is
as
a
time
strong
goes
storm.
on.
large hail coming into Monroe County. It's crossed over 55. That's our tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warning to the south of that. You've got large hail also now pretty close to that Olympian Village area. This last scan kind of lowered that a little bit, which that's okay. But that is going to head towards Fultz, and between Maystown over towards the river, that's where we still have this circulation and the potential there. And looking back to the west, there are thunderstorms developing farther to the west. I want to just go really quickly as time rolls on. With hail, and maybe we're going to spin something up. But that's our tornado warning, our severe thunderstorm warning to the south of that. It has a tornado. See how this morning's activity in this which means if it can access some spin, but this is actually round number 2 out of that. The storm of interest, though, has been the one that has the tornado warning putting that out and has had the tornado warning as it's been what's coming, Jim, from west to east, kind of a long duration thing. And looking back to the west, there are thunderstorms developing farther to the west. I want to just go really quickly back out here and check in on Springfield's radar. There are more thunderstorms developing out here.
Yeah, let me check that.
So that's what's coming later today.
Later today,
we'll see how this morning's activity and this early afternoon activity impacts things. But this is actually round number 2 that we may see it later on
south
today.
Of St. Louis.
So just kind of putting that out there so you know what's coming, Jim. This is going to be
still about the same.
Kind of a long duration thing where we get through this round, maybe within the next hour and a half or so, and then we'll start getting ramped up.
Franklin County and about 140 now in Jefferson County. So a little bit more. Yeah, let me check that real quick. So yeah, later today we're going to see that second round likely form. Thunderstorms and it usually follows that instability like this giant cluster, the supercell did, which was south of St. Louis. So more later today. Let me refresh this, and then we got still about the same. Crawford County, 1,028, 506 in Washington County, Gasconade County about 610, 294 in Franklin County, and about 140 now in Jefferson County. So a little bit more power outages now noted in Jefferson County. But again, the thunderstorms have been around the St. Louis area. They've been sub-severe. Also around Wentzville, you might have heard some thunder and had some downpours, but that main focus has been this supercell. Scotty's been tracking with rotation. And thank goodness we have not seen any confirmations of any touchdowns of this supercell and the tornado. But that warning continues. And that warning will continue for not only Monroe County, but also northwestern Randolph County, southeastern Jefferson County, north central St. Genevieve County. And that is for just a little bit more here, about 145, and it's 127
there is now a flood warning for the Merrimack
just
River
watching that rotation, and also that hail with it has been up to tennis ball size, but we're getting more numerous reports of golf ball size hail near the Festus area.
Yeah, and Kay, you've got an update for us?
If not, we're getting additional reports of the water problem on the roads down in the Sullivan area. We now know that Winslow Creek in Sullivan, the water is very high, flowing rapidly. The road there is closed. We also understand there is now a flood warning for the Merrimack River near Sullivan until May 12th at 11 a.m. The rivers and creeks are just overflowing at this point. If you know a road you use to get around, you are going to want to avoid that, at least for the rest of today, if not for at least a couple of days. We also got an update on the water rescue earlier. No one was injured. That has been resolved. However, 185 is still closed due to water on the road there. It's one of those areas that early on just took on a lot of water, and you will not be able to use that route.
Well, and if you've been outside and actually walked in the grass somewhere in the last few days, you know that the ground is just sopping wet right now. So all of this water, and we're seeing a tremendous amount of rainfall out of this, along with the large hail, which melts and flows right into the rivers as well. And you get the Merrimack River down there by Sullivan, Steelville, very flashy because it's very small. Beautiful float streams, but they're small. And so when you get the heavy rain like this, they take giant jumps. And the smaller creeks and streams take those giant jumps even faster. before they get to the larger rivers. So that's something of concern. The tornado warning continuing here for at least a little bit longer. Not sure how much longer they'll keep it going on this storm. Is we seem to, it's getting much more muddled here as far as any circulation per se, but we still have somewhat of an indication that there is at least some spin there close to faults, but it may not be in the lowest level. The hail, as we told you, Maystown seems to have refocused and shifted a little bit farther south towards Maystown. That hail also shifting farther to the south here as you go down along Interstate 55 here in northern portions of St. Genevieve County, southern portions of Jefferson County from Danby down towards Quincy. That's where some of the larger hail is. Right in the middle of the road. And that is going to continue off to the east. If you come up on this, and that's in Sullivan. Road crews only have so many resources to go out and put a sign out. Or 185.
So this is Route 185 we've been talking about, where about an hour ago a water rescue took place. You can see the barricades are up. The water is running very high in this area. The road is closed. And luckily no one was hurt. That's the good news that we're getting.
And the other thing, Kate, we see the barricade was there, right in the middle of the road. It goes back, and there's the barricade. If you come up on this, our road crews only have so many resources to go out and put a sign out and get a barricade up. Don't drive around the barricade. We now have they're there for a reason. So, and if there's water over the road and there is no barricade, then don't drive into it because it can be flowing under there. You don't know how fast it's flowing. And you only need 6 to 12 inches, really 12 to 18 inches will take an SUV moving. If it's swift flowing water, it'll move it right off the wheels, off the road, and take it away. Or the road could be washed out underneath and you have problems. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning here. We were talking just a few minutes ago about that storm down towards Belgrade and southern portions of Washington County. We now have a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm, and that takes it east into St. Francis County. So we're going to take this storm, and it looks like it now is capable of producing hail up to the size of quarters, and the hail will probably crossing Highway 21 right now, and Irondale to the north of Irondale is probably where that largest hail will go. The storm that's in Park Hills right now is not severe. It's that storm that's west of Irondale that's heading towards you that has prompted the National Weather Service to post that warning, severe thunderstorm warning for Washington and St. Francis County. That's in addition to the severe thunderstorm warning here for eastern portions of St. Francis County. The storm that went through Bonterra now pushing east into northern portions of St. Genevieve County. Strong winds with this. This may develop some circulation as well before all is said and done. We'll see what happens with that. Still the tornado warning here as you work your way up into portions of Monroe, central southern Monroe County, and then into the northwest corner there of Randolph County in Illinois. Redbud, Prairie to Rocher, Maystown, Fultz, all part of that. Not sure if they're going to extend that tornado warning there because it's becoming more diffuse. That circulation is. In fact, if we pop on the velocity, there's a lot to see here. This looks more like strong winds that's in northern portions of St. Genevieve County. Far southern portions of Jefferson County, that looks like a bigger area of stronger winds. You also have the area around Prairie to Rocher that looks like some stronger winds. And then you have that circulation down here towards Belgrade. And that is, that's a rotating thunderstorm. By the time the radar beam gets out there, it's shooting very high. So the storm is definitely got rotation to it, but it also has strong winds. And it's not looking like it's a tornadic thunderstorm at this point. But again, keep in mind, sometimes thunderstorms can and do produce tornadoes without much warning. But it looks you're looking there at Interstate 55, losing that again, the torrential rain coming down and the very slow traffic there.
It's amazing.
That's at 61. And you see people have their flashers on and are driving very slow. They really end up slowing down when we get the hail that goes with these storms, that's for sure. And so we're tracking there's still a fair amount of hail with these storms. There's a lot of hail here on 55. I don't know, Jimmy, about the power outages. I know you've been watching that and watching NWS chat as to what's going on there. But it looks like we're losing that tornadic potential to some degree with these storms.
Yeah, it's amazing. 3 supercells and some rotation But again, only one tornado warning. We've only seen one throughout the last couple of hours here.
We'll be crossing Highway
Hopefully
3
that'll be the
north of
case and
Tipton,
that'll continue.
or near Tipton. And so we're tracking this as it moves on to the east.
Still a lot
There's a
going
lot
on
of
here
hail
this
here on
afternoon with these
55,
storms south of St.
right
Louis.
there
Nothing
at
in
the
the
Jefferson
immediate
St. Genevieve
metro
County
area.
line. You also have some of that larger
is
hail
severe
that's pretty
outside of
close to
these storms that
Valmeyer,
are
south
south
of
of
Waterloo.
town
So it looks like
in
Waterloo,
Monroe
you're
as
probably
well
going to
as
miss the
Jefferson
worst
counties.
of the hail
So
here.
there's a lot to
it's
track
closer
here,
to
and Jim,
Maystown.
we keep watching these storms,
And, you know, it's
and
kind of
looking to
missing
see
you.
if
So
they can
that's
weaken
good, but
some,
it's still headed
you know, then
towards
you've got the
Highway
other storm
3, and we'll be
developing down
crossing
there in
Highway
Bismarck,
3
which
north of
is
Tipton,
a problem
or
as
near
well.
Tipton,
Yeah, and it's
in
moving
the
into
next
more
few minutes.
unstable
So
air to the east.
still a lot
so
going on here this
likely they'll
afternoon
at
with these
least stay
storms
together.
south of St. Louis.
And
Nothing in
they
the
continue
immediate
to
metro area
create this huge hail that's been in the area,
is
and also
severe
very,
outside of these storms that
very
are
high
south
wind
of town
at times,
in
and also
Monroe
some,
as well
very
as
heavy
Jefferson
rainfall.
counties.
So flash
So
flooding and
there's
the hail
a lot
seems like
to track
it has
here,
been
and
the
Jim,
biggest
we
concern
keep
with
watching
all of
these storms,
But then you look around St. Louis
and looking to see if they can
we've
weaken
had,
some. But
you know, some thunder and
you know,
lightning
then
and
you've
some
got the
rain
other
in the
storm
area. Look at the
developing
hail.
down there in Bismarck,
And where's
which
that out of?
is a problem as
Hillsborough.
well.
That's Hillsborough. Yeah, and it's moving into that's more how big some unstable of this air hail to has the been. east, so
Festus
likely
is
they'll
coming
at least stay
next. This is out
together.
of Festus.
They continue
look how large that is,
to
Scotty,
create
and,
this huge
that's the
hail
hail
that's
that
been in
we've
the area,
seen
and also
from Sullivan.
very high wind
further
at
east now,
times, and also
likely
some
pushing into
very heavy
Monroe County
rainfall. So
in Illinois.
flash flooding
Yeah,
and the hail
that's enough
seems
to
like
cause a lot of
it has been the
damage, too.
biggest concern with
Huge
all of these
damage, I'm
storms.
sure
But then
reports
you
will
look
be
around
coming
St.
out. Still
Louis,
looking for that.
we've had some
There's
thunder
going to
and
be
lightning and
another
some rain
round
in
of
the area.
insurance
Look at the
claims
hail.
here, and a new
where's that
tornado
out of?
warning just popping in for this
Hillsborough, that's
storm down to
Hillsborough.
the
So
south. The one
that's how
in
big some of this
Washington
hail
County.
has
So
been.
let's go there.
Festus is
this
coming
is
next.
for that storm
This
we
is
were
out
just
of
talking about
Festus.
in Belgrade. How it
And,
had a
and look how large
circulation,
that is, Scotty.
and it was rotating,
And
but
that's the hail that we've
level
seen
that the
from
radar's
Sullivan
hitting, it's pretty high.
westward.
But
and
now
then
it's
further
starting
east
to
now,
show
and
that
likely
look,
pushing
that
into
more
Monroe
classic
County
supercell
in Illinois.
look.
Yeah,
and
that's
so we have
enough
new
to cause a
tornado
lot of
warning
damage,
that
too.
includes southeastern
Huge damage. I'm
portions
sure reports
of
will be coming out. Still
Washington
looking for
County.
that.
And then that stretches
Yeah, there's going to be
east now
another round
to
of
include
insurance
a good
claims here,
chunk
and a new tornado
of
warning
St.
just
Francis
popping in for
County
this
and into
storm
the
down to the
western
south, the
portions
one
of St. Genevieve
in
County.
Washington
your
County. So
sirens are
let's
gonna
go
off
there.
in Park Hills.
This is for
They're
that
gonna go
storm we were
off
just talking
in-
about in
probably going
Belgrade,
off
how
in
it had a
Bonne Terre, although
circulation
you're not
and it was
impacted
rotating, but
with
the
this tornado
level
threat in
that
Bonne
the
Terre,
radar's hitting
even
it's
if you
pretty
hear the
high.
sirens.
But
To the
now
south.
it's starting
The
to
track
show
right
that
now, that
look,
storm is
that more
located
classic
south of
supercell
Irondale
look.
in
And so we have a new
southwestern
tornado
portions of
warning
Washington
that
County.
includes
This would
southeastern
be on the way
portions
if you've ever
of
gone down to
Washington
Johnson
County,
Shut-ins
and then
or,
that stretches
down,
east now
you know,
to
to
include a
Elephant
good
Rock State Park.
chunk
You kind of have to go
of
this
St.
back
Francis
way
County
to get
and
down
into the
that
western
area,
portions of
and
St.
that's where we
Genevieve
are.
County. So your
Irondale,
sirens are going to go off in
and
Park
into the
Hills.
area
They're going
here,
to go off, and
you know,
probably
east
going
of
off in Bonne
Caledonia.
Terre,
So
although
I'd
you're
say the
not
circulation's
impacted
somewhere
with
in
this
here.
tornado threat in
That's
Bonne Terre,
Highway
even if you
View,
hear the sirens.
Dock
It
Wall
is
and
south.
Road.
The track
That's what's
right
showing
now,
up
that
on our
storm is
screen here
located
into the
south of
Irondale area.
Irondale
There's
and
Scout
southwestern
Camp Road.
portions of Washington
Circulation's
County.
probably
This would be on the
around
way
Highway
if you've
U
ever
here.
gone down
Let's
to
pop it
Johnson's
into that
Shut-ins
velocity
or
mode. And again,
down,
we're scanning
you know,
kind of
to
higher
Elephant Rock
in
State
the
Park. You kind
storm
of have
here.
to
So
go this back
the
way to
circulation
get down
wind
into that
towards the
area,
radar,
and
wind
that's where
away
we
from
are.
the
So
radar.
Irondale
So there's your
and into the area
and
here.
it does look like it's off to
You
the
know, east of
northwest
Caledonia.
Bismarck
So
right
I'd
now.
say the circulation
that would
somewhere
take it
in
towards
here.
Derby, assuming
That's
it's moving
Highway
towards
U,
the east and
Dock Wall
northeast.
and
That would
Road.
take it
That's
towards
what's showing
Derby,
up on our screen
towards
here
the
into
Park
the
Hills
Irondale area.
area,
There's
towards
Scout
Lowborough.
Camp Road.
And
Circulation's
eventually, perhaps,
probably
it gets
around
into the
Highway U
Farmington
here.
area.
Let's
We will
pop it
see.
into that
Obviously, it
velocity
could
mode. And
get
again,
that
we're
far.
scanning kind of
I'll put a
higher
track on
in
this
the
for you.
storm here. So
And I think
the
it's still moving
circulation
about 30
wind
miles per
towards
hour. the radar, wind away from the radar. So there's your circulation. And it does look like it's off to the northwest of Bismarck right now. And that would take it towards Derby, assuming it's moving towards the east and northeast. That would take it towards Derby, towards the Park Hills area. So that is a new tornado warning now. And eventually, perhaps, it gets into the Farmington area. We will see. Obviously, it could get that far. I'm going to put a track on this for you.
St. Genevieve.
And I think it's still moving about 30 miles per hour. all of the trouble. Just kind of pulling it up. South of St. Louis. That's where we're tracking it. It's raining. Just pulled it out, and it goes over to Leadington, Farmington, Bismarck, and of course Leadington's also kind of the Park Hills area where they kind of merged all the towns there back in the day. So that is a new tornado warning to the south. Is southeastern Washington County, and as well as St. Francis County down here, as western portions of Monroe County and St. Genevieve County. So the broader view, County in Illinois, all of the trouble, and then down to really the south of St. Louis right now. Yes, it's raining, and there are some pretty good thunderstorms in the metro area. Some of them are producing some tornado warnings. There's nothing severe in St. Louis proper. With this around 255, 270, really nothing but rain right now. This is all rain to the north and west, but to the south is where we have our problems, and those areas specifically down here as we look into portions of Monroe County in Illinois, and parts of Randolph County in Illinois, and then down really into St. Genevieve, St. Francis, and southeastern Washington. Those are our areas of concern right now. The tornado warning still in effect here for just a little bit longer.
So
with this storm that's across, really, this bulk of it's across southern portions of Monroe County in Illinois. And then this new tornado warning is we have that bit of a hook there down towards Belgrade. That's going to try to push towards the east into that area towards Park Hills and towards Farmington
around 150, Deloge around 145. Yeah, it's amazing that, again, no confirmation. Just looking at the feed here, just again, Irondale reporting some larger hail, about quarter size.
That's what we have right
now. So that's right at severe level there, north of Irondale, on Highway U, Scotty, like you were talking about that.
Tornado watch in effect.
So again, watching that circulation as it crosses Highway U, and no confirmation of any touchdown, but everybody, even in Farmington. So again, just reading this, Farmington around 150, Deloge around 145. You do want to be in your safe shelter just in case this tornado is actually on the ground and moving your way.
All right, so again, that's what we have right now. Strong to severe thunderstorms. The severe thunderstorms are mainly south of St. Louis. There is that tornado watch in effect over southern portions of the area as well. That one I think doesn't include St. Louis. And again, you're saying, well, it's pouring in my house. I live in St. Louis County. Yeah, but you're not under an immediate threat. They're going to let that pouring. It's okay. These are the areas down to the south where the storms are much more significant and have been producing, have a history of producing hail up to the size, maybe larger, really starting to show that baseballs, and still are producing large hail, at least a golf ball size in some cases, and there's some circulations indicative of the potential for tornadoes. Tornado warning continuing here in Monroe County. That one I think is set to expire here in a few minutes. Let me just check on that real fast. So we kind of zoom in on that. Yeah, I think they're going to let that one probably go and go with a severe thunderstorm warning after that. And then the next tornado warning is the one where you have the bit of a hook here, really starting to show that classic supercell look, down coming out of southeastern Washington County and then going over into southern portions and central portions of St. Francis County. That takes you from Park Hills down towards Farmington right now and out along Highway 32 as well. So we kind of zoom in on that because that seems to be the noticeable storm. Also an uptick here in the hail. You may be looking at hail up to the size of golf balls or larger. It's about ready to push in along Highway 8 here as you go out of Park Hills, Redwood, back to the west. The circulation to the Mark Twain Forest. Again, very hilly terrain here. You're not going to be able to see a tornado very well because of all the trees and hills in the Irondale area and just to the north of Irondale. That's where we're likely seeing hail up to the size of golf balls. That's along Highway M right there. And then this is probably going to track right towards Mitchell and Leadwood as you're getting some of that hail now, but it's going to track towards Deloge and towards Park Hills. That's the hail part of the storm. The circulation part of the storm is now coming in towards Bismarck and is probably very close to the north side of Bismarck right now with that rotation in the clouds. And that's why you need to be in your safe place there in the Bismarck area over to Lowborough and along Highway 32 as you go are full of turbulence. They are full of wind. Okay, there's a lot of wind, and also when you start getting hail this large
earlier, and
what happens
a lot of
is maybe that
questions about
initial
what
small
causes that.
hailstone
That's
is
how
bumping into
turbulent
larger drops
that
of
air
water
is
and
above.
instantaneously
That hail
freezing
just
them
gets tossed
while on
around
the
and
fly
tumbled
through
within the
clouds.
cloud, and you end up
sometimes
with
you also get
this
the smaller
irregular
hailstones that
ice
start
pattern
to stick to
and
each
that
other.
spiky,
And you
jagged
get these
appearance.
really
You know, we're all used to that
unusually
round, smooth
large
hail,
shapes
but this is what's been
and
falling today, and
dangerous
is that
hailstones because
really
they
an
are
example of how
spiky like that.
turbulent this storm
Yeah,
is?
the storms are full of turbulence. They are full of wind. There's a lot of wind, and also when you start getting hail this large, okay, what happens is maybe that initial small hailstone is bumping into larger drops of water and instantaneously freezing them while on the fly through the clouds. And sometimes you also get the smaller hailstones that start to stick to each other, and you get these really unusually large shapes and dangerous hailstones because they are spiky like that, easily breaking windows. That's our storm tracker right now down in Jefferson County, tracking these storms. We've had Tracy Hinson out there throughout the morning now into this afternoon. That possible tornado with that circulation down there, pretty close to Bismarck right now. That's where it looks like. Let's add the velocity in here and see if we see anything that stands out. And sometimes we have to be careful because we're looking very high in the storms, and we're kind of guesstimating here. The National Weather Service has time to kind of step through the different levels of the radar and look at a lot more information than we get to look at here as we bring you this on TV. But in this general area here, very close to Bismarck, somewhere in and around the Bismarck area, is most likely the area where we are seeing that circulation. It's very close to Highway 32. And again, as it pushes off to the east, that is going to take this area, pushing it between Park Hills and Farmington over the course of the next 15 to 20 minutes. That's why we have that tornado warning in effect there. So you should be in your safe place. Basement's best. If you don't have a basement, then you put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is some gusty winds. You're basically going to a closet or a bathroom. We're all wearing our shoes this afternoon in case we have some broken glass. So just keep walking around if you're in St. Genevieve socks with broken glass. And we're going to take something to protect our heads. We would be looking at gusty winds here hanging around. And these types of storms, these are not little spin-up tornadoes. If they drop, they would be a little more significant. And that's your area where we're seeing that spin very close to the Bismarck area right now, surging onto the east. Also surging, I think this is some gusty winds here that are surging out from Bloomsdale that will be approaching the St. Genevieve area. So just keep that in mind. If you're in St. Genevieve, while it's not a tornadic situation, we don't believe, we would be looking at gusty winds here just based on that storm surging out. So you may have some 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. As much as it's rained over the last week and a half, you get a 50, 60 mile an hour wind gust, which in most cases, most of the trees would be fine. In a situation like this where the ground is sopping wet, it can blow those trees over and cause problems. Everything that's severe right now, again, that's another issue we face. And also the fact that we've had a tremendous amount of rain and the flash flooding that is ongoing across parts of Jefferson County, back into Franklin County, southern Gascony County. Even though the rain has let up back to the west now, you still have all of that excessive water running off and quickly filling up those small creeks and streams and then flowing eventually into the Merrimack. And eventually that will work its way into the main stem rivers. But everything that's severe right now is south of St. Louis. Just a quick look around the metro area. Yes, we're seeing thunderstorms blossom 270 on the north side of town, heading out towards Greenville, Illinois, and Carlisle Lake. And none of this is severe. They just have some downpours, but none of this in the metro area is severe. It's just producing more rainforest, more thunder, more lightning. All of our severe weather remains to the south right now. And here's your new warning, replacing that tornado warning that was in effect, the one that was stretching basically the main storm, the first storm we were tracking that became severe. We've tracked that from the west all the way now into portions of St. Clair County, northern portions of Randolph County, and into southeastern portions of Monroe County and Illinois. So this includes, I believe, the Redbud area and over towards New Athens. You're going to get this as a new severe thunderstorm warning. While you could still spin something up the overall appearance of the storm, to have that tight rotation with that, doesn't seem to be in play at the moment, and that's a good thing. There's still hail up to the size of golf balls, and then we go back to the size of golf balls here, but really 156 out of from going from Hecker to Waterloo, not a place you want to be traveling right now. At the very least, it's pouring with some pea-size hail. And from 159 and Route 3, from Ruma, Redbud, all the way up to Hecker, you're going to get in on that heavier rain. You're already seeing it here shortly, pretty much pouring, but you're going to get into more.
Yeah, I was just talking about that severe thunderstorm warning.
Hail with that. So that's our latest warning, and that we push off to the east. Some pretty good hail there towards Prairie du Rocher, and then we go back to our tornado warning storm here that now continues to move into southern portions, that circulation now into southern portions of St. Francis County, southeastern portions of Washington County, no longer under the tornado warning.
So
but
heads up,
that's where you're looking at that
Sparta,
circulation is going to pass
New
darn
Athens,
close
Marissa,
to Farmington.
Again, not a tornado
Jimmy?
warning, but a severe thunderstorm.
Yeah, I was just talking
about that severe thunderstorm warning. The one around, it's interesting, southeastern Monroe County and southeastern St. Clair County and also in Randolph County. In Illinois has quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, so not as strong as the supercells to the south, but you can see how much lightning is with this and these incredible rains that are coming through this area. So heads up, Waterloo, Sparta, Redbud, New Athens, Marissa. Again, not a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning, and the possibilities there for 60-mile-per-hour gust and quarter-size hail. That storm that Scotty was looking at down south near Park Hills, and that rotation is a little further south from there. That's the one that we're really keeping our eyes on for any tornadic activity. I'll zoom in a little bit down here, and you can see a little bit of a hook right in this area.
I don't know if that's going to be able to create enough
and that's why we're concerned. Again, no reports of any touchdowns, but we're watching that as it moves east of Bismarck and to the south of Park Hills. You're under that tornado warning for just a little while longer.
Well, and Jimmy, one thing we're looking at here that is a little bothersome, this is kind of just surged out here along Highway 32, 55. This is south of Bloomsdale. This is west of St. Genevieve. So we're in northern St. Genevieve County. I don't like how that just surged out a little bit here. And I don't know if that's going to be able to create enough spin in the atmosphere to maybe spin something up. But if you're in the St. Genevieve area right now, or going out on 61 west of St. Genevieve, or even going 32 out of St. Genevieve, really that area in and around St. Genevieve right now, I would be concerned. I would go ahead and get in my safe place if you're in this area, just to be safe. I can't tell you that there's a tornado there, but I don't like how that just surged out like that.
Doppler winds are really showing that here.
Yeah, so there's something there, and they also, the Doppler winds may be showing something that is a false return, but just based on the way that surged out like that, sometimes you get a scenario that plays out where you surge the winds out and it interacts with a storm, and when it comes surging out like that on the northern side of that
there's not a tornado warning
there, you can spin something up very quickly. So just
to
be safe here, if you're in and around the St. Genevieve area, especially Highway 61 going out of St. Genevieve here, let's just kind of go in a little bit closer to these areas and get some street names on here. If you're in this area, really, downtown St. Genevieve is one, but going Market Street out, there's Highway 61, and then going over here towards Mosher, and then out along Creek Road, and then in the Industrial River Road, Ridgeway Street. There's not a tornado warning there, but I don't like the way it surged. These southern storms are really. So if I was looking at this at home and not here, being a meteorologist, I would be in my basement. Just to be safe, are coming together and interplaying. Just to be safe, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in here for this area right now, and there is the potential. These storms can spin up tornadoes.
We go into that
they can, and sometimes do.
You
and
can
they
see
sometimes
that
do
circulation
with little or no
east
warning.
of
So again, that's the area approaching St. Genevieve right now. That storm will eventually move towards Ellis Grove. The problem is these southern storms are really messing with the inflow for the northern
but that circulation
storms,
is going
more
back
complicated
here,
to deal with how
south of Park
all the
Hills
ingredients are coming together and
Farmington.
interplaying.
So
with each
there's
storm,
Highway
because the storms are
221,
interacting with
which
each
you
other.
take when you
So
go
that
down
other cell that has the tornado warning on it, west of Farmington right now, We go into that area.
There's that circulation.
And you can see that circulation showing up now, east of Bismarck, down towards Bloomsdale, and that's pushing towards.
But there's definitely a circulation.
Well, this just changed.
This looks more like a
changed
supercell storm. We still have the larger hail. In the Park
but
Hills
that circulation
area,
is going
Leadington,
back here,
towards Bonds Hill. And then we have the
south
larger
of Park
hail
Hills
from Prairie to
and
Rocher
approaching
down to the
Farmington.
west of St.
So
Genevieve
there's
in
Highway
this area. And then
221,
again,
which you take when you
that
go
little
down
nub that just
to
kind of spun
a
out
lot of times you
here
go down to Johnson
would be
Shut-ins that way.
concerned around St.
Well, you
Genevieve
can.
for the potential
But there's
for
that
some stronger
circulation there.
winds that
That's
may spill
approaching
into
the
something.
Farmington area.
There's
no confirmed tornado with this, but there's definitely a circulation. This looks more like the supercell storm. We still have the larger hail in the Park Hills area, Leadington up towards Bonds Hair, and then we have the larger hail from Prairie to Rocher down to the west of St. Genevieve in this area, and then again, that little nub that just kind of spun out here, we'd be concerned around St. Genevieve for the potential for some stronger winds that may spin into
going to
something
be
gray.
at risk of flooding at this point. Towards water on the road, Scott, and we want to pass this one along. Several days. Water situation seems to be shifting to Jefferson County right now. In DeSoto, Flucom and Rough Road, apparently underwater, water over the road in that location. We know that Winsell Creek in Sullivan had very
we're gonna
high
jump back in
water,
here 'cause we now have
rapidly
a tornado
flowing.
warning on
That's
this
what's
storm that we were
happening
just
in
talking
all of these
about,
creeks
how
and
it was
rivers right
surging
now.
here towards
Any
St.
road
Genevieve.
that
It does
abuts a
include
river
St. Genevieve
or a
right now.
creek
So
is
this is a
going to
tornado
be
warning,
at risk of flooding at
and
this
this is going
point.
to be for
The
about the next
Merrimack
45
River near
minutes or
Sullivan
so.
under a
It
flood
includes
warning
St.
for the next
Genevieve,
several
and
days.
it stretches
If you are
east
in
here
Jefferson
over
County
into
near
a good chunk
DeSoto,
of
where
Randolph
all
County.
of that
Chester,
rain has been
Illinois is
falling,
included in
you're going to
this,
want to be careful
as it
if you
goes
go
across into
onto
Randolph
any
County,
roadway
almost to the
that
Randolph
traps
Perry
water
County
in
line
a
there.
rain
Right, you can see the
situation.
spin. So, Kay, we're going to
We were
jump
just
back in
talking
here
about
because we
the
now have a
spin in the
tornado
atmosphere
warning
and
on
how
this
we
storm
did
that we
not
were just
like the look
talking
of
about,
this storm.
how it was surging
So in
here
and around
towards St. Genevieve. It
in
does
particular,
include St.
you need to
Genevieve
be
right
in
now.
your
So
safe
this is a
place right
tornado
now.
warning, and this is going to be for
know,
about the
there's a
next
lot of
45
wineries in
minutes or
St.
so.
Genevieve.
It
Beautiful
includes St.
place.
Genevieve,
But this
and it
circulation
stretches
is
east
surging
here
out, so this
over
could very
into
well
a
be
good chunk
over
of
St.
Randolph County.
Genevieve
Chester,
right
Illinois
now.
is
At the very
included in
least, it
this
is rotating
as
over
it
your
goes
head. It
across
may not
into
be
Randolph
touching the
County,
ground.
almost
It's
to
radar
the
indicated
Randolph
rotation.
Perry County line
But
there.
it is
And
something
you
that
can
we are
see the
concerned about.
spin.
Right along
We
Highway
were just talking
61
about this
on the
spin
west
in the
side
atmosphere and how
or
we did
downtown
not
St.
like the look
Genevieve.
of this
And
storm.
this is nudging out.
So
So
in and
St.
around
Jude
St.
Acres,
Genevieve,
it's probably
in
nudging
particular,
in just to your
you
north,
need to
but
be in your
that'll
safe
take it
place right
right
now.
over here to the Mississippi River. You're
You know,
darn close
there's a
to
lot
the
of wineries in
Mississippi
St.
River,
Genevieve,
and this is going to
beautiful
be very
place,
close to
but this
crossing the
circulation
Mississippi River
is
in
surging
5
out, so
to
this
7
could very
minutes,
well
and
be
then it goes
over
into
St.
portions
Genevieve right now.
of
At the very
Randolph
least, it
County
is
here,
rotating over your head. It may not be
slides
touching the
over
ground, it's
into
radar indicated
central portions
rotation,
of Randolph County.
but it is
New
something that
tornado
we are
warning.
concerned about.
There's
Right
your
along Highway
circulation,
61
right on top of
on the
St.
west
Genevieve.
side or
You need to be in your safe
downtown
place.
St. Genevieve,
That's in a
and this is
basement.
nudging
If you
out.
don't
So
have a
St.
basement
Jude Acres,
available,
it's
then we're going
probably
to the
nudging in
lowest
just to your
floor.
north, but that'll
We're gonna
take
put
it
as many
right over here to the
walls
Mississippi River.
between us
You are
and
darn
the
close
outside
to the
as
Mississippi
possible.
River,
All right? So
and this is
bathroom,
going to be
closet.
very close to
You're going
crossing
to
the
the lowest
Mississippi
level,
River
as
in
many
5 to
walls
7 minutes,
between you and
and
the
then
outside
it
as
goes
possible,
into
and we're
portions
staying away from
of
windows, we're staying away
Randolph
from
County
doors.
here,
Right?
and
Till the
slides
system goes
over
through.
into
That spin,
central
radar
portions of
indicated
Randolph
rotation.
County.
Let's
New
pop on the
tornado
velocity
warning.
here,
There's your
and we'll see what we
circulation
get,
right on
when
top
we
of
do
St.
that.
Genevieve. You need to be in your safe place.
And there
That's
you
in a
have it.
basement.
Right there,
If
that
you don't have a
circulation
basement
showing up
available,
around St.
then we're
Genevieve.
going to the lowest
And
floor.
it seems to have
We're going to put as
tightened up a
many
bit.
walls
Right on
between
top
us
of St.
and the
Genevieve,
outside as
really,
possible.
is where
All
this
right?
is.
So a
Or
bathroom,
where
a
it
closet.
was just a couple
You're
of
going to
minutes
the
ago.
lowest level,
Very
as
strong
many walls
circulation here.
between you
So
and the
now,
outside as possible.
given the
and
fact
we're
that the
staying away
radar's a
from
minute or
windows
two
and
older,
we're staying away from
this
doors.
is probably
right till this system
along
goes
the
through.
Mississippi
That
River,
spin,
crossing the
radar
Mississippi
indicated
River, and
rotation.
moving towards
Let's pop on the
Sleeve
velocity
Road,
here,
moving towards
and we'll see what we
Lock and
get
Dam Road.
when
This
we
is
do that.
over into Randolph
And there
County
you have
in
it,
Illinois.
right there, that
There's
circulation
Roots,
showing
there's
up around
Collins.
St. Genevieve.
This is
All
probably
right, and
going
it
to
seems
track
to have
just
tightened
the
up a
south
bit.
of Roots and Collins,
Right
but
on
very
top of St.
close
Genevieve, really,
to Ellis
is where
Grove.
this is,
And
or where
Jimmy,
it
I'm gonna
was
pop back
just a
over
couple of
here
minutes
while we
ago.
look at this.
Very strong
That thing,
circulation in here.
it really
So
sped
now,
up very
given the fact
quickly.
that the
And
radar's
just
a
seeing
minute
the
or two
gate to
older,
gauge here,
this
you
is
know, you get,
probably
going away
along
from
the
radar
Mississippi
about
River,
60
crossing the
miles an hour,
Mississippi
then
River,
on
and
toward
moving
the
towards
radar
Sleeve
more from closer to
Road,
40.
moving towards
So
Lock and
that-
Dam
that's,
Road. This is
about
over
95 to 100 mile per
into
hour winds.
Randolph
Is it
County in
reaching the
Illinois.
ground
There's
We haven't
roots,
had
there's
confirmation
collards.
of that, but
This is
it is
probably
definitely
going
spinning.
to track just to the south
again,
of
you need
roots
to
and
be in your
collards,
safe
but very
space.
close
Let me go through this
to
tornado
Ellis
warning
Grove.
again.
And Jimmy, I'm
So
going to pop
this
back
is,
over here while we look at this. That thing, it really spun up very quickly.
And just seeing the gate-to-gate shear, you know, you get going away from the radar about 60 miles an hour, then on toward the radar more closer to 40.
Yeah. So actually
that's
Randolph County here,
about
along
95 to
Route
100 mile
3,
per
that's
hour
Ellis
winds.
Grove.
Isn't
it's about
reaching
ready
the
to
ground.
cross over
We haven't
the
had
Mississippi
confirmation
River
of that,
right now.
but
That
it is
circulation
definitely
just
spinning.
nudged out ahead,
And again, you
started
need to be in
circulating,
your safe
and started
space. Let me
spinning,
go through this
and it
tornado
did
warning
so
again.
just west of St.
So this
Genevieve.
is
that circulation now passing over or
for,
just
let's
east
see
of downtown
here,
St.
moving
Genevieve.
east and
No
northeast at about
confirmation
25
that it's
miles
on
an
the ground.
hour.
Just check the last radar
And that is
scan that
for
Jimmy,
the St.
kinda looking
Genevieve
up to
area,
see if there was
and
any
it's
debris
moving
lofted.
eastward
I don't
into
see any
Monroe
showing
County
up yet.
eventually.
Yeah, so actually running into Randolph County here along Illinois Route 3, that's Ellis Grove. So it's about ready to cross over the Mississippi River right now. That circulation is this nudged out ahead, started circulating, and started spinning, and it did so just west of St. Genevieve. That circulation now passing over or just east of downtown St. Genevieve. No confirmation that it's on the ground. I just checked the last radar scan that Jimmy kind of looking up to see if there was any debris lofted. I don't see any showing up yet, but certainly the potential is there. So as this crosses the river, it's headed towards Ellis Grove. And this area along South Levee Road, Lock and Dam Road, Riley Lake Road, there's Riley Lake, there's Ellis Grove, once you get to Highway 3. The area west of Highway 3 to the Mississippi River there in Randolph County, you need to be in your safe place right now. The storm that's circulating is very close to St. Genevieve. It is moving to the east. It looks like that circulation is north of New Bourbon, although there might be something that tries to spin up there before all said and done. So that's one storm. That's the latest tornado warning. Then we go back to the west here. Just checking in on this storm. It's not looking like the spin is as impressive as it was just a few minutes ago, but here's Farmington right now. Here's 221. Dairy Queen's right there. And I think at this point, your rotation's kind of broader here. Let's add the velocity in here so we can look at the winds.
Again, includes
So
Farmington.
there's something definitely showing up here as this is coming along 221, approaching Highway 67, coming into Farmington. That's pretty close to Farmington High School on the track of this.
Down to that
Again, that's rotation within the clouds. Whether it's reaching the ground, that remains to be seen. But it's a situation where, just as a precaution, you need to be in your safe place right now. All of these storms are tracking mainly off to the east, maybe slightly north of east. That tornado warning, again, includes Farmington. This tornado warning includes Steelville, or St. Genevieve, then it includes Steelville, Illinois. It also includes Ellis Grove, and if you're in the Ellis Grove area and down to that Riley Lake area west of Highway 3 to the river here in Randolph County, you need to be in your safe place in these areas as that circulation is still showing up there. Let's just put on the debris tracker here and see if we see anything that stands out. Now, I'm going to back it up a couple of scans.
Of turbulence in this storm.
I don't see anything just looking at this.
Haven't seen that blue that you usually see.
Yeah, usually you see some blue. There is a little bit of a drop out there, but I can't confirm that would be it. It's not exactly in the exact right spot, so I don't know that would be it. But Kay, you mentioned something earlier about the hailstones and the turbulence. When we look at the turbulence inside these storms, in some cases, I mean, it's a big deal. That's an amazing amount of turbulence in this storm as it's gone through St. Genevieve and is now right across the river and working its way into Randolph County, Illinois. More turbulence, just tons of turbulence in here. These storms are very loaded with wind, going up and down in the storms. That's one of the reasons why we're seeing these large hailstones, giant-sized hailstones. Baseballs, perhaps, and a little larger in some cases. So it's a big deal. Or has it moved? We can pop on a different velocity product here. Just looking at the storm relative velocity. It looks like as we go down into this area here, again, that circulation is probably just sliding over the Mississippi River. The other thing we've been looking at tornado here around just southeast of St. Genevieve, heading over towards Ellis Grove. We go back a little bit, back towards the Farmington area. We've lost a lot of the and I think we were looking at this particular spot back here, but that doesn't look like it's overly favorable circulation, or has it moved into Farmington? You know, we may have it kind of reforming, and you may have something now on the north side of Farmington. A bit of rotation there, not necessarily a tornado, but a bit of rotation. We're trying to use all of our tools to keep the other thing we've been looking at with these storms has been the hail. And that has been, in some cases, pretty incredible. The good news is the northern storm, we've lost a lot of the big hail with that. We still have a lot of the big hail here with this storm that's around St. Genevieve, and you still have some pretty good-sized hail down towards Park Hills. Traditionally, the hail is usually larger on the north side of these storms,
strong rotation in that area
around so far today. So we're trying to use all of our tools to keep you updated here on what's going on and how these storms are evolving this afternoon. Again, around the metro area, there's nothing concerning us for St. Louis right now. When I'm looking at the radar, all to our south, but these are intense and severe thunderstorms. They have a history of producing very large hail, and this storm in particular, as it kind of hooks here down around St. Genevieve and just to the west of Ellis Grove, that really does have us concerned.
Yeah, the Weather Service confirmed strong rotation in that area around St. Genevieve, just to the east and southeast.
Yeah, and I'd like to see one more scan.
And again, I'll just go through this tornado warning
from the Weather Service. When I'm looking at the radar, obviously they have more options. If we look from Paducah to look at the radar, okay, and I have to keep it broad, looking at more levels than I have time to look at right now. That rotation really is showing up. Does look impressive down there, just east and southeast of. And I wonder if I'm going to pop off. It's still a pretty tight circulation. Let's do this. Showing up. We're going to pull this out a little bit, and I'm going to go to where we're on the Paducah radar. So again, tornado warning.
And again, I'll just go through this tornado warning.
Yeah, I'm going to get another little scan here. That includes Ellis Grove. If we look from Paducah, Chester area, although I think and I have to keep it broad so I can get Paducah's radar site. But this is looking at it from a different vantage point. That circulation is showing up There's old Kaskaskia in there just east and southeast. Again, what we're seeing here is it's still a pretty tight circulation that's showing up from the St. Louis radar. Be in your safe place. So again, tornado warning here, especially east of St. Genevieve and into Randolph County. That includes Ellis Grove. It includes the Chester area, although I think the circulation is going to be closer to Ellis Grove. If you're in Ellis Grove, Riley Lake, in that area, you need to be in your safe place. There's old Kaskaskia in there too. Again, what we're seeing here is a very intense storm and some pretty tight circulation sliding east. So be in your safe place along and west of Route 3 to the Mississippi River for sure. And then east of Route 3, you got a minute or two before it gets over towards Steelville and Wine Hill and perhaps some of these other locations like New Palestine and Welch in that area. But you guys down in Monroe County or in Randolph County,
I was just checking that. Let me refresh.
Also that area down around
about 1,017 now in the Jefferson County area.
Circulation,
so a little bit more there.
Just a bit, but it's pretty close
into
to
Illinois.
Right now,
not as much, but I'm sure that will change as those storms continue moving into Randolph
real
County.
or an artifact from radar, because we sometimes get that. We've got the potential here. These circulations, couple of nubbies in here that would indicate potential circulation. One now going to the north and northeast. Have we had any power outages down that way, Jimmy? Do you know?
I was just checking that. Let me refresh, and then we have about 1,017 now in the Jefferson County area, so a little bit more there. And into Illinois, not as much, but I'm sure that will change as those storms continue moving into Randolph County.
And then the hail that's down here. And again, we've got the potential here. these circulations spinning up, that's the debris detection, which isn't showing me all that much right now, and isn't showing you much. So those are our two tornado warnings. Mostly raindrops. There's some spots that are indicating there's some different things. So here, we're starting to pick up some of that big hail again going south of Evansville. This is in Illinois, south of Evansville, down to just north of St. Genevieve into Randolph County. So we're Randolph County. South of Sparta, that's where we're seeing some of that largest hail. And then the hail that's down here into St. Francis and St. Genevieve County back to the southwest of that storm isn't as large. It's still potentially large hail, but it's not as large. So those are our two tornado warnings. St. Francis, St. Genevieve County on the western side for that storm that's around Farmington. And then for the storm that's around St. Genevieve into Randolph County, especially the southern half of Randolph County, that tornado warning in effect, that mainly is south of Sparta, but does include Chester and Ellis Grove. You should be in your safe place right this very moment and stay there for a little bit until this wave between Hillsborough and DeSoto, and you can see how high flash flood warnings. As is the rain has stopped here, Jefferson County, west of 55 all the way back into most of Franklin County, but we're still having drainage issues. You get it in a short amount of time. Broader perspective, yes, there are thunderstorms perking up here around the metro area to our north, then you take off to the north and put it on top of the ground. There's already sopping wet. It's right now Randolph County into St. Genevieve County and St. Francis County, south of St. Louis, that we have the smaller. That's Cotter Creek right there, and big jumps as well. Between Hillsborough and DeSoto, and you can see how high it runs. As is the case with all the small creeks and streams, you get a couple of 3 inches of rain. Focusing in on this one, you get it in a short amount of time, which we've seen the heavy rain in a very quick pace this afternoon. And then you take that and put it on top of the ground that's already sopping wet. All that water has no place to go. It simply runs off, runs straight into the creeks and streams. They jump, and then they flow into the smaller rivers. And those smaller rivers will take big jumps as well. We're not done. This is just the first round of the storms we're dealing with for today. We have more to come later on this afternoon. Focusing in on this one storm here where the hook seems to be off to the southeast or east of St. Genevieve right now. The largest hail is just south of Evansville. However, and as we kind of zoom in for you, routes up to Evansville is where your largest hail is. That rotation's likely in this area somewhere between Ellis Grove and Riley Lake. You know, Jimmy, this is one of those scenarios where these storms, they have rotation, and then you have to wait and see if that rotation ever has a chance to reach the ground. And so far, we haven't had any reports of that actually happening. However, emergency management in St. Francis, St. Francis County, high wind damage on Highway P and Barbary Road with trees down. So we'll get some more information on that here in the next few minutes once that flows our way. But at least we know this storm in St. Francis County has produced some wind damage.
And it looks like that
this is
tornado
that
warning
circulation
for
we're watching
Farmington
here.
looks like
this
it's
is
just
large
to the
hail
east
on
of
the north side
Farmington
of the
now.
storm.
But Parkland Health
Circulation's
Center in Farmington and
probably
Bonterra
wrapping up
sheltering
in this
since
very
about
close to Ellis
150.
Grove. And remember,
but the
the
good
radar,
news
even
is it
though
doesn't look
it's
like that
definitely
one they're going to
seeing
extend
the
further
rain and the hail,
eastward.
and it sees
But
all
the
of
one
this.
around
Sometimes it's a
the
little
places like
displaced from
Riley
where it's
Lake and Old
actually
Kaskaskia,
falling, just
that
because of the nature
has
of
still
the
a
way this
really
all,
distinct couplet of a
wraps
possible
around. But
tornado.
From Ellis
as
Grove
it
down
moves
to Riley
closer
Lake,
to
we need you to be in your
3
safe
there
place,
in
and then
Randolph
really
County.
in this area
this
here,
is
too,
that
from Old
circulation
Kaskaskia
we're
going
watching
up.
here.
That's Riley
This
Lake
is large
Road,
hail on the north
and
side
that's
of the storm.
Kaskaskia Road.
The circulation's
There's New
probably
Palestine.
wrapping up in this area,
you have
very close to Ellis Grove. And remember,
So
the
this is
radar,
the
even
area
though it's
probably
definitely
around or just
seeing
south of
the rain
Ellis
and the
Grove
hail,
right
and it
now,
sees all of this,
where we have
sometimes it's a little
the most
displaced
intense
from where it's
rotation
actually falling,
showing up. This is
just
showing
because of
up
the nature
in
of the
the
way
clouds.
this
It's
all
the lowest level of the radar
wraps
screen.
around.
It's
But
telling us,
from Ellis Grove
yes,
down to Riley Lake,
something is spinning
we
here,
need you to be in
and
your
it's a
safe
fairly
place.
tight
And then
rotation,
really,
so it's
in
enough
this area
where
here,
you
too,
should
from
be
Old
in your safe
Kaskaskia
place at
going
this
up, that's
point
Riley
as
Lake
this
Road,
tracks on to the
and that's
east. I want
Kaskaskia
to give you just a
Road.
quick
Here's
little,
New
see if we can't
Palestine.
do kind of a
And then
timeline
you have
and track it
Route
just
3.
a little bit,
So
Jimmy.
this is the area
30
probably
miles per
around
hour,
or
I
just
believe, is
south
what
of
we're
Ellis
moving
Grove
on.
right now,
So
where we
it's
have
already the most intense rotation showing up. This is showing up in the clouds. It's going all the way over the lowest level of the radar screen. It's telling us, yes, something is spinning here, and it's a fairly tight rotation. So it's enough where you should be in your safe place at this point as this tracks on to the east. I want to give you just a quick little, see if we can't do kind of a timeline out of and track it just a little bit, Jimmy. 30 miles per hour, I believe, is what we're moving on. So it's already in, technically it's already in Ellis Grove.
Again, circulation here is
There's
very
Ellis Grove, you know, it's going all the way over to Steelville, Welch, Willisville. It's going to move pretty quickly in this direction over the course of the next hour.
Tremendous amount of heavy rain here. The rest of St. Genevieve.
If they trim the warning a little bit.
Yeah, they've taken it out of the storm. The storm itself is
hail
out of, or at least the tornado rotating part of the storm is out of St. Genevieve County. So now your tornado warning here just in Randolph County.
That's now
so that tornado warning, again, circulation here is very close to Ellis Grove at this point.
It doesn't have quite the rotation.
It is moving towards the east.
As this
Areas that you have to be concerned with. A tremendous amount of heavy rain
as
here.
This kind of
the rest of St. Genevieve County.
Evolves,
and you are still under a severe
see,
thunderstorm warning.
It's very possible.
As we may still be looking at some penny to quarter-size hail with this. That little sliver of a tornado warning for that little portion of the storm that kind of has a little nubby to it that went east of Farmington. That's now pushing into St. Genevieve County, western St. Genevieve County, down along Highway 32. But it doesn't have quite the rotation. Certainly not as impressive as this that's over here at Ellis Grove, or as it was. Now, as this kind of evolves, we may see, it's very possible we'll see this kind of merge into and become one big glob, and we'll lose the rotation.
We've been tracking one big storm
and does so very quickly.
Rolled across our southern
you're still
counties.
looking north and northwest of Ellis Grove at hail, perhaps up to the size
We've also had some
baseballs.
winds with it.
Certainly hen-egg size
now the
in those areas. So
side
hail's a
have
big threat.
intensified.
Torrential
And at the
rain,
moment, we
flash
have one
flooding,
tornado
those are
warning.
big threats.
And I'll go to K
and then
next.
the threat of a
There's one
tornado
tornado warning
in
for
that
this
area
rotation
around Ellis
of this
Grove right now.
thunderstorm that is
And just to
here in Randolph
recap,
County.
for those of
Right
you
now
who may
that
be joining us a
circulation
little
looks
after
to be
2
just
o'clock this
south of
afternoon,
Ellis Grove.
saying, well, I haven't been around all
And it is
afternoon
moving
long, what's been going
towards the
on? Well,
Steelville
we've been
area
tracking one
in
big
Illinois,
storm
moving towards
that was out to our
Steelville,
west, rolled across our
And that
southern
takes
counties.
it,
A lot of
right
tremendous
here,
rain, huge hail.
Walsh Road,
We've also had
Chester
some
Road,
winds with it. That part
Shawneetown
weakened, but now the
Trail.
storms on the south side have
That's where you need to
intensified.
be in
And
your
at the moment,
safe
we have
place
one tornado
here
warning,
for that potential
and I'll go to K
circulation.
next. But this
Tornado
one
warning,
tornado warning for
Randolph
this
County
rotation
right now.
of this
Okay.
thunderstorm
Scott,
that
we're
is
adding
here in
another school
Randolph
to the
County.
list of those
Right now, that
canceling
circulation looks to
after-school
be just
activities. We're
south
sort of in
of
that
Ellis
hour
Grove,
now
and
where
it is
school will be
moving
dismissed.
towards the
And
Steelville
Lindbergh is
area
now on the
in
list, as well
Illinois,
as Fox,
moving towards the
C6,
Steelville,
Ladue,
Illinois.
Vestas,
And that
R6,
takes it,
Rockwood, Wentzville,
right
and
here,
Parkway, all
Walsh
canceling
Road, Chester
after-school
Road,
activities.
Shawneetown
Your child will
Trail.
not be released from school if
That's where
there
you
is a
need to
severe
be
weather
in your
situation
safe
unfolding
place
at that
here
time.
for that
So
potential
just keep that in
circulation.
mind, but otherwise,
Tornado warning,
schools
Randolph County
should be
right now.
releasing
Okay?
students as scheduled. Scott, we're adding another school to the list of those canceling after-school activities.
just
We're
want to
sort of in that
reiterate,
hour
'cause,
now,
again,
where
getting
school
on the,
will be
under the
dismissed.
Doppler winds
And
here,
Lindbergh
this
is
tornado
now on
warning
the
that's
list,
in
as well as
effect
Fox, C6,
for Randolph County,
Ladue,
Illinois. So
Vestas,
it's Chester. You
R6,
need to be in
Rockwood,
your safe
Wentzville, and
space here.
Parkway,
New
all
Palestine.
canceling
So this
after-school
entire area
activities.
right there.
Your
So
child
you
will
can
not
see
be
it,
released from school if
that
there is a severe
where
weather
red and
situation
green
unfolding
meet,
at that time.
that's where the wind is going
So
either
just keep
toward
that
the
in
radar,
mind, but
the green,
otherwise,
or away from the
schools should
radar,
be
the
releasing
red,
students
and
as
it's moving to
scheduled.
the east at
There
about
will
30
be no
miles an hour.
after-school
So this is
activities.
where we have the tightest rotation.
Okay, yeah, we just want to reiterate,
so far, no
because
confirmation
again, getting on
under the
Doppler winds
tornado
here,
on the
this
ground,
tornado
but again,
warning
tornado
that's in
warning in
effect
effect
for Randolph
Central
County, Illinois. So
and
it's
Illinois
Chester.
until
You need to be in your
2:45.
safe space
And
here.
of course,
New
you
Palestine.
definitely want to
So
be
this
in your
entire
safe
area
space,
right
get into
there,
the basement,
so
away
you
from
can see
windows.
it.
If you don't have a basement,
that
get to the center of
where
your
red
home
and
away
green
from
meet.
windows.
That's where the wind is
We'll
going either
continue
toward
to
the
watch
radar,
that. Now,
the
so you
green,
can see that
or
tornado
away from
warning.
the
There's only
radar,
one right now,
red,
but
and it's
east
moving
of
to the
St.
east at
Genevieve.
about 30
St.
miles an
Genevieve,
hour.
you're
So this is where we
out
have
of
the tightest
threat
rotation.
of this, but you go into
So far, no
Randolph County,
confirmation
and
that
again,
we
anywhere
have
in between
the
Chester and
tornado
New
on the ground,
Palestine.
but again, a tornado
And,
warning in
right
effect for
along
Randolph,
the,
central Randolph County,
County and Illinois until 2:45. And of course, you definitely want to be in your safe space. Get into the basement, away from windows. If you don't have a basement, again, get to the center of your home and away from windows. Central we'll continue to watch that. Now, so you can see that tornado warning. There's only one right now, but it's east of St. Genevieve. So St. Genevieve, you're out of the threat of this, but you go into Randolph County, and again, anywhere in between Chester and New Palestine, and right along the Palestine Road there is where this circulation is going to go over. And we're getting some shower and thunderstorm activity even around the metro eastward toward 150 and also Chester Road. So again, tornado warning until 2:45 for central portions. We're not seeing the amount of Randolph County and Illinois. Still some strong storms back to the west. Severe thunderstorm warning. Another one in effect for right along 55 there to the west of St. Genevieve, down into Farmington. That tornado warning around Farmington, that was allowed to expire, which is some fantastic news there. And we're getting some shower and thunderstorm activity even around the metro at this point, but that's been sub-severe. Still a lot of lightning with that and heavy rain and downpours. We're not seeing the amount of rain, though, in this area like we're seeing down to the south. And that's where we've had most of that severe instability. Really, as these storms popped up in central portions of Missouri, it followed that instability very easily and then pushed right into our southern counties. So again, you see all the lightning on here, the yellow. That's where you're having the most intense thunderstorm activity. And we've had 3 different supercells in the area, all of them producing at least some spin and that chance of seeing some tornadoes, but we have had no confirmation of any touchdowns. But still watching that circulation very carefully. Central Randolph County, you can see that lightning there. So not only the hail, the high wind, the lightning, again, Central Randolph County and Illinois, you have that potential of a tornado, but no confirmation yet of that touchdown. And I think Scotty's got a little bit more information too.
Yeah, you know, we're still, it's just one cell here that's over Ellis Grove right now, and to the southeast of Ellis Grove, the potential there of that rotation. That's why that tornado warning remains in effect for this area. Also, some really large hail along Highway 3 going north out of Ellis Grove. That's going to push south of Sparta and probably close to or just north of Steelville here as we head through about the next 15 to 20 minutes. We've had many reports of large hail and damaging winds here, as well, at least large hail. We haven't had as many reports of damaging winds, although Barbary Road and Highway P, St. Francis County Emergency Management was reporting some trees down there. Just kind of looking at the southern end of this storm, just a severe thunderstorm for the rest of St. Genevieve County now as we track this next system that did have some spin with it, but seems like we've lost that potential, at least imminent potential of any tornado there. And the storms that are south of Farmington, now heading down towards Ironton, they don't seem to be severe at the moment. They're strong, they don't seem to be severe at the moment. Where our biggest problem is again, right here with this cell over Randolph County. And here's the deal with this one. That's where the storms to the south of it start to interfere with the inflow for this, and you see new development here as you head down towards Carbondale and then back up towards Chester. Some of that is interfering with this storm's capability to maintain its strength and its rotation. But we're still getting hail out of this thing, and we're still probably getting larger than golf balls out of this as we go into central portions of Randolph County. So from Walsh south along Walsh Road here, that's where the largest hail is falling. Again, we're in very rural farming communities here. There's Harris Road, there's the 9 Mile Road. So that's where you're getting probably some of the larger hail. And we have seen hail as large as baseballs, particularly earlier today. But right now, that's where the largest hail is. That spin that's in there is kind of located, you know, right, you can still make it out, but it's located near and just southeast of Ellis Grove and very near that New Palestine area. If we pop on the velocity, and again, we're up fairly high here on the scans, but that's where it's showing up is there being some spin, as best we can tell. So this is the area here, particularly in the southern portions of Randolph County, where we're concerned that there may be a tornado or potentially one that forms. Radar's indicating tight rotation. During the course of the last couple of hours on many of these storms, we've had several spotters say we can see the clouds rotating, there's clear rotation.